Sir, are you ready? Okay. Order. Question to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Patricia Gibson.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'm sure that the whole House will join me in offering my support and thoughts to the PSNI officer who was subject to a cowardly attack just earlier this week. Those who attack our public servants and emergency services personnel have nothing to offer the communities they claim to represent. I'm sure the whole community will join everybody across this House in support for that officer and that way forward, and will come forward, hopefully, with any information they may have to help bring those responsible to justice swiftly. Mr. Speaker, overall freight flow between Great Britain and Northern Ireland has returned to normal levels. We're continuing to monitor and assess the situation, including any potential change in trade patterns. The temporary operational steps, which we announced in March in this House, ensured that we prevented any significant immediate-term disruption to goods flows, as we outlined, including food, and has provided space for the continued discussions on the protocol implementation in the Joint Committee.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I share the Secretary of State's concern and alarm over recent events. Pharmaceutical manufacturers and industry leaders are estimated to withdraw up to 90% of medicines sent to Northern Ireland from the UK due to affordability of meeting new Brexit incurred costs and red tape, with Lord Frost stating last week that difficult issues remain. What does the UK Government plan to do to minimise and prevent further distribution to medical supplies to Northern Ireland caused by a hard Brexit?
State.
Well, I would say to the Honourable Lady that I think, as we showed with the action we took just a month or so ago, as I outlined, that we will ensure that we take the action we need to take to ensure we continue to see the flow of goods and products. Obviously, the issue around medicines is one we are working intensively with the European Union Commission to address, with Vice President Maroš Šefčovič at the moment and Lord Frost working on all of those issues, those sort of outstanding issues that she highlights. There are some difficult issues, but we will do what we need to do, working in partnership with the EU to get a resolution that works for the whole of the UK.
Let's go to Sir Geoffrey Donaldson with the first of 2 questions. Sir Geoffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I join with the Secretary of State in condemning unreservedly the attack on the female police officer, and our support is fully with her and her colleagues at this time. The Secretary of State will be aware of the difficulties that the Northern Ireland Protocol continues to cause for both consumers and businesses here. What steps are the Government going to take to replace this protocol with arrangements that fully restore Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market?
Sir State.
Well, I appreciate the honourable gentleman's comments, as I'm sure the Police Service in Northern Ireland will for their personnel. The protocol is about safeguarding Northern Ireland's place in the UK's internal market, as we outlined in the UK Internal Market Act 2020 as well, legislating for that very fact. I've been very clear that there are outstanding issues with the protocol. Some of them are difficult issues. They're ones that need to be resolved, both from the point of view of consumers and businesses, in order to just restore confidence across all communities, the whole community of Northern Ireland. We're determined to do that. I think we have shown with the actions we have taken. We want to do that in a pragmatic, flexible way that works for people in Northern Ireland. We also are working through the work that Lord Frost is doing to do that in partnership with our colleagues and friends in the EU. But ultimately, it is about making sure we are protecting the Good Friday Agreement in all of its strands.
Sir Geoffrey.
The Secretary of State will also be aware that there is the potential for significant difficulties in terms of the supply of medicines to Northern Ireland as a result of the protocol. Again, I ask the Secretary of State, what measures does the Government intend to introduce to ensure that medicines flow freely into Northern Ireland and that Northern Ireland will not be disadvantaged in terms of access to medicines and pharmaceutical products for everyone here?
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an important point, which of course we are working on and take seriously. The recitals themselves to the protocol state that it should impact as little as possible on the everyday lives of communities, and very clearly, as well as food supplies, medicines absolutely falls into that. So it's well within the remit of the protocol to ensure that that flow can continue to flow through in a proper and flexible way that it has always done. We continue to work intensively with our friends and partners in the EU, but as I've said before, we will do what...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I echo the comments of the Secretary of State on the despicable attempted murder of a serving police officer? All my thoughts are with the officer, her colleagues and her family today. Mr Speaker, as recently as Monday, when wider protests over the Northern Ireland Protocol resumed, anonymous social media accounts were still being used to exploit the situation and lure young people to the interface in Belfast with provocative messages, inflaming an already tense situation. Will the Secretary of State, working with the police, make clear in the strongest possible terms that social media giants such as Facebook have a responsibility to act to prevent their platforms from being exploited to inflame tensions in the interface communities?
Yes, I welcome the Honourable Lady's comments. I think actually, and excuse the colloquial language, but it beggars belief that anybody could think that the cowardly act to put a police officer at risk and a young child is a way to further their cause. And I think, and I warmly welcome the condemnation all round for that cowardly action. And look, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. As I outlined in the statement I gave last week, it is important that we are very alert to the risks around social media, that people looking at social media are alert to who may or may not be behind them, encouraging them to do things in a hugely... Claire.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and the SDLP sends every good wish to the PSNI officer after the appalling experience she has had at the hands of warped throwbacks who have absolutely nothing to offer people here. And Mr Speaker, on the issue of SPS, we appreciate that it's a tricky issue internally for the Conservative Party, but as the person in government charged with speaking up for Northern Ireland, has the Secretary of State personally articulated to his Cabinet colleagues how a UK-EU veterinary and SPS arrangement could address the frictions in trade? Has he directly asked them to put the interests of Northern Ireland ahead of a theoretical power to diverge that the UK doesn't look like it's going to use anytime soon?
Well, I would say, again, appreciate the comments, Honourable Lady, and I'm sure the PSNI will. I would say to the Honourable Lady, look, yes, obviously I'm always making the case within the UK Government for the best outcome for the people of Northern Ireland. It's right that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the United Kingdom, both in terms of trade. Obviously recognising, as I said before, SPS checks in one form or another have been in place, recognising the single epidemiological unit and biosecurity of the island of Ireland have been in place since about the 19th century. What we've also got to make sure, though, is that we have that proper, pragmatic, flexible, free flow of goods so that a consumer in Northern Ireland has the same ability to have an experience as a member of the United Kingdom anywhere in the United Kingdom, and we're determined to ensure that we can deliver on that.
We have a substantive question to the Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 6 and 7 together. The sporadic localised disorder which we have seen in Northern Ireland is completely unacceptable, and I appreciate the Honourable Gentleman's comments in that regard himself over the last couple of weeks. It's clear that the factors behind it are complex and, as I've said before, multifaceted. All communities in Northern Ireland must work together to resolve current tensions and unrest. I've been in regular, close contact with both political and community leaders, as well as the police service of Northern Ireland, and it's clear that the only way to resolve differences, as we all know in this House, is through dialogue. And in that regard, we all have the ability to lead the way by example.
Let's go to Stephen Farris. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I join with colleagues in expressing full solidarity for the police officer affected this week, and it's important that we always remain united in opposing terrorism. Can I ask the Secretary of State, does he recognise that there is a trade-off between the nature of the UK's Brexit and the level of checks down the Irish Sea, and as a consequence, the UK Government can play a key role in diffusing those tensions if, like many other sovereign states, they follow through and negotiate that bespoke veterinary agreement?
Well, I would just say to the gentleman, as I outlined in the statement last week, and as I've just said, the tensions that led to the issues we saw that led to violence just a couple of weeks ago now is multifaceted. There's a number of issues going on, as I'm sure he's aware from the statement the other week. I would be very wary of putting it on any one issue or giving anybody the view that there is an acceptable argument to make that because of tensions over the protocol that it's acceptable to go forward to violence, that there is much more to what happened the other week than that, and actually we are very clear about wanting to work through, as I've just outlined, a practical, pragmatic solution with our partners in the EU to ensure that we have that good, free flow, flexible flow of products between Great Britain and Northern Ireland in the way we all want to see and as we've delivered from Northern Ireland to Great Britain.
Right, let's go to Andrew Gwynn. Andrew.
Thank you. I agree with the Secretary of State that the reasons behind the violence are multifaceted, but barriers to trade that the Prime Minister repeatedly and wrongly denied the existence of have played a part in the growing political instability in Northern Ireland, so we need solutions. Can the Secretary of State do what he didn't do in last week's statement and confirm that his government are seeking an agreement on common veterinary standards, which would go a long way to lowering barriers to trade across the Irish Sea on food products? Is he?
Seriously.
Well, we're absolutely working with our partners and colleagues in the European Union and intensive, as I've outlined. Lord Foss is doing so with Maroš Šefčovič, the Vice President, at the moment to ensure on a wide range of issues, including the agri-foods issues, that we get a resolution that works for the people of Northern Ireland, with Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom. He's absolutely right that we have seen an increase in tensions, particularly for the unionist community, whose issue around the sense of identity is one that we need to recognise. I think we can all play our part in helping the EU to better understand the impact of the action they took when they went to trigger Article 16 just those couple of months ago now, and the lasting impact that has had. But obviously the disruption there is something that affects people across the whole community of Northern Ireland. It's something we want to see resolved, and we want to do that in partnership with the EU.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Simon Hall. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself, as others have, with the remarks that the Secretary of State made with regards to the horrible and horrific event yesterday at Dungiven? That and recent scenes, of course, remind us all too well of the horrors of the past, and surely must reinvigorate all of us to ensure that they don't become either endemic to the present or part of Northern Ireland's future. But could I just ask the Secretary of State to assure me that the PSNI has adequate resourcing to proactively interrupt social media platforms and posts, which is clearly now the new way of communicating types of disorder. They need to be able to monitor and intervene. Can he assure me that the full resource of the state is available to them to ensure that this important work is done to the best of their abilities?
So say.
Yes, look, my honourable friend, the Chairman of the Select Committee, makes a very important point, as others made earlier on, around the impact and importance of dealing with social media. And yes, absolutely, I've spoken to the Chief Constable and outlined to him our full support and working with them to ensure that they have access to full capabilities of working and dealing with social media issues. Obviously recognising that policing is a devolved matter, but they have our full support, and we will continue to work with them on those issues.
We now come to the Shadow Secretary of State, Louise Haig.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I also associate myself with the comments and our best wishes to the serving police officer? As a former Special Constable, I know the whole police family will be reeling today, and my thoughts are with them all. Mr. Speaker, in 23 years since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, it is not an exaggeration to say that the peace process has never been as vulnerable as it is now. The North-South institutions, fundamental for the support of Irish nationalists, are under pressure, and the East-West relationship has been seriously undermined by the Prime Minister and his approach to Brexit. The Secretary of State bears a responsibility to help stabilise this situation. So will he ensure that the British-Irish Council is now urgently convened to give Northern Ireland representatives a voice in discussions around the protocol and huge decisions about their own future?
State.
Yes, I was just the Honourable Lady, she looks back a while ago actually, we announced that the British Irish Council will meet on the 11th of June. Continues its regular meetings, would have never stopped, and the last one was in November last year. But yes, as it's been regularly meeting.
Louise Haig.
I would suggest that the 11th of June is not an urgent meeting, and would recommend that meeting be brought forward urgently to discuss these important issues. Now, the Secretary of State will know that some very young children, born long after the Good Friday Agreement, have been involved in some of the recent disorder. Does he agree that, wherever appropriate, working with the PSNI, restorative justice should be used to ensure those children aren't criminalised and run the risk of falling into the toxic, coercive grip of paramilitaries?
Yes, absolutely. Look, I would also just say, obviously, that the Northern Ireland Executive has been involved in both with the Specialist Committee and that feeds into the Joint Committee through the work that we do, both through the engagement forums and actually meeting with the Vice President Maroš Šefčovič just a few weeks ago. So they are consistently involved and feeding into the process the work we do with the EU. But as I say, the British Irish Council date was set a short while ago. In terms of her comments around young people, yeah, it's absolutely right. I fully support that point. There has been community groups, youth working groups, working with young and curtails of opportunities for the future. Yes, absolutely.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take this opportunity to associate with myself and my party with the comments that have been made on all sides of the House on the disgraceful and despicable attempt on the life of a serving police officer in Dungiven on Monday. In these heightened times of tensions, although in the community, language and leadership matter. So does the Secretary of State consider that the Prime Minister referring to the ludicrous barriers which result from the protocol, a protocol which he himself insisted on the terms of, are a help or a hindrance to reaching a solution in Northern Ireland which all parts of the community can accept?
Well, I think I'm afraid the honourable gentleman has sort of betrayed a lack of understanding. So, in the sense of people of the whole community of Northern Ireland are affected by these problems and the outworkings of the protocol, and whether it's somebody who has a nationalist constitutional view or a unionist constitutional view, the practical outworkings for both consumers and business are real for the whole community. There is that added sense of identity that's been affected for loyalist, unionist community in Northern Ireland, as I've outlined earlier on, and so the Prime Minister's outline was absolutely right. And I think it is helpful in the sense that it is clearly recognised, as the honourable gentleman sadly doesn't, the sense of injustice and the sense of feeling an attack on identity that is there in the unionist community. We have to be clear that we do recognise that, and we want to deal with that and to do so with our partners in the EU. To pretend it isn't there simply is not going to handle the problem.
Mr. Speaker, dissident Republicans tried to murder a police officer and her young child in County Derry this week. Can I take this opportunity as an Irish nationalist to send those dissident Republicans a very clear message? Your quarrel is not with the police, it is not with the British state, it is with the people of Ireland, and that is a battle you will never, ever win. Given the Prime Minister's very speedy response to an issue about football, Mr. Speaker, as important as that is, compared to his response and the quickness of his response in terms of violence on the streets of Northern Ireland for almost 10 days, does the Secretary of State agree with me that we need an active and engaged and interested Prime Minister in terms of dealing with our peace process?
Yes, absolutely, and I'm very proud of the fact that we do. We have a Prime Minister who's been very much engaged. I would just say to the gentleman, not only he should actually look at the Prime Minister's comments and the fact that he was talking to the Taoiseach in the early stages, and I absolutely agree with his opening remarks, obviously, about dissident Republicans. The Prime Minister has been actively involved and has been in full communication all the way through this process. And in terms of looking at how people deal with this, I would just say that all members of this House, including some of his own party, need to think very carefully when they're tweeting things that actually could be seen as incendiary, to make sure we all take the right tone with these matters to ensure that we return calm for people as quickly as possible when things create.
Let's go to Gregory Campbell. Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having spoken to my constituent yesterday, who was the subject of such a disgraceful attack, I can tell the House that the victim and her family deeply appreciate the unanimous support, and the wider community in County Londonderry does as well. The Secretary of State has indicated his concern about the rising tensions. Will he take more steps now to understand the activities that are going on, the rationale behind them, the need to stand up to the violence, but the need to understand and take action to deal with the underlying problems that exist in those areas?
Yes, I think the honourable gentleman actually alludes to a wider issue that the previous question actually raised in the statement last week quite rightly as well, is that there is a multifaceted set of issues that came together over the last few weeks, and we should not allow ourselves to miss out on the fact that it is important and highlights why we've got to do more work to ensure that as we are levelling up and building back better across the United Kingdom, that reaches all communities and all communities can benefit, see opportunity, see growth, and really have a better opportunity for a better and a brighter future.
Substantive question to Minister Walker.
Thank you, Speaker. The UK Government fully supports the excellent work of the PSNI, and I would like to thank all the officers involved in keeping people safe during the recent unrest and send my best wishes to those who were injured, as well as associating myself with the remarks we've heard across this House today about the appalling and cowardly act in Dungiven. Policing in Northern Ireland and police funding are primarily devolved matters. I welcome the further funding allocated to the PSNI by the Executive, which provides the PSNI with an additional £12.3 million for staffing. But the PSNI allocate their funding, how they allocate their funding is an operational matter for the Chief Constable in consultation with the Northern Ireland Policing Board.
Right. Matt Weston. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know that 7,500 officers was a core commitment of New Decade, New Approach. Given the vital importance of neighbourhood policing and tackling disorder, what steps will the government take to ensure that commitment is met?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is right. This was a commitment for the parties in the executive under the New Decade, New Approach announcement. Clearly, the UK government provides funding to the executive through the block grant, but the Secretary of State has also spoken to the Chief Constable and made clear that if he puts together a business plan, we will work with the Department of Justice to make sure that can be properly supported. We certainly stand ready to support them in that regard.
Jamie.
Number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 23 years since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was signed, there's been a transformative change in Northern Ireland. The hard-won peace has created the conditions for economic growth, investment and stability. As we left the European Union, the protocol was designed to protect the agreement in all of its strands and to safeguard the stability created. It's only by respecting all elements of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, North-South as well as East-West and obviously Northern Ireland itself, that we will secure the strength and stability into the future.
Jamie Stone.
Mr. Speaker, my good friend, the late Charles Kennedy, attended the Harbour High School and Glasgow University. He went on to represent a Highland constituency with distinction for many years. The fact that he was a Roman Catholic was neither here nor there. I would say that Charles Kennedy was an excellent example of integrated education. Could I ask the Secretary of State, what more can the UK government do to assist the Northern Ireland Assembly, the Northern Ireland government, in getting integrated education and reaping the benefits from it, getting that going in the province?
The honourable gentleman makes a very important and powerful point, which I absolutely agree with. I think one of the things from the Belfast Good Friday Agreement that hasn't managed to be delivered on enough is integrated education. It is something I'm absolutely determined to do all we can to support the executive to take that forward. Obviously, education is devolved. As I've outlined in the New Deal package of money, it's an area I'm very focused on. I want to work with the executive to take integrated education forward over the period ahead for the benefit of the long-term stability and peace and prosperity of people in Northern Ireland.
Let's go to Paul Gervin. Paul.
Thank you. Would the Secretary of State agree that it is not Brexit or leaving the EU that has had an impact on peace in Northern Ireland, but the Northern Ireland Protocol that has been imposed on Northern Ireland by the EU, leaving us in a position where we have not left on the same terms as the rest of the United Kingdom, leaving us with a trade barrier between East and West. This has added additional bureaucracy and administration to local businesses, as well as businesses from England that do not wish to engage in the additional checks that are required. What progress has been made to remove this injustice on Northern Ireland, as we feel we are being punished for leaving the EU?
Secretary of State, good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said earlier on, I think over the last few weeks, some attention we've seen is multifaceted and a number of issues involved in that. But to go to the honourable gentleman's points around the protocol, obviously that is something we are working through, working intensively with our partners in the EU, Lord Foss working with the Vice President, Maroš Šefčovič. We are very much aware that obviously the protocol is there. From the EU's point of view, they want to protect the sacrosanct position of their single market. We're focused and determined about protecting the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, as I said before, in all three of its strands, and very alert to the fact that East-West is as important as any other strand. We want to make sure we deliver on that and we get a solution that means that this can work in a proper way, pragmatic way, that means, as I say, a consumer, a business, a citizen of Northern Ireland can have the same experience as a citizen anywhere else in the United Kingdom.
Kevin Blunt.
Number 17, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been in close conversation with political and community leaders and the police service in Northern Ireland in response to recent events. Their unification in condemning the unrest has been a welcome sign that those engaged in the destruction and disorder that we saw do not represent Northern Ireland. We as a government will continue to engage with stakeholders across the whole community in Northern Ireland to find solutions that work for everybody and to ensure that we're always clear that the right way to express concerns is through dialogue, engagement and the democratic process, never violence.
Kevin Brown.
He's right, dialogue is important and intergovernment relations are important between the UK and Ireland. It's a vital part of upholding the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and managing tension that leads on to disorder. So why has the Intergovernmental Conference never met under this Prime Minister? And why has the Prime Minister never chaired the British-Irish Council? And can he commit that he'll chair the next meeting, whether it's in June or sooner, as it should be?
Well, the British Irish Council has met regularly, actually has never ceased to meet regularly, and has always been chaired in the same way. The conversations that are ongoing between ourselves and the Irish Government, even over the last few weeks, whether it's with the Foreign Minister, Minister Simon Coveney, or the Prime Minister talking to Taoiseach, that engagement has been ongoing and will continue to go forward, because we are partners working together, a long relationship, positive relationship, and one that's of the benefit for the people of the Republic of Ireland and the whole of the UK.
Substantive question to Minister Walker.
We recognise the importance of ensuring proper provision and access to mental health services right across the UK. Health services are devolved in Northern Ireland. The funding allocated to this specific service is therefore a matter for the Northern Ireland Executive to allocate from within the substantial resources provided by the UK Government. The UK Government is providing funding of £14.2 billion to the Executive in 21-22, and we would of course be supportive of them allocating some of this funding for these vital services.
Let's go to Rachel Hopkins. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently published figures show that between January 2017 and September 2020, mental health referral targets were missed over 42,000 times at emergency departments in Northern Ireland. Given rates of suicide continue to be the highest in Northern Ireland of any part of the UK, can the Minister really please confirm the funding in the new decade new approach to tackling the mental health crisis will be urgently released?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to draw attention to the acute demand on all health services, which we're seeing across the UK, including in Northern Ireland. And she's also right to refer to the funding in the NDNA agreement. There was £50 million allocated for mental health support through the Confidence and Supply Agreement. The funding is part of £350 million provided under the Confidence and Supply Agreement to support the health sector. But there's a further £60 million of capital and resource funding for medical purposes, which the Government has since announced and approved, and we continue to deliver on our NDNA commitments to the Executive.
That's the end of Northern Ireland questions. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. I will first call the Prime Minister to answer the engagement question, and then I will call Ronnie Cohen to ask his supplementary virtually. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the whole House will want to join me in sending our very best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen on her 95th birthday. Mr. Speaker, last night's verdict in Minneapolis delivered justice for the family and friends of George Floyd, and I know that the thoughts of the whole House remain with them. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the decision taken by the 6 English football teams not to join the European Super League. The announcement was the right result for football fans, for clubs and for communities across the country. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Let's go to Ronnie Cohen. Ronnie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I extend my good wishes to the Queen today in what must be difficult times. I hope she finds she's surrounded by friends and family, and she can find it within herself to take some time to celebrate her 95th birthday. I know the Prime Minister is not a supporter of basic income, but given that Hull, Belfast, Norwich, Leeds, Lambeth, Guildford, Swansea and Glasgow, along with 24 other councils around the United Kingdom, have expressed a desire to run pilot schemes which will enhance all our knowledge of the pros and the cons, will the Prime Minister consider facilitating any pilot projects in the United Kingdom? And has the UK Government considered any research into basic income? And if so, what?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for his support for a UK-wide proposal. And I trust he understands the irony of that when you consider, Mr. Speaker, that his party, as I understand it, is still hell-bent on calling an irresponsible referendum on breaking up the United Kingdom.
Dr. Luke Evans. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we come out of lockdown and look to the summer, many people are going to be concerned about their body image. And we know that there are 1.25 million people who suffer with eating disorders and 1 million people using steroids, and that number's getting worse. The Women and Equalities Committee 2 weeks ago released a report on body image, and they concluded that, I quote, doctored photos promoting unachievable body images were having a detrimental impact. So would the Prime Minister consider all options, including labelling digitally altered images, to help deal with the issues raised of body image?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is raising a very important point, and I think he and the whole House are aware of the pressure that young people in particular can feel as a result of doctored images, and as part of the online advertising, the consultation on the online advertising programme, we will look at what we can do, and I know that we will be responding to the Select Committee's report in due course.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in wishing Her Majesty a very happy birthday? The last few weeks have been a time of incredible personal anguish, and we all send Her Majesty and the royal family our very best wishes. Can I also join the Prime Minister in his comments about the verdict in the George Floyd case, justice in that case, and even as an Arsenal season ticket holder, can I join him in his comments about the European Super League, which would have destroyed football, and we now need to get on with the other changes that are necessary. And finally, Mr. Speaker, can I also send my condolences to the family of Frank Judd, who died earlier this week. Frank was a much-loved member of this House and the other place for many decades, and highly respected as a Labour minister, a great internationalist and campaigner for peace and human rights, and he will be sadly missed. What does the Prime Minister think is the right thing to do if he receives a text message from a billionaire Conservative supporter asking him to fix tax rules?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I echo the Right Honourable Gentleman's remarks about Frank Judd. And can I say to him, in response to his question, that if he's referring to the request from James Dyson, I make absolutely no apology at all, Mr. Speaker, for shifting heaven and earth and doing everything I possibly could, I think any Prime Minister would in those circumstances, to secure ventilators for the people of this country and to save lives and to roll out a ventilator procurement, which the Labour-controlled Public Accounts Committee themselves said was a benchmark for procurement.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear what these texts show. The Prime Minister was lobbied by a wealthy businessman and a close friend for a change in the tax rules. Tax rules. The Prime Minister responded, "I'll fix it." Then, after a discussion with the Chancellor, who everybody seems to be lobbying these days, the Prime Minister texted his friend to say, "It's fixed." How many other people with the Prime Minister's personal number has he given preferential treatment to?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I recall the Right Honourable Gentleman at the time saying that we should do everything that we could to get more ventilators, and indeed he congratulated the rollout of the ventilator. He said that well done to everybody involved for the ventilator challenge. And I just remind the House what we were facing in March last year, Mr. Speaker, which was that we had a new virus which was capable of killing people in ways that we didn't understand. The only way to help them in extremis was to intubate them and put them on ventilation. We had 9,000 ventilators in this country, Mr. Speaker. We secured 22,000 as a result of that ventilator challenge. I think it was entirely the right thing to do, to work with all potential makers of ventilators at that time, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, so does the former leader of the Labour Party, a man to whom I think he should listen, Tony Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised the Prime Minister brings up former leaders, since it's his former leader, his friend, I think, Dave, who's at the heart of much of this. And I acknowledge thousands of businesses stepped up during the pandemic. That was a good thing, and we celebrate that. The difference is they didn't all have the chance to text the Prime Minister ask him to fix the tax situation in exchange for doing that. That's the difference. At the heart of this scandal are people's jobs and wasted taxpayers' money. Take, for example, the thousands of jobs at Liberty Steel that are on the line, in Hartlepool, in Rotherham and elsewhere, following the collapse of Greensill Capital. The Prime Minister hasn't fixed that. In fact, he's done nothing to help steelworkers. Is it now, quite literally, One rule for those that have got the Prime Minister's phone number, another for everybody else?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he calls it a scandal. He voted for the changes that we brought in. He called our ventilator challenge an outstanding success, and I think he was completely right. This is a government that gets on and delivers for people in distress and delivers on the people's priorities. And yes, of course, I am concerned for the families of steelworkers up and down the country. That's why the Business Secretary has been meeting with the unions and with the management of Liberty Steel repeatedly over the last few days. But we believe in British Steel, Mr. Speaker. It was under the last Labour government that jobs in steel fell by more than 50% and output fell by more than 50%. We've now got a 5 million tonne pipeline of British steel with our massive infrastructure investments, and we intend to use our new freedoms under Brexit to make sure that procurement goes to British companies, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Starmer.
Well, he says we believe in British Steel. Well, do something. I have to say to the Prime Minister, steel workers waking up this morning will find it deeply offensive to hear the Prime Minister boasting to his friends that he's the First Lord of the Treasury and we can give you the backing we need. He won't give the steelworkers the backing that they need. Mr. Speaker, this shows once again that favours, privileged access, tax breaks for mates, they're the main currency of this Conservative government. And if that's not the case, Prime Minister, can the Prime Minister tell me if one of the 3 million self-employed people who've been excluded from government support for over a year and now face bankruptcy, if they text the Prime Minister to ask for a tax break so they can survive, would he change the rules for them too?
Mr. Speaker, we've given, this government, I should say, has supported the self-employed with more than £14 billion throughout the pandemic, and that's as part of a vast package of support for jobs and livelihoods across the country. We continue to do everything it takes, and I think that he should take back what he said about the ventilator challenge. He attacks the ventilator challenge now. Our efforts to get more ventilators at a very, very difficult time for this country. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, by the way, in which he opportunistically attacked the vaccine task force at a critical moment, which he will recall. Mr. Speaker, we take the tough decisions that are necessary to protect the people of this country and get things done.
Mr. Speaker, if I had to correct the Prime Minister for everything he gets wrong, I'd be here all day. I take it that's a no as an answer to the question in relation to the 3 million. And there we have it. An open door, but for those with the Prime Minister's number, a closed door to the 3 million. What this shows once again is the extent of the sleaze and cronyism that's at the heart of his Conservative government. Let me try another way, Prime Minister. Let me try another way. If an NHS nurse, Prime Minister, who's been working on the front line during the pandemic, had the Prime Minister's phone number, would they get the pay rise they so obviously deserve?
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of what this government has done to support the NHS throughout the pandemic, with record investments and with another £92 billion that we put in to support the NHS throughout the pandemic. And what we're doing to help nurses, as he knows, is last year putting in the bursary of £5,000 plus the £3,000 on top to help them with training and the costs of childcare, a 12.8% increase on starting salary just in the last couple of years, Mr. Speaker. And above all, this is the government that is helping nurses and helping the profession by recruiting more than ever before. And there are already 50,000 more people in the NHS this year than there were last year, Mr. Speaker, and 10,600 more nurses. That's what I'd say to many of the nurses that I've talked to in the last few days and weeks, and we will continue to back them to the hilt.
Yes, Starmer.
If the Prime Minister had been talking to the NHS frontline, he'd know just how insulted they are by his pay cut after everything they've put in the last year. They didn't get a text from the Prime Minister, they got a kick in the teeth. Mr. Speaker, there's a pattern to this government. The Prime Minister is fixing tax breaks for his friends. The Chancellor is pushing the Treasury to help Lex Greensill. The Health Secretary is meeting Greensill for drinks. And David Cameron's texting anybody who'll reply. every day there are new allegations about this Conservative government. Dodgy PPE deals, tax breaks for their mates. The Health Secretary owns shares in a company delivering NHS services. Sleaze, sleaze, sleaze. And it's all on his watch. With this scandal now firmly centred on him, how on earth does he expect people to believe that he is the person to clean this mess up?
I'll tell you why. Because I'll tell you why this government is doing the right thing at the right time. Because the difference between us and the Labour Party is I'm afraid, staringly obvious. And we get on with taking the tough decisions to protect the people of this country and to take our country forward. Uniting 11. We take the tough decisions to procure thousands, tens of thousands of ventilators in record time, which apparently he now opposes. We put forward tougher sentences for rapists and violent criminals, Mr. Speaker, which he then opposes on a 3-line whip, Mr. Speaker. And we take tough decisions to stick up for the fans, of our national game. Captain Hindsight snipes continually from the sidelines. This government gets on with delivering on the people's priorities, Mr. Speaker.
Philip Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2019, the government gave the Labour Council in Bradford hundreds of thousands of pounds to carry out a feasibility study for Shipley Eastern Bypass. It was due to report in the autumn of 2019. They put it back to April 2020, and yet a year on from that, there is still no sign of it. Please will the Prime Minister intervene to ensure this vital infrastructure project is delivered, and will he meet with me and our honourable friend the member for Keighley to see how we can progress our campaign to break away our constituencies from Bradford Council to set up a truly local unitary authority to deliver for our constituents?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the second point, I'm sure the relevant minister will be happy to meet and to consult him. But on his point about the Shipley bypass, the matter is currently with Bradford Council, and I suggest that Labour-controlled council follow the example of many Conservative-controlled councils and deliver that essential infrastructure project on time, creating jobs and opportunities for his constituents.
Let's go to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition on both the Queen's 95th birthday and the justice that we've now seen in the George Floyd case. Mr. Speaker, this morning's revelations surrounding the Prime Minister's interference in COVID contracts are incredibly serious. Whether it's cash for questions in the 90s or text for contracts during this pandemic, people know this is the same old story. This is how the Tories do government. The Prime Minister is at the very heart of this scandal. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister reveal today how many more COVID contracts he personally fixed? And if he has nothing to hide, will he publish all personal exchanges on these contracts before the end of the day?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, there's absolutely nothing to conceal about this, and I'm happy to share all the details with the House, as indeed I've shared them with my officials immediately. Mr. Speaker, and it's thanks to that immediate action that we've been able to roll out, and not just to deal with the ventilator challenge, but also to help the people of the whole United Kingdom to get access in record times to the vaccines on which we all depend. And I think what the people of this and the same goes for rolling out PPE, Mr. Speaker. We've had to work at incredible speed, and I think the people of this country understand that it is sometimes necessary to act decisively to get things done.
Let's go back to Ian Blackford. Ian.
If the Prime Minister says there's nothing to see here, publish them. Let us all see them. Let's have that transparency, because frankly, his excuses just don't stack up. Last March, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor had all the time in the world to fix contracts for a cosy club of friends and Tory donors, but didn't have any time to support the millions of self-employed. Those 3 million people didn't have a David Cameron or a James Dyson to text the Prime Minister for them. They were on their own, and they were left behind by this Prime Minister. This Tory text for contract scandal is growing more and more serious with every revelation. The Prime Minister was eager to initiate an inquiry into his predecessor, David Cameron. Will be as quick to commit to a public and comprehensive inquiry into himself and his own government?
Politics, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he says we had all the time in the world. In fact, as the House will recall, at the end of March last year, the pandemic was taking off very fast, and we had to act very fast, as I think people up and down this country understand. And I thought that his dog just made a more sensible contribution just now than he did.
Fair Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Farmers in Bradford and Radnorshire have worked tirelessly to give us world-class British food throughout the pandemic. In return, the Welsh Labour and Liberal Democrat government have given them a slap in the face with their nitrate vulnerable zone policy, which will do nothing for water quality and ignores the water companies dumping thousands of tonnes of sewage into our rivers. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister agree with me that this demonstrates Welsh Labour's absolute contempt for rural areas like mine?
Yes, she is entirely right, Mr. Speaker, because agriculture has, of course, devolved in Wales, and if people want to send a clear signal and they want change in the way farmers are treated in Wales, and I hope they will vote Conservative in the Welsh Assembly elections in just 2 weeks' time and vote for a party that actually champions agriculture and believes in it.
Let's go to Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. Sir Geoffrey.
Prime Minister, I was proud to put on the uniform of the Crown and to serve with tens of thousands of men and women from our armed forces and our police in protecting the entire community in Northern Ireland from the ravages of terrorism during our troubled past. The Prime Minister gave a commitment in his election manifesto to introduce legislation to protect those men and women from vexatious prosecutions. Will the Prime Minister stand by and honour that commitment?
Prime Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman very much for, first of all, for his service, and I know that the House will agree. And I want to put on record, by the way, Mr. Speaker, my thanks to the former Minister for Veterans for all that he did to help with improving the lot of veterans across our country. And we have protected many veterans with the Overseas Operations Bill. There is more to be done, as he rightly says, in the case of veterans of the Northern Ireland conflict, and we will be bringing forward further measures in due course.
Let's go to Ian Levy. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2019, Blythe Valley has benefited from significant investment for levelling up, including the Towns Fund, the Future High Streets Fund, and the reinstating of the rail line. We know now that Blythe will be the home of the UK's first gigafactory, developed by British Volt, further demonstrating the commitment to build back better. Can I congratulate my friend on his drive and commitment to help in areas which have been neglected for so long, and ask him to assure the House that he will do all that he can to help those areas realise their full potential. And I would like to offer my right honourable friend an open invitation to visit this fabulous constituency of Blythe Valley, where I'm sure he will receive a very warm welcome.
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend very much, and it was only lately that he and I stood on the seafront of Blythe, and we looked out at some of the incredible wind farms and just the harbingers, the prelude of the huge Dogger Bank wind farms that are going to be built in the North Sea. I'm delighted that a gigafactory for batteries is being established in Blythe Valley, and thanks to his help and his leadership, we are seeing Blythe Valley and many other parts of the North East at the forefront of the green industrial revolution, delivering high-wage and high-skilled jobs across our country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, hundreds of GMB gas engineers were sacked for refusing to sign new contracts, expecting them to work harder and get paid less.
Fire and rehire, abuses by rogue employers are spreading through workplaces like a virus. The government has called the practice unacceptable and bully boy tactics, but refused to take action to ban it. I'm giving the Prime Minister the chance to show us all where he stands. Will he commit here and now to include proposals to end this shameful and immoral practice of fire and rehire in next month's Queen's speech? Yes or no?
Prime Minister.
I repeat what I've said about that practice, and if she'd be kind enough to send me particular details about the case that she mentions, she raises, I will be happy to take it up.
Dr. Benspet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Access to superfast broadband is critical in today's society, but many people living in Runnymede and Weybridge can't access it. And while this question is essential viewing, my constituents may struggle to watch it streaming at home this evening if someone else is catching up on the MasterChef final. Does my right honourable friend share my ambition that everyone in Runnymede and Weybridge should have access to superfast broadband, just as every house should have access to water and electricity?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and he's entirely right, and that's why we've massively accelerated the rollout of gigabit broadband, superfast broadband and gigabit broadband, and coverage of reliable gigabit broadband was just 9% when this government took over. It will be 60% by the end of this year, and we're driving it up across the whole country, uniting and levelling up and unleashing the potential of the entire of the UK.
Thank you. Day after day, we see more corruption come to light. Yet day after day, I speak to more desperate constituents who are excluded from this government's support. People who've lost livelihoods, homes, businesses built up over the years and been unable to put food on their table. And yet it seems all they needed was the Prime Minister or Chancellor's phone number. Frankly, I'm ashamed on behalf of this country. So will the Prime Minister and Chancellor now take the calls of my constituents in Cardiff North and meet with me and them to discuss how they can rebuild their lives after losing so much?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the rollout of the ventilators, 30,000 that we delivered from scratch. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the decisions that we took. I'm proud of what we did, criticised by the Labour Party, to roll out vaccines at record speed. I'm proud of what we did to support the people of this country throughout the pandemic with an overall package of £407 billion to support the people of this country. And this country will bounce back all the better and all the stronger because of the strong economy that we ensured that this country had going into the crisis, which would have been impossible, Mr. Speaker, under a Labour government. And that is what she should tell her constituents.
Andrew Rosenthal.
Mr. Speaker, I was deeply concerned at the weekend following reports in the Sunday Express that the statue of the great United States President Ronald Reagan, which once stood in Grosvenor Square, has been removed and remains out of public sight. I know the Prime Minister will agree with me that President Reagan was a true friend to the United Kingdom, who, alongside Margaret Thatcher, ended the Cold War and supported Britain during the liberation of the Falkland Islands. Now that our American friends have moved to a new embassy in Wandsworth, would the Prime Minister agree with me that President Reagan's statue should be moved to a more prominent location on Parliament Square so that visitors from home and across the globe can honour this remarkable man?
Prime Minister.
Did you notice, Mr. Speaker, how the benches opposite recoiled at the idea of the recapture of the Falkland Islands, when you've just heard an honourable member say that she was ashamed of her country, Mr. Speaker? It is no wonder that people take that kind of attitude. I think that he's entirely right in what he says about President Reagan. I think he was a very distinguished president. It's not up to me to install a statue for him. I think that's for the Greater London Authority. I think he has to appeal to the current Mayor of London, or let's hope there's a new one to do justice to the memory of Ronald Reagan.
Let's go to Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Polio, a disease that kills and maims children, has been eliminated in all but one region of the world due to the incredible work of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. In 2019, the UK International Development Secretary pledged £400 million to the programme, as he said to do otherwise would risk a return to thousands of new polio cases every year. So will the Prime Minister now reassure the House that he will honour that commitment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Global Polio Eradication Initiative has been backed by £1.37 billion in UK aid since 1995, and as she rightly says, there are many proud successes of that programme and polio across the planet, very largely thanks to the help of the British taxpayer, has been almost eliminated.
Let's go to Sakib Bhatt. Sakib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that common sense has prevailed and that all 6 English clubs have now committed to withdrawing from the European Super League. Does my right honourable friend agree that if we are to protect the beautiful game further, football clubs must put fans at the heart of their decision-making?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker, and I think that one of the most worrying features about the European Super League proposals is that they would have taken clubs that take their names from great famous British towns and cities, English towns and cities, and turned them just into global brands with no relation to the fans, to the communities that gave them life and that give them the most love and support. And that was, in my view, totally wrong, say nothing of the lack of competition. And it's entirely right that my honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesfield, will do a root and branch investigation into the governance of football and into what we can do to promote the role of fans in that governance.
O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware that opinion polls continue to show a majority in favour of Scottish independence. Does he agree that one factor is the fact that we've been lumbered with a Prime Minister who thinks that a pound spent in Croydon is of more value to the country than a pound spent in Strathclyde?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think what the people of Scotland need is a government and administration in Scotland that spends the taxpayers' money in Scotland better and more wisely, because the results, I'm afraid, of the Scottish Nationalist Party are dismal. They're failing on education, they're failing on crime, they're failing on their taxation policies, Mr. Speaker, and no wonder all they can talk about is another irresponsible referendum and breaking up this country.
Griffith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recycling is one way in which we could all individually tackle the climate crisis. Will he join me in congratulating West Sussex County Council on recycling 53% of their household waste, a level that's almost double that of neighbouring Brighton Council?
Yeah, Mr.
My honourable friend draws attention to a very valuable and important point, which is across the country, Mr. Speaker, these Conservative councils that keep your council tax low, overwhelmingly, and deliver better services, such as recycling. And he's absolutely right to laud the efforts of the Conservative-led council in West Sussex, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to Carl Turner. Carl.
In a recent Conservative Party political broadcast, the Home Secretary claimed that only Conservative police and crime commissioners are responsible for increasing police officer numbers. Yet Humberside's Police and Crime Commissioner, Keith Hunter, has put well over 500 additional officers on our streets since 2016, the largest proportionate increase in the country, and was doing so well before the government pledged to reverse their own cuts. So will the Prime Minister take this opportunity to do the decent thing, correct the record, and congratulate Keith Hunter from taking Humberside Police from the worst performing force to one of the best in his time as Police and Crime Commissioner?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I don't wish to be to sound like a stickler for accuracy here, Mr. Speaker. But since becoming Humberside's PCC, which is my normal position, Mr. Speaker, as you know. Since becoming Humberside PCC in 2016, the force has recruited 434 officers. Of these, 129 have been recruited as part of the government's 20,000 drive. And Mr. Hunter himself praised the government's police recruitment strategy, saying the government's target had lifted officer numbers in Humberside above 2,000. So I think it'd be fair to say that Mr. Hunter's efforts, however laudable they may be, would have been impossible without the determination of this government to recruit more police officers and put them out on the street.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my right honourable friend visited the West Midlands earlier this week to meet with our brilliant Mayor, Andy Street, was he aware that the Mayor has increased by sevenfold the investment in transport, and we now have 108 new shiny carriages for the cross-city line? What advice does my right honourable friend have for my constituents in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield on May the 6th?
Ball's on the penalty spot. Come on, Flack.
Mr. Speaker, and not only is he rolling out 50 new stations, Mr. Speaker, but 150 miles more of track, linking up communities across the West Midlands, delivering job opportunities, delivering growth, delivering hope for the West Midlands, and that's why I think the people of the West Midlands should vote for another term for Mayor Andy Street.
Let's bring in the goalkeeper, John Speller.
I shall decline that invitation as a West Midlands voter. But the Prime Minister earlier said he would use new freedoms to ensure that they buy British steel. And over the last year, the difficulties with PPE provision and vaccine production has demonstrated very clearly the risk of neglecting British production capacity, let alone the impact on the prosperity and levelling up agendas. So, Prime Minister, will you now instruct government ministers, civil servants and other public bodies that when purchasing goods and services, they must buy British first?
Prime Minister.
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, and look at what we're achieving. Because since the PPE crisis began, since the pandemic began, we've turned things round. We've procured 32 billion items of PPE, and 85% of it can now be made in this country, which was completely impossible before the pandemic began. Look at what's happening on vaccines, where we've got the Valneva factory in Scotland, we've got Novavax in Teesside, which is going to be absolutely indispensable for our future success. And those investments will not only help us to protect our country against pandemics for the future, they will help us to drive jobs and prosperity for the long term across the whole of the UK.
Order. I would like to update the House on some news from the House of Lords. I'm informed that Lord McFall of Elfrith, has been successfully elected to the position of Lord Speaker. I have known John McFall since I was elected the MP for Chorley in 1997, and you couldn't find a nicer, kinder and more welcoming politician. Not only was he an extremely hard-working constituency MP, he played leading roles as chairman of the Commons Treasury Select Committee in holding the banking sector to account following the financial crash of 2008 and 9, and for the past 5 years he's served with distinction as Senior Deputy Speaker of the House of Lords, demonstrating a zeal for impartiality, firm-mindedness. I believe that his collaborative style and experience has proved that he will be an exceptionally well qualified to take over the duties as Lord Speaker. Having already worked closely with John on issues such as security, I relish the chance to do so again on the matters that cut across both Houses of Parliament. May I send congratulations on behalf of the whole House, and I also want to send my best wishes to Lord Fowler, who has been the Lord Speaker, and I wish Lord Fowler, Norman, well in the next stage of his illustrious career that we know well. So I just wanted to inform the House. Point of order. Point of order's come up. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Point of order, Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have constituents at Liberty Steel, and I've been trying to make sense of its financial relationship with Greensill Capital. I raised the issue of lobbying with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and asked him about possible contact with the former Prime Minister, David Cameron.
I've asked the same of the Governor of the Bank of England. Now, in answer to my named day parliamentary question of the 29th of March is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, can you please advise on how ministers should respond in a timely way to reasonable questions asked by members of this House?
Can I first of all thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. All honourable members are entitled to expect a timely response to their parliamentary question. In this case, those on the Treasury front bench will have heard the point of order, and I am sure that the matter will now be looked into. If the honourable member does not receive a response to his question, he might wish to talk to the table office about ways to pursue this matter. But I would point out, and quite strongly, that we are talking about people's lives, communities, and I would expect that ministers take seriously the role and the duty they have to members of Parliament who have been elected for those constituencies. Whatever political side, MPs quite rightly deserve the answer to questions. There is no reason for them not to answer timely. So I hope the message goes clearly across to the bench. Point of order, Colin Eastwood.
Speaker, during Northern Ireland questions, the Secretary of State accused members of my party of making incendiary remarks on Twitter. He should know by now that words in this chamber have an implication on the streets. We've seen it too many times. As someone who's been sitting in his ivory tower during all this trouble, when the rest of us were on the street, toe-to-toe with the men of violence, will you ask him to come to this House and clarify his remarks, please, Mr. Speaker?
Can I say, it's not a point of order for the Chair, but what I can assure the member is it's now on the record, and certainly his point will have been heard. Thank you. Right, I am now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order. Taiwo Owatemi, the 10-minute rule bill.
I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit the import, export, purchase and sale of fur and fur products and for connected purposes. Mr Speaker, 22 years ago, my honourable friend, the member for Garston and Hillwoods, introduced a bill in this House to ban fur farming. She said it was time, and I quote, to put an end to the cruel, barbaric practice of keeping wild animals in small, barren cages simply to obtain an unessential luxury product. Her bill was taken up by the Labour government and a year later became law, making Britain the first country in the world to ban the cruelty of fur farming. But despite that decision, the products of that same cruelty have continued for the last 20 years to be imported into our countries from overseas and put on sales in our shops. That double standard has continued simply because, as a member of the EU, decisions on what imports to permit were not ours to take. But now, as an independent trading nation, we have the opportunity to eliminate that double standard and once again to make history by becoming the first country in the world to ban the importation and sale of fur. In doing so, we will have the overwhelming support of the animal-loving British public. The most recent YouGov poll, commissioned by the Humane Society International UK, showed 72% of the British public support a complete ban, and only 3% of people currently wear animal fur. Yesterday, in a further sign of public feeling, the Fur Free Britain campaign delivered its petition to Downing Street with more than 1 million signatures in support. And I would like to thank all those organisations and individuals behind the Fur Free Britain campaign, led by the Humane Society International UK, the RSCPA, PETA UK, Open Cages, Four Paws, and as well as their official campaign partner, the Daily Mirror, for all their tireless work they have done on this issue over the years, and the concern and compassion they have inspired in so many, including myself. Mr Speaker, the bill that I am presenting today is a response to that public pressure. But let me explain why it is necessary and what it seeks to do, and just as importantly, what it does not. At present, fur taken from farmed animals, gassed or electrocuted after spending their short lives in crammed cages can be imported into the UK from countries all around the world. In addition, fur taken from wild animals after their slow, agonising deaths captured in leg hold traps and other inhumane devices can be imported from both the EU and a select group of other countries. Last year, the value of those imports was £29 million. The majority of that imported fur is turned into clothing, hats and accessories by the fashion industry here in Britain, either to be sold in our shops or exported overseas with an export trade worth £20 million last year. Under my proposed bill, everything I have just mentioned will be banned in the UK, the import and export of fur and fur products, and the sale of new fur products in our shops. Mr Speaker, some people will argue that we should not criminalise the wearing of existing fur products in the UK or their sale in the second-hand market, and I entirely agree. The ultimate purpose of this bill is to ensure animals in other countries are not being bred, trapped or killed today to supply the UK trade in fur. It does nothing to serve that purpose to criminalise the wearing or sale of products made many years ago. Mr Speaker, others will argue that there should be an exemption for fur hats and other items traditionally worn for religious reasons, such as the Jewish shtreimel. And again, I agree. A reasonable ban on this trade would be able to distinguish between fur worn as a mark of faith and fur worn as a fashion accessory. Finally, Mr Speaker, some would argue that any ban will have consequences for jobs and businesses in the fashion industry, a point made for many years by the British Fur Trade Association. And I agree that just as with the ban on fur production 2 decades ago, there must be support and compensation for any businesses and workers affected. But we should not exaggerate those economic effects. After all, in 2020, the UK imported £20 billion of clothing items, but imports of fur and fur articles made up just 0.15% of that total. Nor should we let those limited economic effects distract us from the core principles at stake. After all, it was the formal head of the British Fur Trade Association himself, Mr. Mike Moser, who left the organisation last year, saying it was, and I quote, an indefensible industry, and that there is no justification for fur. Mr. Speaker, if there are some arguments in which my bill would seek to accommodate, there are others which I feel it cannot. Some critics will say that the Queen's Guard must be allowed to continue wearing bearskin hats as part of their ceremonial dress. And as we wish Her Majesty a happy birthday in this very sad week, my own view is that if she decided to stop purchasing new fur some 18 months ago, it is high time for her guards to do the same and transition to synthetic alternatives. After all, it was the Prime Minister himself who said in 2015 that if Stella McCartney can help save a few bears by making false Busby's, then I'm not going to fight that. Other critics might argue that this is a civil liberties issue and people should be free to buy and sell whatever they please. My own view is that the British public feel deeply that a trade in animal fur is something we do not wish to continue in our country, and that overwhelming opinion cannot be permanently blocked by the very small minority who disagree. Finally, Mr. Speaker, some critics may argue that a ban on fur might cause us problems when seeking to negotiate new trade deals with fur-producing nations such as the United States and Canada. My own view is that this is, in fact, argues for pressing ahead with a UK ban at the earliest opportunity, before it can become a bargaining chip in any negotiation, or even worse, before we find ourselves bound in the terms of any trade agreement which makes fur bans more difficult to introduce. After all, it would be bizarre if we finally regained the rights to take this decision as an independent trading nation, but then find ourselves unable to do so because of a new trade deal signed elsewhere. Which brings me, Mr. Speaker, to the question of timing. I hope that the bill that I'm presenting today will be taken up by the government. But if the government has that intention, I hope they will do so quickly, decisively, and as a standalone issue, because the time to act is now. We cannot wait and run the risk that a proposed fur ban gets either bogged down or watered down as a result of future trade negotiations. We cannot wait for a fur ban to be included in some much wider animal welfare bill that risks suffering months or years of delay. And from a point of view of morality, we should not wait while yet more animals overseas live short, miserable lives in wire cages or suffer cruel, slow deaths in lead-hole traps just to service a fur trade in our country which the vast majority of our people oppose. Mr. Speaker, let me close by echoing the words of my honourable friend, the member for Garston and Hillwood, when she introduced her bill in 1999 to ban the domestic production of fur. She said, and I quote, "As we approach a new millennium, it is up to this House to set the standards we want for the next one." Well, as we enter another new era as an independent trading nation, it is once again up to this House to set the standards we want by deciding what trade we wish to permit. And I therefore urge colleagues from across this House to join me in saying that Britain no longer wishes to permit this barbaric trade in fur of animals and instead chooses to make history by being the first country in the world to ban that trade in full. This is what my bill seeks to do, and I commend it to the House.
The honourable member has leave to bring in the bill. The question is, did the honourable member have to leave to bring in the bill? As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Emily Thornbury, Luke Pollard, Edward Miliband, Clive Lewis, Kerry McCarthy, Maria Eagle, Belle Ribot-Adu, Alex Sobel, Rachel Hopkins, Caroline Lucas, Timo Machoma, and myself, Mr. Speaker.
Owatemi?
Fair Trade Prohibition Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to motion number 2 on the prevention and suppression of terrorism. I will call Minister Chris Philp to move. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Terrorism Act 2000 Prescribed Organisations Amendment Order 2021, laid before the House on the 19th of April, be approved. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to taking all necessary steps to protect the people of this country. Tackling terrorism in all its guises is a key element of that mission. The threat level in the UK, which is set by the independent Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, remains at substantial. This means a terrorist attack in our country is likely. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister whether he's able to give figures of how many terrorist attacks have been thwarted by our security services, although I realise he may not be able to?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to my honourable friend, the member for Beckenham, that our security services and our counter-terrorism police work tirelessly to foil terror plots. And in fact, since 2017, in the last 4 years, 28 such terror plots have been successfully thwarted. And I take this opportunity to pay tribute to our security services, our counter-terrorism police, and all those who work in the law enforcement and intelligence community for the work they do, often at risk to themselves, to keep us and our constituents and our fellow citizens safe on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, the constantly evolving nature of terrorism means that we continuously have to consider whether new action is necessary to ensure our response is adapted to the threat picture. The danger posed by terrorist organisations varies from one group to another. There are those which recruit, radicalise, promote and encourage terrorism, as well as those which prepare and commit terrible acts of violence against innocent members of the public. We have a duty to tackle all these groups. While we can never entirely eliminate the threat from terrorism, what we can do is minimise the danger it poses and keep the public safe. In that spirit, Mr. Speaker, there are currently 76 international terrorist organisations currently prescribed under the Terrorism Act 2000. Thanks to the dedication, courage and skill of counter-terrorism policing and our security and intelligence services, most of these groups have never carried out a successful attack on UK soil. Proscription is a powerful tool for degrading terrorist organisations, and I will come on to explain the impact it can have shortly. The group we now propose to add to the list of terrorist organisations, amending Schedule 2 of the Terrorism Act 2000, is the Atom Waffen Division, or AWD, and its alias, the National Socialist Order, or NSO. AWD is a predominantly US-based white supremacist group that was active under that guise between 2015 and 2020. NSO is the alias of AWD, which has claimed itself to be AWD's successor group and remains active to this day. The group's actions, which seek to divide communities, stir up hatred and incite terrorism, are entirely contrary to the interests of our nation. Under Section 3 of the Terrorism Act 2000, the Home Secretary has the power to prescribe an organisation if she believes it is currently concerned in terrorism. If the statutory test is met, the Home Secretary may then exercise her discretion to prescribe that organisation. The Home Secretary considers a number of factors in considering whether to exercise that discretion, including the nature and scale of the organisation's activities and the need to support other members of the international community in tackling terrorism. The effect of prescription is to outlaw a listed organisation and ensure it is unable to operate in the United Kingdom. It is a criminal offence for a person to belong to, support or arrange a meeting in support of a proscribed organisation. It is a criminal offence to wear clothing or carry articles in public which arouse reasonable suspicion that an individual is a member of that organisation. The penalties for proscription offences can be up to 10 years in prison or an unlimited fine, and the Counter-Terrorism and Sentencing Bill, due I believe to receive royal assent next week, includes provisions to increase the penalty for certain proscription offences to 14 years. Prescription is designed to crack down on a group's ability to operate through various means, including enabling prosecution, supporting the takedown of online material, underpinning immigration-related disruptions, for example, excluding members of the group from the United Kingdom, and making it possible to seize cash. Given its wide-ranging impact, The Home Secretary only exercises this power after thoroughly reviewing the available evidence on any organisation, whether that's open source material, intelligence material, or advice that reflects consultation across government, the intelligence agencies, law enforcement, and indeed international partners. Decisions are taken with great care and consideration, and it's appropriate that such orders must be approved by both Houses of Parliament. Having carefully considered the evidence, the Home Secretary believes AWD, including through its activities of its alias NSO, is concerned in terrorism, and the discretionary factors weigh in favour of prescription. Although I am unable to comment on specific intelligence, I can provide the House with a summary of the group's activities. They celebrate a collection of noxious essays which advocate the use of violence to bring about a fascist white ethno-state by initiating the collapse of modern society via an ideology known as accelerationism. AWD's online propaganda has encouraged and promoted terrorist acts, and this content remains influential amongst accelerationist terrorist groups. We know that AWD has inspired, at least in part, several loosely affiliated franchise groups abroad, including Führerkrieg Division, which was proscribed in July of last year. In March 2020, AWD claimed it had disbanded following pressure from US law enforcement agencies, but in July 2020, NSO announced itself online as AWD's successor, adhering to the same abhorrent ideology. We therefore believe that NSO would be covered, or should be covered, as an alias organisation of AWD. Mr. Speaker, our strategy to combat terrorism looks at the full spectrum of activity. It is absolutely right that this includes confronting square-on the threats from groups who call for violence and mass murder and who unlawfully glorify horrific terrorist acts, so they are prevented from continuing to stir up hatred and incite or carry out terrorism. Mr. Speaker, when groups without a physical presence in the UK are prescribed, particularly when looking at groups like AWD, which have an established online presence, it is important to consider the impact prescription has. By prescribing supremacist, accelerationist terrorist groups like these, we underline our commitment to ensuring the UK is a hostile environment for individuals involved in terrorist activity. Our objective is to ensure there are no safe spaces for any of these terrorist groups of all their ideologies in which they are able to promote or share their extreme views. We are committed to preventing that from happening. So in prescribing AWD and NSO, we send a clear signal that dissemination of the group's online propaganda is unacceptable. The Home Office continues to work closely with law enforcement, our international partners, tech companies, including through the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, to collaboratively tackle the spread of terrorism content online. We know that prescription of groups helps tech companies to better tackle terrorist materials on their platforms. We believe there is a strong case for the government to proscribe AWD and to list NSO as an alias. It will build upon the robust action the government has already been taken by prescribing National Action and its aliases Sonnenkrieg Division and Führerkrieg Division. Our message, Mr. Speaker, is clear. We will always take every possible action to counter the threat from those who hate the values we cherish. Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of the public is our #1 priority, and I therefore commend this order to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper. I now call Shadow Minister Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour opposition has made clear repeatedly that our first overriding priority is and always will be to protect the British public and keep our communities safe. This includes from those who cynically and dangerously attack our values, customs and way of life through the provocation and perpetration of horrendous acts of terror. It's right that this vile group be outlawed as a terrorist organisation, so we welcome and support this proscription motion, which sends a strong message that racism, fascism and the glorification of terrorism simply won't be tolerated in our society or on our streets. We also welcome the clarity and direction that this measure will provide to counter-terrorism policing, the intelligence and security services, as well as their operational partners, in respect of this organisation and its members. Mr. Speaker, as has been touched on, Owatemi Division, or AWD, is a white supremacist group, predominantly US-based, and it was active between the years of 2015 to 2020. Disturbingly, AWD believes in an ideology that has come to be known as accelerationism, and this group follows a collection of writings which advocate violence to bring about a white ethno-state by instigating the collapse of society through a race war. It is reported that AWD's techniques include harassment of public figures, such as politicians, journalists and others, and organising terror plots. AWD's vile propaganda in the online sphere has promoted and sparked terrorist activity. The content very likely remains influential amongst accelerationist terrorist groups. It is said that AWD inspired affiliated franchise groups abroad, including Peacock, the last terrorist group to be proscribed. In March 2020, AWD claimed it had disbanded. The National Socialist Order announced itself as AWD's successor in July 2020, holding the same aims and ideology. It is believed that AWD is almost certainly operating under the National Socialist Order alias. Shockingly, under the guise of the National Socialist Order, the group has dedicated itself to bringing about white power government by any means necessary, seen to be an open endorsement of violence. We know the threat from far-right extremism and terrorism, both here in the UK and abroad, is rising. Home Office figures show that the number of far-right prisoners in custody for terrorism-related offences has grown steadily for the last 7 years. In the year ending December 2020, there were 42 persons holding far-right ideologies in custody for terror offences, the highest on record, and a fifth of those in custody for terrorism-related offences. To put that into perspective, in the year ending December 2015, only 5 years previously, there were 5 persons with far-right ideologies in custody for terrorism-related offences, just 3% of those in custody for terror offences. The latest Home Office figures for Prevent and Channel show that of the 697 channel cases in the year ending March 2019, 43% of cases were initially referred due to concerns on right-wing radicalisation, though most common by over 90 cases. 22% of Prevent referrals were more widely referred due to right-wing radicalisation concerns. It is profoundly concerning that AWDs seems to have been operational since 2015 and to have disbanded in March 2020, yet it is only now that decisive action is being taken. We raised similar concerns on the adequacy of timing back in July 2020 during the proscription of the white supremacist group Peacock Division. Why on earth has it taken so long for the government to recognise this threat and finally proscribe this group? It is already way past its peak and action already taken against it in the USA. The slowness of the UK response begs the question, is the current proscription process really fit for purpose? We have previously raised the need for action to be taken against organisations such as the Nazi occultist group Order of the Nine Angles, who have influenced the Atom Waffen Division and still seem able to operate freely in the UK. Counter-terrorism police leaders have long warned about the growing threat from the far-right terrorism, both here in the UK and abroad. And I have to ask the Minister whether counter-terrorism policing has been granted all the funding and additional resources it has requested in order to tackle Atom Waffen Division and National Socialist Order's operations and shut down their existing networks. And can he tell me if enforcement orders are being tracked and enforced? We also need to know what steps the government is taking to ensure that proscription measures have the maximum possible impact, including preventing the group's illicit operation under new formats, both in online and offline arenas. Proscription should be the start of the enforcement process and not the end. And I wonder if the Minister can tell me if there's been a ban imposed on the association of members of Atom Waffen Division to stop them setting up as a new organisation again. Finally, today demonstrates yet more conclusive evidence of the Home Secretary's lack of a robust, coherent strategy to deal with the growing menace of far-right terrorism. Labour has long warned the government about this, but where is the action? How can the Home Secretary seriously claim that she is doing everything within her reach to address the threat without such a strategy? And how many times do we, on this side of the House, have to raise this? I trust the Minister will recognise the gravity and urgency of these questions, both in the context of today's motion and in terms of protecting the public, and I hope he can provide suitably adequate assurances to the House. I also wish to put on record our thanks to Hope Not Hate for the hard work and dedication in monitoring the activities of the far-right extremist organisations. Our priority is to keep the public and our community safe, and today's prescription order is welcome in relation to that most important of goals. But we're seeing a pattern of emerging from this government, one of dither and delay on these vital decisions, when action is happening far too late. Ministers must prove that they have a robust enough strategy to address this worrying rise in far-right extremism and terrorism and tackle this appalling threat.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Stuart C. MacDonald. Stuart.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I also thank the Minister for setting out the reasons behind the tabling of this order. And of course, we fully support the prescription of Atomwaffen and its National Socialist Order alias. There is little more that I can add to what has already been said about why that is the right thing to do. AWD is a neo-Nazi white supremacist group which rails against Jews, LGBT people and other minorities. It promotes and celebrates violence and terrorism and has made efforts, as I understand it, to recruit from the US military. So prescription of this horrendous organisation is absolutely appropriate. And that's particularly so against the backdrop of right-wing extremism that is a growing problem in the US, at home and elsewhere, an extremism that is increasingly vicious and increasingly attracted to violence. But there are 4 issues I wanted to raise with the Minister as constructively as possible. And the first, echoing what the Shadow Minister has said, is about timing. Why now? The explanatory memorandum sets out that AWD has inspired, at least in part, several loosely affiliated franchise groups abroad, including Flower Creek Division, which was prescribed here in July 2020, and the Minister repeated that himself. Similarly, it's just over a year since we debated and supported prescription of Sonnekraig Division, SKD, and some describe SKD as a UK arm of Atomwaffen Division. And indeed, we know that in December 2018, 3 members of SKD were arrested for threatening to kill Prince Harry, and the leaders had been in direct contact with senior AWD members. All of this begs the question, why did we not prescribe AWD at these earlier points in time when we knew of these associations? The explanatory memorandum itself suggests that Atomwaffen are already past the peak of their powers. Why couldn't this have happened earlier? And as the Shadow Minister said, timing is an issue that has been raised before, and similar complaints are regularly made at debates of this type. Last year, when SKD and System Resistance Network were prescribed, that happened only after the Honourable Member for Cardiff South and Penarth in particular had been calling for such action for many months on the Home Affairs Committee and in the Chamber. And I think we'll hear from him shortly. If we are to maximise the disruptive potential of these orders, is there not more potential to act speedily? And on a related note, again echoing what the Shadow Minister said, we do know there have been calls by Hope Not Hate and others for the Order of Nine Angles also to be prescribed, arguing that it has been a key influence on the AWD and several other Nazi terror groups and implicated in planned terror attacks in the USA. So is there not a danger that the government is repeating its slow step-by-step approach and thereby again limiting the ability for these orders to cause disruption? Secondly, I just wanted to ask the Minister about what international discussions there have been with allies about this specific group and the more general approach to prescription. It was noticeable that when reporting on the recent Australian decision to prescribe SKD, the Sydney Morning Herald quoted an Australian Security Intelligence Organisation official as saying that other extremist groups had been suggested for prohibition by the UK. However, it was decided that they didn't meet the legal definition and that the UK's definition for prescribing a terrorist organisation was broader than Australia's. Now, I appreciate that the Minister will be limited about what he can say with regards to those discussions, but doesn't that highlight the need for better coordinated international action to tackle the specific and unique threat posed by far-right terror groups? We know, and I think I've already mentioned, that the international connections amongst white supremacist groups are complicated, but there are apparently all sorts of close relations with members drawing inspiration from each other. Thirdly, I wanted to ask the Minister what recent assessment the Minister had made of how effective prescription is proving to be and will continue to be. He used the word powerful, I think, in describing this as a powerful tool. And we know it does lead to disruption and leads to arrest of members, but equally, the fact that we are continually adding aliases, while I appreciate that that's absolutely necessary and appropriate, it does raise the question of whether we are really causing anything more than inconvenience to these actors. And I just ask simply what can be done to maximise the potential impact that these orders have. And then fourthly and finally, Mr Speaker, can we look again at precisely how we scrutinise these orders? I appreciate there are good reasons why the government doesn't want to give significant advance notice to the groups it's planning to prescribe and hence This instrument was only laid 2 days ago, and nor, of course, can the government publish the information that the Prescription Review Group has about these organisations. But that does tend to mean, as a former independent terrorism legislation reviewer, David Anderson, said, that these debates can be perfunctory. These are significant powers, and while this is a clear-cut case, others won't be so clear-cut. So how can we strengthen the scrutiny process? Is there possibly a role for the Intelligence and Security Committee in scrutinising these decisions? What more can we do to improve oversight? But in conclusion, in due course, we should perhaps have a broader debate on the use and operation of these powers. But for today, of course, we fully support prescription of this horrendous organisation, and we pay tribute to all who work hard to tackle and contain such groups and to keep us safe.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin my comments today by welcoming the ban of the AWD. They are a dangerous Nazi group, and any government action against groups such as this is welcome. Far-right terrorism is on the rise and is currently the fastest growing terror threat in the country. And whilst I of course welcome prescription, banning an organisation must be the start of the enforcement process, not the end. As Parliamentary Chair of Hope Not Hate, an anti-fascist campaign group, I've spoken about the threat of the far right in this chamber before, particularly with regard to the Order of the Nine Angles. Hope Not Hate has consistently provided a clear case for prescription of the O9A. It's not a new organisation. It's been active since the 1970s, and its members make use of largely unmonitored, encrypted social media platforms to incite hatred and inspire people to commit acts of terror. Over the last 24 months alone, 8 Nazis who have been linked to the O9A have been convicted for terror offences in the UK, with the majority of these in their teens, and strong evidence suggests that children as young as 13 are being groomed by the group. It is believed their core membership is around 2,300 people, with a further 2,000 sympathisers worldwide. This is no fringe group. This is a very serious organisation, and it is quickly becoming one of the most extreme far-right terror groups in the UK. In July last year, a US soldier was charged with giving classified information to the O9A regarding his unit's deployment with the intent of the group attacking the unit. A second soldier has also posted pictures of himself brandishing O9A literature alongside the caption, "Hidden in plain sight." Groups like this make use of encrypted social media platforms and dark online spaces. Tracking their movement and activity is therefore extremely difficult. It's over a year since I coordinated a letter from a cross-party group of MPs calling for the organisation to be banned. I also met with the Home Office Minister, the Honourable Member for Old Bexley and Sidcup. I'm therefore disappointed that despite vocal pressure and constructive discussion from myself, other colleagues and compelling evidence from Hope Not Hate, the government has missed an opportunity and is still unwilling to act and prescribe the group. Can the Minister today tell the House why that is? It is becoming clear that the government needs to conduct a review of the prescription process. Ministers have previously told me they cannot give a running commentary on the workings in this area, but can ministers answer the following questions themselves? Does the prescription review process have sufficient resources to ensure the process is able to move briskly enough? Are ministers seriously satisfied that it took this long to ban the AWD? Given the far right poses the fastest growing terror threat, are ministers satisfied that intelligence gathering is sufficiently strong to proactively consider groups that are engaging in activities close to the threshold for prescription? And are ministers happy with the level of enforcement against prescribed organisations and their members? In the past, prescription was the culmination of the process against the group, whereas it should merely be the start. So I would like to conclude by again urging the government to review this process in full and seriously consider the prescription of other groups, such as the Order of the Nine Angles, who have a clear and consistent record of spreading hate and conspiring to commit acts of terror. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that we're all united in this House in opposing violent, fascist and anti-democratic terrorist activity. We will all agree on prescribing the Atomwaffen Division, who call for white supremacy and race war. But it is clear that the measure before us today was not introduced soon enough and does not go far enough. Fascist political activity online now has global reach, and Nazis in one country inspire and encourage those elsewhere, while seeking to twist political debate to their race-obsessed ideologies, particularly on social media. Sites such as Parler, 8chan, BitChute and elsewhere are a hotbed of extremist content, and more mainstream social media sites, including Twitter, Facebook and Reddit, both host such content and point users towards these more niche parts of the internet where terrorist activity is glorified and copycat activity encouraged. Governments must take this more seriously and be more adept at responding to the threats posed by these groups. Atomwaffen Division formed in 2015 and claims to have disbanded back in March 2020 to be replaced by its successor, National Socialist Order. Can the Minister set out what will be done to speed prescriptions in the future? This is also a missed opportunity. I commend Hope Not Hate as the leading and tireless campaigners against fascism in this country, and who have been instrumental in intervening in a murder plot of one of my honourable friends. They are clear that this was a chance to also ban the Order of the Nine Angles, a Nazi occult group that promotes terrorism, murder, sexual violence and child abuse. Hope Not Hate recommended that they be prescribed in March 2020, over a year ago, and yet there has still been no action to ban them and give the police a specific instruction to disband them. Over the past 2 years, 8 Nazis linked to the Order of the Nine Angles have been convicted of terror offences in the UK. Between 2015 and 2020, the number of people holding far-right ideologies in custody in the UK for terror offences increased 5-fold. These are dangerous, vile networks, and the government should be taking a proactive lead to quash them. Our political debate is vulnerable to these extremist groups pushing their racist poison, which can then seep through into the mainstream, like the Warrington Conservative Council candidate who tweeted at me as a Jewish woman to keep the Aryan race going about the Prime Minister's baby. For all our safety, the government should be faster and tougher in banning these Nazi groups, particularly given the danger of vulnerable children and young people being recruited online, given delays in bringing forward robust online harms legislation to protect them from this threat. I want also to commend the work of the Community Security Trust for their work in monitoring threats from far-right organisations like those under discussion today to the Jewish community, including Jewish MPs like myself. They've been a credible support since I was first elected, and I don't think that I could have made it through this year without them. The Jewish community shouldn't need to have guards outside our schools and places of worship, but we know from events in the UK, US and in Europe that as long as these Nazi organisations are free to recruit others, that we still do. More robust action against far-right organisations we know pose a threat not only to public figures, but to the wider community and to the very fabric of multiculturalism in Britain, will ensure that the police and other organisations who tackle violent extremism in the UK are better equipped to deal with this threat. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Home Secretary will bring forward measures to do just that, to the so-called Order of the Nine Angles and to other Nazi organisations not covered by existing prescriptions.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Warrington North, and I wholeheartedly endorse her comments on what she said, because I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that the fascism is a threat to everyone in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as indeed others are. Can I also just thank the Minister for his statement, for his hard work that he has done up until now and will do for the future, and also to our government, Mr. Speaker, and for all that they do to protect us. I also wish to put on record my sincere thanks to the police, MI5 and others who ensure that we're able to continue to have the democratic opportunities that we have in this society, and that everyone who makes that happen and helps that happen deserves our sincere thanks. And coming as I do from Northern Ireland, I'm also very aware of the attack on the policewoman in Dungiven upon her and her child as they went to get into the car, and I wish to put on record my condemnation of that attack, and that really was targeted in Dungiven in Londonderry, and I think every one of us today realise just how important that is, and to record our condemnation. As one who has lived in Northern Ireland all my life and who has lived through some 30 odd years of terrorism campaign and has also served in the Ulster Defence Regiment in that role, I'm very aware that of many good friends who have given their lives in uniform in the army and the police, over the years, and I always want to put that on record and thank them in person in this House today. We have been able to sleep in our beds because of their efforts. Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland has seen the devastating impact of youth being used for political activism, turning into political terrorism, and I'm always mindful of, as my mum would have said, nipping that problem in the bud. So I think the Minister is very clearly, hopefully, and sincerely, and trying to honestly do that, is going to nip this in the bud at the very beginning. The murders carried out in the US and the impact that the Minister has already laid out in his statement to the House today, which indicates that youth with arrest for terror offences have links, would carry my full support, and also my party's, Democratic Unionist Party, full support, that the group called Owatemi Division, AWD, be outlawed. I understand, Minister, that they have also been linked alongside National Action, and perhaps maybe, and also known as the Minister said, National Socialist Order. That they do and can create a potential threat for every one of us in this House and our constituents who live outside. So can the Minister confirm that this will also address the offshoots and any youth programmes, etc., that are affiliated with this group as well? And what steps can be taken to help these young people who have been radicalised? Radicalism, Mr. Speaker, in our society is a scourge from whatever side it comes from, whether it comes from the left or the right. It destroys lives and destroys young people, and we need to take action to address that as well. Can I also ask the Minister that this order will apply to Northern Ireland, as there has been some indication that National Action, who have been connected to the AWD, have been trying to organise there, and certainly I would have concerns, and there is evidence that AWD have been trying to gain some access or increase their influence in parts of Northern Ireland. So I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying, congratulating the Minister and Government on this concrete action today in a very, very positive way on, and assures that all groups that threaten the stability of government and society and attack people purely because of their ethnicity or their religious background must be taken out of society. And this is a very, very positive fashion and how government has responded to it. And I think each and every one of us would welcome what government has done and look forward to the positive action in other cases as they arise. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, look, I thank members from across the House for the very constructive tone they've taken in contributing to this afternoon's debate. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I'll just pick up on one or two of the points raised before concluding and making way for the government's newest minister, who I see is preparing to make his very well-deserved debut just next to me here on the front bench. Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Minister raised some questions about the speed at which the process unfolds, and various other members, including the member for Barnsley East, raised questions about other groups that might be under consideration. Given how significant these powers are, and given that if somebody is a member of a prescribed organisation or conducts activities in association with it, they are liable for a prison sentence of up to 10 years, being increased shortly to 14 years. I think it is right that these matters are considered in a thoughtful and careful way and not in haste. But I can assure the Shadow Minister and other members that where organisations are suspected of being involved in terrorist activities of this nature, the government, the Home Office, the intelligence community will move as quickly as it can. And I will most certainly pass on the remarks I've heard in the Chamber this afternoon from various members to my colleague, the Security Minister, to make sure these points are certainly heard. The Shadow Minister asked about resource for counter-terrorism policing, and I'm pleased to be able to remind the House that just last year there was a £90 million increase, a 10% increase in resources being made available for counter-terrorism policing, increasing expenditure to £900 million a year. So counter-terrorism policing is categorically getting the funding it needs to keep us safe. Yes.
Giving way, just a very quick question to the Minister. Can he confirm that some of those monies are being allocated to Northern Ireland, where terrorism is a real threat? Thank you.
Yeah, I certainly can confirm to the Honourable Member for Strangford that Northern Ireland, of course, gets its fair share of counter-terrorism police funding, where the issue, as we know, over many years has been so serious and so acute. Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Minister also asked about making sure we take action against groups where they appear in new formats, where they discard their old name and their old organisation, but in substance start up as the same organisation but in a different guise. And of course that is why the concept of aliases is so important. Indeed, that is a concept we are using today as we are formally recognising NSO as effectively an alias of AWD. So that is the mechanism by which we can make sure groups can't just cast off one identity and assume another. Mr. Speaker, the SNP's frontbench spokesman asked about international discussions. I'm obviously not going to comment on the detail of those because they touch on security and intelligence issues, but I can confirm to him and to the House that we are in very frequent and close discussion with international partners, particularly Five Eyes countries, but much more widely than that as well, to make sure we are cooperating, exchanging information on these terrorist groups to protect our citizens and other citizens from the very serious threat which they pose. He also asked about follow-up, and I agree that prescription is just the beginning, it's not the end of the process. Of course, the intelligence community and counter-terrorism police continue to monitor and follow up on these organisations, and it is for that reason that since 2001, 49 convictions have been secured in connection with prescription offences. So an organisation has been prescribed and then a conviction has later been secured in connection with that. He also asked about scrutiny. How can these decisions get scrutinised? And I would say there is an appeal process. So if an organisation is the subject of a prescription order, then they are able at any time, both immediately or later, to exercise a right of appeal to a body called the Prescribed Organisation Appeal Commission, which is judicial, and they can put their case to the judges there. Evidence can be heard in secret if necessary, and that organisation can either, or that body, that appellate body, can either overturn the Home Secretary's decision or they can refer a matter back to the Home Secretary. So there is an independent body to which appeals can be made. Finally, in response to a point made by the member for Warrington North, she asked about the damage that can be done online, hateful ideologies being spread online. And, of course, the government published its response to the White Paper on Online Harm last December, and the government has confirmed its intention this year, this calendar year, to legislate to bring forward new measures to combat online harms, which will include precisely the dangers that the Honourable Lady referred to during her speech earlier. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as we've, I think, clearly established during this debate, AWD and its alias organisation, NSO, are dangerous organisations. They promote and advocate terrorism. They pose a threat to citizens, not just in this country, but in many countries around the world, including the United States. And as such, I urge my honourable and right honourable colleagues across the House to support this order this afternoon.
The question is that the motion on prevention and suppression of terrorism, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I'd like to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Overseas Operations, Service Personnel and Veterans Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
Just before we do start, I just want to welcome the new Minister to his place, and I would like to wish the previous Minister all the best as well. I think, whatever side, I think everybody has great respect for Johnny Mercer. Right, we begin with the government motion to disagree with the Lords on Amendment 1, with which we will consider other amendments and motions listed on the selection paper. I call new Minister Leo Doherty to move to disagree with the Lords Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this House disagrees with Lords Amendment 1. And if you will allow me, Mr. Speaker, I would, before moving on to the main meat of my speech, to formally put on record my thanks to the honourable member for Plymouth Moor View in his fantastic work on veterans issues for many years and his work in getting this bill to this point today. And I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he will share my satisfaction that, with the following wind, it will make further progress today. Importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to confirm to the House, although not in the scope of the discussion today, that a bill will soon come forward from the Northern Ireland Office that will protect our Northern Ireland veterans of Operation Banner and address the legacy of the Troubles. And I know that this will be of sincere interest to many members of the House here today. Delighted.
I thank the brand new Minister for allowing me to intervene. That is very good news indeed. I look forward to it because right now, or if that does not happen, we have second-class veteran soldiers, because those that have served abroad are first class in the way they're treated, and those of us that served many times in Northern Ireland would be second class.
Well, I thank the right honourable and gallant gentleman for that intervention. I acknowledge his significant service on operations in Northern Ireland, and I know that he will share my keen expectation that we will, through legislation in due course, deliver the protection that our Op Banner veterans so richly deserve. Delighted to be with.
First of all, can I congratulate the Minister on coming in and look forward very much to working with him, as I did with his predecessor, and wish him well. Obviously, for those who have served in Northern Ireland and those who we owe a great debt to, including the gallant and honourable member who's just spoken there beforehand, can I just reiterate the point again, that us and ourselves in the Democratic Unionist Party and Unionist people as well want to put on record our thanks to all of those who served, all of those who made a contribution, and we look very much forward to that legislation coming through, which we feel is only correct and right for everyone. Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable member for that intervention, and I agree entirely with him. Those who have served are the finest among us, and this government is resolutely committed to delivering through legislation the protections that our veterans of the Troubles in Northern Ireland deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving to the Government Amendment in lieu of Laws Amendment 1, the Laws Amendment adds a new subclause to Clause 6 and has the effect of excluding genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes and torture offences from the measures in Part 1 of this bill. In proposing this Government Amendment to include genocide, crimes against humanity and torture in Schedule 1 of the bill, I should like to repeat what has been said many times during the passage of this bill. The decision to exclude only sexual offences from the measures in Part 1 of the bill did not mean that the government would not continue to take its international obligations in respect of other offences extremely seriously. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should like to reassure once more on this point. The United Kingdom does not participate in, solicit, encourage or condone the use of torture for any purpose, and we remain committed to maintaining our leading role in the promotion and protection of human rights, democracy and the rule of law. However, the government has listened to the very real concerns expressed by many in both houses, and I should like to express my thanks today to Lord Robertson of Port Ellen for his constructive and collegiate approach on this issue. Delighted.
For giving way, and I congratulate him on his appointment. I very much welcome the concession he's just announced, but why is the government retaining the presumption against prosecution in the case of war crimes? Because leaving that leaves open the risk of UK troops in the future being summoned to the International Criminal Court. Surely nobody wants that.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for that intervention, and I think he will derive reassurance from the remarks that I'm shortly about to make, so I ask him to bear with me. These concerns, Madam Deputy Speaker, are that by not excluding other serious offences, the bill risks damaging not only the UK's reputation for upholding international humanitarian and human rights law, including the UN Convention Against Torture, but also the reputation of our armed forces. Although we can be absolutely reassured that our armed forces would never resort to acts of genocide or crimes against humanity, and that it would be extremely unlikely for individual members of the services to be charged with such offences, Not explicitly excluding these offences from the bill is clearly an omission that must be rectified, and I am happy, therefore, to propose that now. In addition, Madam Deputy Speaker, and in order to prevent any further perceived damage to the UK's reputation in respect of our ongoing commitment to upholding the rule of law and our international obligations, particularly the UN Convention Against Torture, this amendment would add torture offences to the list of excluded offences in Schedule 1. The intent of the bill, as drafted, is to ensure that the Part 1 measures will apply to as wide a range of offences as possible, in order to provide reassurance to our service personnel that the operational context will be taken into account in relation to allegations of criminal offences on historical overseas operations. Madam Deputy Speaker, excluding further offences beyond those of genocide, crimes against humanity, torture and sexual offences would, however, undermine that reassurance by excluding a considerable list of offences from the application of the measures in Part 1. We believe that we can take this approach safe in the knowledge that the prosecutor retains their discretion to make the appropriate decision about whether or not to prosecute a service person on a case-by-case basis, including in respect of other serious offences. The presumption, therefore, against prosecution is a high threshold. It is not a bar. Madam Deputy Speaker, in proposing this amendment, which will see the exclusion of a greater number of offences from the measures in Part 1 of the bill, the Government believes that it is appropriate to also propose the removal of the delegated power in Clause 6, which allows the Secretary of State to amend Schedule 1. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe I would be delighted to give way.
Can I also welcome my honourable friend to the front bench? It's an overdue promotion, I should say. But can I bring him back to this question of war crimes? He's going to talk about the Henry VIII Clause in a minute, but I want to bring back this question of war crimes. Many of us who are emotionally very supportive of this bill, and indeed its successor with respect to Northern Ireland, do not want to see under any circumstances British soldiers brought before the International Criminal Court. That would be a shame on them and a shame on our country. And the International Criminal Court's Chief Prosecutor has made it plain that in the event we hinder, and this would be a hindrance, we hinder the prosecution of war crimes, that they would see it as appropriate for themselves to bring the prosecution. That seems to me, and much of this is a fantastic improvement, but that seems to me a fairly sizable hole in the improvement.
Well, I take the honourable gentleman's point, but I think the point to bear in mind is that nothing in this bill will hinder the prosecution of that sort. What we must bear in mind is that the prosecutor retains the absolute discretion to prosecute if there is a serious allegation, and the prosecutor will take into account the severity of the crime. But removing any more categories from the bill would unnecessarily weaken the reassurance to service personnel and veterans. And we must remember that it is a high threshold and not a bar, and I hope he is reassured by my reassurance. I would also disagree that I will have to give way.
Giving away, but by accepting the changes necessary in the case of torture, he's surely accepting that there is a problem here and that war crimes also need to be excluded in the same way. Otherwise, we're running exactly the risks that nobody wants to see.
I think I accept the sincerity with which the honourable gentleman is making that point. I think the bottom line is that because the prosecutor will retain the agency to pursue a prosecution in the event of a grave allegation, that will provide for the required investigation. It will not make more likely the ICC pursuing a prosecution of a member of our armed forces. So I hope he takes reassurance from the fact that this is a high threshold and not a bar to prosecutions. If there's a case to answer, the prosecutor will make sure that it is answered. Returning, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will conclude my remarks in relation to Laws Amendment 1 by saying that I believe these proposed amendments go a very long way to addressing the concerns of the House of Lords in respect of relevant offences, and I would therefore urge that these amendments be accepted in lieu of their Lordships' Amendment number 1. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will move now, if I may, to Lord's Amendment 2. Lord's Amendment 2 seeks to introduce artificial timelines for the progress of investigations, including what appears to be an arbitrary cut-off point at 6 months for referral to the Service Prosecuting Authority, and a power for the Judge Advocate General to make directions in respect of investigations. The Government does not support introducing any such legislative limitations on the investigative process, not least as they would bring the very real risk that to do so could lead to a contravention of our domestic and international legal obligations. They would also bring inconsistency of approach, as these limitations would not apply to service police investigations in the UK, nor to those conducted by civilian police forces. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am also strongly of the view that it would be premature to propose any changes to the investigative process, while Sir Richard Enrique's review of investigative processes in relation to overseas operations is still in progress. And I will set out, Madam Deputy Speaker, briefly the key reasons why the Government is resisting this amendment. Madam Deputy Speaker, the timescales included in the amendment are operationally unrealistic. They do not take account of the nature of investigations on overseas operations and could put us in breach of our international obligations to effectively investigate serious crimes. Where the service police have reason to believe that an offence may have been committed, they have a legal duty to investigate it. Artificial timelines and restrictions placed on them in respect of the conduct of investigations would clearly prevent them from carrying out effective investigations and would impinge on their statutory independence. Subclause 2 seeks to include a requirement for referral of investigations to the Service Prosecuting Authority and sets an arbitrary timeline for this. But a referral threshold, the evidence sufficiency test, already exists in the Armed Forces Act 2006. Furthermore, there is a statutory obligation, contained in Section 116 of the Armed Forces Act 2006, on the service police to consult the Service Prosecuting Authority before deciding not to refer certain serious cases. Delighted to give way.
Well, first of all, can I welcome the Minister to his position. A long overdue promotion, a vast improvement on what went before. In terms of the issue around investigation, he mentioned the Enrique investigation is going to go on in terms of recommendations. But in Bill Committee, I moved a series of amendments which would get to the heart of this, because the real issue in this bill is actually about the length of investigations. I accept it shouldn't be arbitrary. The proposals I put forward in committee were the fact that you would actually have to bring them before a judge to ensure that at least there were grounds for these investigations to continue. If we're then going to let this bill go through now and do changes later on, surely isn't the time now to do them in this bill rather than miss that opportunity?
Well, I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman's intervention. I put on record, I note his long-standing interest in this bill and these issues very broadly. I think we must have confidence in the Enrique's review, and I don't think it creates any tension between a good outcome for the review and the necessity to pass this bill through in good order. But I would say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, if he writes to me with addressing those concerns, I would be very pleased to write to Justice Enriquez to suggest that those concerns are included in the scope of the Enriquez inquiry.
I'm very grateful for the Honourable for doing that, but that's the problem, and I'll address it when I speak later. But that's the problem with this bill, is that it is being done ad hoc. The promise from his predecessor was the fact that this around investigation would take place in the Armed Forces Bill. Lo and behold, it wasn't in that. It's been kicked off into this review that he's outlined. And I just think if we're going to really address the issue that is affecting veterans in terms of being reinvestigated or timelines, the issue is actually about the length of the investigations, not actually whether or not they should actually prosecute at the end of it. That's a judicial test. And that's the mess the government, frankly, got into with this entire process.
Yeah.
Can I just say to my honourable friend that I entirely agree with the point just made. This issue starts with the investigative mechanisms inside the MOD, and he doesn't need to take it just from us. He should look at the comments of Justice Blackett, who as an ex-JAG, was expert in this area and understood it all too well.
Well, I acknowledge the contributions of both right honourable members, and I do agree that it is the length of investigations that is the recurring problem. But I will also point out that since the early days of our involvement militarily in Iraq and Afghanistan, our ability to carry out rigorous and timely investigations has radically improved, and I think that should be borne in mind when we consider this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, closing down or restricting the investigative timeline, as subclause 3 of the amendment appears to do, as I've already said, raises the risk of contravention of our legal obligations to effectively investigate allegations of serious crimes, and presents the very serious risk that the ICC would determine that we are unwilling or unable to properly investigate alleged offences on overseas operations. An effective investigation is one that is led by the evidence on a case-by-case basis, not one that must be carried out under the shadow of arbitrary timescales. Furthermore, and of equal concern, is that we could also fail to clear the names of our own forces, or fail to provide a much-needed closure to the families of deceased personnel if investigations are curtailed in this way. The amendment before us would introduce a novel role for the Service Prosecuting Authority and for the Judge Advocate General to make direction in relation to investigations. Neither of these new roles are necessary. While we accept that there may have been shortcomings in some of the early investigations in Iraq, that is simply not the case now. All elements of the armed forces, including the service police, have come a long way since then. Lessons have been learned. Processes, policies, training and education have all been updated to reflect the experiences of those early days and matters which have arisen since. The Lord's Amendment is therefore not only unnecessary, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also unworkable and would seriously risk the UK failing to meet its legal obligations, and I therefore strongly urge the House to reject it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will move now, if I may, to Lord's Amendment 3. Lord's Amendment 3 removes Clause 12 and will mean that future governments are not required by statute to consider whether to make a derogation under Article 15 of the European Convention on Human Rights in relation to significant overseas operations. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ability under Article 15 to derogate in appropriate circumstances will remain, and the government will still have the freedom, when committing the armed forces to significant operations, to derogate from the ECHR, and that is why the government has agreed to Lord's Amendment 3. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving on to Lord's Amendment 4, this amendment carves out claims by service personnel and veterans from the limitation long stops in Part 2 of this bill. The urge to give special consideration to our service personnel who make great sacrifices to service is, of course, a noble one. However, not only do I believe that the amendment is unnecessary for reasons that I will come on to, it would be discriminatory to single out service people in this way. The limitation long stops in Part 2 of the bill have been introduced to help address the difficulties the MOD has faced in defending civil claims arising from historic overseas military operations, when, for example, the long stops provide greater legal certainty and greater certainty to service personnel and veterans that they won't be called upon many years after operations have ended to give evidence about potentially traumatic events relevant to a claim. This is at the heart of protecting our service personnel and veteran community against the legacy of lawfare as experienced following operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. What is also important for service personnel, however, is that these measures may also help reduce criminal investigations many years or decades after operations have ended. This is because in future, the long stops will likely encourage any civil claims to be brought sooner, and any associated criminal allegations are also therefore likely to be investigated sooner. This amendment concerns the fact that the limitation long stops in Part 2 would apply to service personnel and veterans and to civilians alike. However, I strongly believe that the impact of this on our service personnel and veterans would, in practice, have been minimal. the vast majority of service personnel and veterans already bring timely claims. Our analysis of relevant figures indicates that around 94% of claims from service personnel and veterans arising from operations in Iraq and Afghanistan were brought within 6 years of the date of the incident or the date of knowledge. What that means is that any carving out of claims by service personnel from the long stops would have very little practical impact. It is true, of course, that based on our analysis of historic claims, 6% of service personnel historically brought their claims after 6 years from the date of knowledge or incident. The government clearly has a role to play in ensuring that potential claimants know about the measures that we are introducing in this bill, and we will therefore make service personnel aware that a claim in connection with an overseas operation will have to be brought within the relevant time periods. Delighted to give way.
Said that he doesn't want to discriminate against people, but with this, he is discriminating against members of the armed forces. He refers to, claims being brought against the MOD, but a lot of those cases are actually brought by members of the armed forces. So 6%, as he said, potentially going to, which we had evidence in committee, are going to be discriminated against. And I'll just give him one practical example he looks at. If he looks at the Snatch Land Rover case that came before the court, which was data knowledge way after the fact that in terms because of the Chilcot review it came out, families there were able to take those cases forward outside limitation, and the idea that somehow that you can actually get a case out of limitation times without very good arguments is difficult. What this is doing, though, is taking those rights that we all share as individuals under the Limitations Act and basically saying they don't apply to members of the who serve in our armed forces. That must be wrong.
Well, I don't share the my right honourable friend's analysis. We've got to bear in mind that 6% is a small number. It's still too high, and we will work to get that down to zero. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is worth reminding ourselves that the limitation long stops will cover only a very small subset of the personal injury claims brought by current and former service personnel against the MOD, namely those which are connected with overseas operations. Additionally, personnel will continue to have access to the Armed Forces Compensation Scheme. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me finish by confirming that Part 2 of the bill will not breach the Armed Forces Covenant. The Covenant states that those who serve in the Armed Forces, whether regular or reserve, those who have served in the past and their families, should face no disadvantage compared to other citizens in the provision of public and commercial services. The primary focus of the Covenant is to help ensure that service personnel and veterans are not disadvantaged in comparison with civilians in the same position. Indeed, the long stops in Part 2 of the bill will apply in the same way to all claimants bringing claims connected with overseas operations against the MOD, whether they are military, personnel, civil servants, contractors or local nationals. Everyone, military or civilian, who is deployed on an overseas operation is treated equally in this respect. I therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, urge the House to reject this amendment. Moving, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Lord's Amendment 5. This amendment would require the Secretary of State to establish a duty of care standard for current and former service personnel and, where appropriate, their families, and that the Secretary of State should be required to provide an update in the Armed Forces Covenant annual report. I would like to start by saying that we take our responsibilities to our service personnel and veterans extremely seriously. On Tuesday, the 30th of April, the Secretary of State published a written ministerial statement setting out as a matter of record the support that is and will continue to be available. Firstly, this makes clear that service personnel are entitled to receive legal support where they face criminal allegations or civil claims that relate to actions taken during their service and where they were performing their duties. Legal advice and support is also available whenever people are required to give evidence at inquests and inquiries and in litigation. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a range of welfare support and mental health support that is routinely offered to all service personnel. The potential impact of operations on a service person's mental health is well recognised, and there are provisions in place to help manage and mitigate these impacts as far as possible. Additionally, the Office for Veterans Affairs works closely with the MOD and departments across government, the devolved administrations, charities and academia to ensure the needs of veterans are met. Madam Deputy Speaker, the significant progress has been made to ensure that our service personnel and veterans have access to a comprehensive package of legal, pastoral and mental health support, and we therefore believe that it is unnecessary to establish a statutory duty of care. Not only is Lord's Amendment 5 unnecessary, but it could in fact result in unintended consequences. This amendment is likely to lead to an increase in litigation, which will also mean more of our people being subject to potentially lengthy and stressful court proceedings, which is profoundly undesirable and contrary to the objectives of this bill. Notions of pastoral and moral duties are extremely difficult to adequately define, and there is a real risk that attempting to do so in legislation will lead to more rather than less litigation and greater uncertainty. We are also concerned that as allegations may occur in the operational theatres involving the commanding officer, the Royal Military Police and service personnel, then this amendment may have unintended consequences which might undermine our operational effectiveness. The Government is clear on our responsibilities to provide the right support to our personnel, both serving and veterans, and to seek to improve and build on this wherever necessary. I do not believe, therefore, that setting a standard for duty of care in this bill is necessary, and so the Government cannot support Lord's Amendment 5. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I come to Lord's Amendments 6 to 8, these are minor and technical and are simply drafting improvements. So all in all, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the House to accept Government Amendment in lieu of Lord's Amendment 1 and to reject Lord's Amendments 2, 4 and 5 in order that we fulfil our solemn obligations to afford greater legal protection to our service personnel and our veteran community.
Thank you. May I also congratulate the Minister on his appointment and welcome him to the dispatch box. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Mr John Healy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate and warmly welcome the Honourable Member for Aldershot to this, his first, and I'm sure not the last, front bench role at the dispatch box. It's at this point, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is the departmental whip, he probably might wish he'd paid more attention to the content of the debates on this bill rather than to winning the votes. But he'll bring a wealth of expertise to this post from 6 years in the Scots Guards and, of course, from serving as the Honourable Member for Aldershot. And I think the House has already heard this afternoon he's going to make a very good fist of his new role. We wish him well. We'll miss the member for Plymouth Moorview in a mixed sort of way. He's been a roadblock to reason during the passage of this bill through Parliament, but no one can fault his passion or his sense of mission. His resignation letter last night to the Prime Minister lays bare, however, the failings of the government, not just across the breadth of veterans' concerns, but in the very character of the Prime Minister and the government. He said, "We continue to say all the right things, yet fail to match that with what we deliver." And, Madam Deputy Speaker, glad to hear the Minister say at the dispatch box the government promises legislation on Northern Ireland shortly. We'll look hard at that. But when it comes to dealing with the legacy of the past in Northern Ireland, we remain committed to the only way forward, which must be based on the Good Friday Agreement, and in particular on the broad consensus reached at Stormont House, with victims at its heart. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, unlike the previous stages, and the Honourable Member was probably responsible for this as the whip, unlike the previous stages of the bill in this House, we actually have plenty of time this afternoon, which I'm delighted to say, to deal with these Lord's amendments. So, as I turn to the amendments the Lords have sent back, can I, in particular, pay tribute and thanks to the four peers who led on each of the amendments before us in the other place. Lord Robertson of Port Ellen on Lord's Amendment 1, Lord Dannett on Lord's Amendment 5, Lord Thomas on Lord's Amendment 2, and the Lords Faulkners and Tunnicliffe on Lord's Amendment 4. Each one of these amendments had strong crossbench backing. Each had the most senior military members of the Lords signed up. Each was passed with a big majority in the other place. And I say to members opposite, not a single Conservative peer spoke in favour of the government or against these 4 amendments during the last stage in the House of Lords. And I hope that gives Conservative members pause for thought about just how isolated their ministers are on these amendments and how they failed entirely to convince an ever-widening group of distinguished individuals, experts and specialist groups about this bill. Now, from the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've made clear... Yes, of course I will.
But am I right in believing that Lord Mackay, an ex-law officer in a Conservative government, actually supported the amendment?
I believe if the right honourable gentleman consults the Lord's Hansard, he'll see that Lord Mackay was speaking to another amendment. I'm talking about the 4 main amendments that are before us today. So I've made clear that I know there's been a long-running problem. Labour accepts and recognises this long-running problem with baseless allegations and legal claims arising from Iraq and Afghanistan under both Labour and Conservative governments. But this bill, unamended, is still not the solution. And we've worked hard from the outset to help forge a consensus on the changes needed to make this bill into legislation that best serves the interests of British troops, British justice and British military standing in the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, I take a perhaps old-fashioned view that it's our duty in this House and the other place to make this legislation fit for purpose. That is, a new legal framework for this country when we have in future to commit our servicemen and women to conflict overseas. And I want also to pay thanks and tribute to the work of those organisations who've been most active in helping us as parliamentarians in both houses during the course of the passage of this bill with their expertise and their views. Freedom from Torture, Reprieve, the Royal British Legion, the Centre for Military Justice and the Association of Personal Injury Lawyers. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, just pay tribute also to the honourable members of this House on all sides, particularly the 15 who served with our front bench colleagues on the Public Bill Committee and who contributed so fully to the debates that we've had so far. Let me turn then to the amendments that I want to concentrate on in the Lords to this bill. The reason no Tory peer spoke in support of the government on these amendments is because this bill just does not do what it says on the tin, to protect British Forces personnel serving overseas from vexatious legal claims and from repeat investigations. On Lord's Amendments 2, more than 99% of the 4,000 plus allegations against our troops arising from Iraq and Afghanistan would not have been affected at all by this bill, because it relates only to the prosecution's process and the prosecutorial system. That's why Lord Boyce, Madam Deputy Speaker, former Chief of the Defence Staff, said, "The bill's significant emphasis on the presumption against prosecution as a way of relieving some of the stress of legal proceedings is misplaced. It is the investigation and then the reinvestigation process that so wears people down." On Lord's Amendment 4, Madam Deputy Speaker, Part 2 of the bill strips forces and forces families of their current rights to civil justice and compensation if they suffer injury or even death as a result of MOD negligence. That's why Lord Stirrup, also a former Chief of the Defence Staff, said, "It seems strange to me that a bill with the avowed purpose of providing government reassurance to service personnel seems intent on preventing those very personnel from seeking redress from the same government." On Lord's Amendment 1, Madam Deputy Speaker, the presumption against prosecution after 5 years increases the risk of British service personnel being dragged before the International Criminal Court. That's why the former Judge Advocate General, the military's most senior legal figure, said in evidence to the Bill Committee itself, what it actually does is increase the risk of service personnel appearing before the International Criminal Court. And of course the ICC's Chief Prosecutor has indeed written to the Defence Secretary whilst this bill has been in Parliament, and I quote, to urge the government to ensure that the exemption clause extends to all crimes within the jurisdiction of the court. Otherwise, it would, she says, render such cases admissible before the International Criminal Court. And finally, on Lord's Amendment 3, I'm pleased that the government has accepted the case for removing clause 12. This would have required ministers to consider derogating from the European Convention on Human Rights before committing British troops to overseas conflicts. We challenged this with a Labour amendment at the very earliest stage of this bill's passage in the Commons, and I think the decision to drop this clause reasserts the UK's commitment to an important treaty that Britain played a leading role in drafting. And it's important too in allowing an avenue of justice for both British Forces personnel and for victims. Let me turn, if I may then, to the core of the debate and the concern in the House of Lords, which is the Lords Amendment 1 and the government's counter-proposals before the House this afternoon. Can I say the Secretary of State's decision to accept parts of Lord Robertson's amendment to exclude torture, genocide and war crimes from the presumptions is welcome, and it's a testament to the efforts of Lord Robertson and many other groups, and indeed members of this House, and I pay a particular tribute to the Right Honourable Member for Houghton and Howden and Halton, Price and Howden, and to my honourable friend, the Member for Barnsley East, who together have banged this drum about the importance of torture not being carved out from the provisions in the future. These acts that Lord Robertson and so many members of the upper house were concerned about are illegal, they're immoral. Under all circumstances, they must be investigated, and if there are grounds for those allegations, there must be prosecutions and punishment. The Minister talked about a mission, and therefore rectifying that in the government's submission, the government's amendment. However, the government is still, can I say, picking and choosing some of the crimes that are covered by the Geneva Conventions, and it's picked out today the torture, genocide, but it's excluding the more general case of war crimes. Torture and genocide should never have been included as offences within this bill. Like sexual offences, there is no justification, there can never be justification for them. So the decision now to exclude them is certainly a good step forward. We welcome that, and we'll support the amendments the government is making tonight. But can I urge him, in the time between this afternoon and the consideration of this bill and these Lords' amendments in this House, and then being discussed again in the other place, to accept in full those crimes specified in Lord Robertson's amendment, including war crimes as excluded offences. I will indeed.
Way, and clearly these are the arguments which we asked in committee in terms of asking why sexual offences were there, but these very serious crimes weren't. If the government had given way on two, I've not yet heard from the Minister an explanation why war crimes are going to be excluded. And wouldn't it be not only right that they should be included, but in terms of the UK's international reputation, it would save a lot of embarrassment and potentially the fact, which I want to avoid, I think everyone wants to avoid, is members of armed forces ending up in the International Criminal Court.
Indeed, my right honourable friend makes an important point. I've touched already on the risk that this undermines Britain's international reputation for fully upholding and adhering to many of the international rules and laws that we were instrumental in drafting and creating after the Second World War. And the Minister describes torture and genocide as omissions from the previous provisions of the bill, rectifies that with the amendment he's proposing. But it is still not clear, as my right honourable friend says, why other crimes covered by the Geneva Conventions, and in particular war crimes, are still omitted because exactly the same arguments apply to those as to the ones that the government has rightly conceded on and reflected in the amendment. And let me spell it out for the Minister, if I may. Article 8 of the Rome State War Crimes as grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions. This dates back to 1949, as I say, just after the Second World War, including willful killing, willfully causing great suffering or serious injury, or compelling a prisoner of war or other to serve in the forces of a hostile power. This is important because as both the Judge Advocate General and the Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, and as members on both sides of this House this afternoon have made clear, by not excluding these offences, it makes it more likely that British soldiers risk being prosecuted and pursued in the ICC. And it is, as my right honourable friend rightly said, it is also about our adherence to and respect for international law. If we ourselves meet the highest standards of legal military conduct, we can hold other countries to account when their forces fall short. If we do otherwise, it compromises our country's proud reputation for upholding rules-based international order that Britain itself helped to construct since the days of Churchill and Attlee. So I ask the Minister and his colleagues in the MOD to include war crimes when this bill returns to the other place as excluded offences, along with the other exclusions that he lists in his amendment today. I will.
When I said that Lord Mackay had voted for Amendment 1, the point I was making to him is Lord Mackay is a previous law officer, very senior law officer in a Tory government, and he voted for George Robertson's amendment, reinforcing its force, not undermining it.
I gave way again to the right honourable gentleman. He did indeed rightly believe that his challenge was tricking me. I thought he was arguing, and this was not my recollection, but I wasn't entirely certain because I don't have the Hansard record in front of me, that Lord Mackay had spoken out against the government's position and had not supported Lord Robertson's so my main point, gives me an opportunity to repeat it, that no Conservative peer spoke up for the government and against the amendments we're discussing this afternoon. And I hope that gives not just the government backbenches, but also the front bench pause for thought about just how isolated the government is on these issues, and also how it has failed during the passage of the bill. Certainly not the responsibility of the honourable gentleman for Aldershot, but certainly has failed during the passage of this bill to convince a wide range of experts and specialist groups and the forces themselves, particularly those with service experience, that the government is doing the right thing in this bill. I give way.
Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Lord Mackay is a very old gentleman, and I'm a historian of adequate standard only. Surely the conduct of the British troops in the Second World War, the Tommies, the trusted Tommies, gave us the moral authority which we used at the Nuremberg war trials, something that Lord Mackay will remember himself.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate gets richer with every intervention that I take, and actually it probably suggests I should stop talking and allow others to contribute. But if the honourable gentleman feels he's only an adequate historian, I'm an inadequate historian, and I didn't actually know that, and I think it's helped the strength of the argument I'm trying to make, as well as the information the House has this afternoon. May I move on if I'm... Of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, for giving me... I've been tussling in my mind why a war crime is different to torture, crimes against humanity or genocide. And actually I've come to understand, probably because I'm a bit silly or stupid, but actually I can understand what a war crime is. A war crime, an example of a war crime, is getting a whole load of the enemy when they've surrendered to you, putting them up against the wall and shooting them. That is a war crime, and I actually think that's quite a good thing that we should be against.
Well, the honourable and gallant gentleman has an experience of conflict. I don't know whether a legal mind, which mine is certainly not, would regard that as willful killing. But as such, it is probably an act which is beyond the categories of the specific crimes cited in the government's amendment that exclude them from the provisions of this bill, and underlines the case I'm making, for which I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, that category of Geneva Convention defined crimes, including war crimes, really must be excluded from the presumption in this bill. Otherwise, we face the risks that we're discussing this afternoon of exposing our forces to potential action from the International Criminal Court, which none of us want to see, and it risks dragging down the reputation of this country for not upholding in full and fully adhering to the international rules and standards of military legal conduct. May I move, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Lord's Amendment 2 on investigations. When I said earlier on this bill does not yet do what it says on the tin, we were told this bill would bring an end to the harassment of forces personnel through repeated legal claims. But because this bill only deals with prosecutions and not with investigations, it will not do that. Only 27 prosecutions arising from Iraq and Afghanistan have been registered, yet 3,400 allegations were considered by the Iraq Historic Allegations Team, 670 from Operation Northmoor. Therefore, less than 1% of allegations were prosecuted. The problem here is investigations. The serious, consistent problems that lie in a system of investigation that has proved to be lacking in speed, in soundness, in openness, and in a duty of care to alleged victims or the troops involved. Those are all problems well before the point of decision about prosecution, which is the point at which the provisions of this bill kick in. So when the Minister describes the proposals in Lord's Amendment 2 as somehow premature and cites Enriquez, I'm aware, of course, the government has set up a review on this, but there have been 3 reviews already, and he might want to ask his officials to dig them out for him. 3 reviews in the last 5 years. There are at least 80 recommendations on investigations that the government could act on now. And the Minister, his predecessor, promised us that investigations reform will be a matter, as my right honourable friend, the member for Durham North, has said, for the Armed Forces Bill, and yet when that bill was brought before the House, nothing was included. I will.
I mean, I have sympathy with the Lord's Amendment on investigations, but actually I think new clause 6, 7 and 8, which I moved in committee, would have been far better. Because what it's actually about ensuring, new clause, I think it was new clause 8 that I moved was to put a time limit on minor investigations that could go before a judge and be dismissed. So that would actually reduce the numbers. The other thing is to have a judicial oversight of the investigation. That's not saying that you don't investigate things, but you add some rigour in terms of ensuring the investigations, one, are being done timely, and that can carry on if there's more evidence that needs collecting. And likewise, in terms of reinvestigations, they can only be opened if a judge determines that new and compounding evidence is put forward. That is the gaping hole which is still in this bill. Even if we agree, I think, the Lord's Amendment, which I have sympathy with, I think without that, he is right, it does not pass the Ronseal test, this bill. It doesn't say what it does on the tin.
Well, my right honourable friend is right, there is a gaping hole. This is the gaping hole in this bill. It could be fixed. It could be fixed in a way that was proposed and passed to us by the Lords in their Amendment 2. And I guess the Minister might want actually to ask his officials to dig out my honourable friend's new clauses 6, 7 and 8 from committee, because having served in this House for a long time with him, I can bet pretty strongly that those new clauses will resurface in debate on the Armed Forces Bill. Because once my right honourable friend gets his teeth into something, he's very reluctant to let it go. Okay, I'll give way once more.
He's correct, but the problem is the previous minister promised that investigations would be part of the Armed Forces Bill, and lo and behold, they were not there. So therefore, the government's had two chances to put this right, and clearly have still not done it.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to get tempted onto the Armed Forces Bill any further in case you call me in order. Let me address my remarks to the Overseas Operations Bill and the Lord's Amendments, in particular number 2 before us. I have to say to the Minister, I'm pleased that the Secretary of State has now taken a personal interest in this bill. I think that's helpful all round, and I hope it will ensure that we can see it smoothly onto the statute books. I want to say that this Lord's Amendment 2 proposes a tried and a tested mechanism to improve investigations. It isn't arbitrary, as the Minister told the House earlier. It is not a time limit. It ensures timely, not time-limited investigations. It's not unrealistic because it has been tried and tested in civilian law. And this is one of the reasons that the former Judge Advocate General is so keen on it. And I'm conscious that the Secretary of State believes that the proposals in Lord's Amendment 2 are somehow novel, or that they may prejudice independent investigations. So can I say to the Minister, and I've communicated this today to the Secretary of State, they're not novel and they won't prejudice the independence of investigations for the following reasons. In civilian law, which is the model and the principle that we take here, in the 1980 Magistrates Act, Section 127, there is a 6-month time limit on investigations for certain offences. It establishes the target, if you like, not a hard limit, and it focuses the mind of the investigators. It's that principle that Lord's Amendment 2 seeks to establish. And on prejudicing independent investigations, the principle of judicial oversight of investigations has already been established, not just in civilian law, but in military practice as well. And I may just quote the Judge Advocate General, the former Judge Advocate General, in evidence to the Public Bill Committee, said this: I introduced something, he said, called better case management in the court-martial towards the end of my time as Judge Advocate General. That puts time limits on investigations. The most important thing about it is that a case early on goes before a judge, and a judge sets out a timetable of the various things that should be done. So in other words, not novel, not prejudicing the independence of investigations, a principle that is established already in the military system, established in statute in the civilian law system as well. And I hope that the Minister will accept, therefore, that the Lord's Amendment 2 and its intent is workable, it's certainly in scope, it's implementable, it gives us the opportunity to fix really long-standing problems. And I hope that he and the government will start to see our proposals in this area as being additional to the current content of the bill, not a direct challenge to it. Moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, to Lord's Amendment 4 and the Part 2 of the bill. I can't for the life of me understand why the government is doing this and asking its backbench members to support something that strips away current rights that forces personnel and their families have. It seems to me simply wrong for those who put their life on the line serving Britain overseas have less access to compensation and to justice than the UK civilians whom they defend, or indeed their comrades whose service is largely UK-based. So the Lord's Amendment 2 to Part 2 of the bill was designed to ensure that claims by troops or former service personnel are not blocked in all circumstances after 6 years, as they would be under the bill without this amendment. And say to the Minister, there are already safeguards within the 1980 Limitations Act. Not just at 6 years, but at 3 years too. But this bill now penalises a group of people by applying to them a unique deviation from that Act. Clearly constitutes a disadvantage for those armed forces personnel, their families and the veterans affected. It directly breaches the Armed Forces Covenant, as the Director General of the Royal British Legion confirmed himself in evidence before the Public Bill Committee. And frankly, it really does beg a belief that ministers are looking to strip forces and their families from their right to justice, to penalise them instead of protecting them. And just to put this in perspective, because sometimes I've heard ministers dismiss this as such a marginal, small group of people that it doesn't matter. Some of the cases that have eventually secured justice are deeply moving, deeply troubling, would be blocked by this bill. And numbers matter, but they're not the only criteria. And for the numbers, in the last financial year, claims by forces personnel against the MOD for injuries was 2,796. It was up 70% on 5 years previously. And almost 9 in 10 were claims for noise-induced hearing loss. And in speaking of hearing loss in the evidence session on the Public Bill Committee, the Specialist Forces Solicitor Hilary Meredith said, and this I think points to the problem with this hard block after 6 years, in latent disease cases, it's not just about the diagnosis. Many people are diagnosed at death. It's about the connection to service. That connection to service may come much later down the line, and by that time, they will be out of time to bring a claim. So it's plain wrong, and I hope the government will, at this late stage, reconsider. To put those, I'll just finish this point, then I'll give way again, to put those who put their lives on the line for Britain overseas, to give them less access to compensation than the UK civilians they defend. And since 2007, there have been at least 195 cases of troops that would have been caught by this bill and prevented from pursuing a successful claim. Thank you,
The only people going to benefit from, if this goes through, are the lawyers, because I cannot for the life of me think why a government would want to put into statute something which is actually going to discriminate against our former members of our armed forces. But this will clearly be a test case in litigation, and I can't see what justification the government are going to use when that litigation goes ahead in terms of why you've scooped out a certain section of our society away from the Limitations Act as he outlined. So I think it'd be better to give up now rather than spend a lot of time later on, which they will, when this gets tested in the courts.
The honourable friend says he can't see why the government is pursuing this, but the Director General of the Royal British Legion could, and when he spoke to the Public Bill Committee, he said, I think it's protecting the MOD rather than service personnel, and he's right. And then when my honourable friend, the member for Portsmouth South, pressed him, he said, so would this be a breach of the Armed Forces Covenant in your view? The Director General said, that is what we think, yes. Moving on then, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I probably should, to the final of the four main amendments at hand today. Lord's Amendment 5 that was moved in the other place by the Lord Danett. This is on duty of care. And I have to say that one of the things that struck me most when talking to troops and their families who've been through the trauma of these long-running investigations is that they felt cut adrift. They felt cut adrift from their chain of command and from the Ministry of Defence. And the Public Bill Committee heard really clearly from Major Campbell. He gave dramatic evidence, and the Minister, I'm sure, has followed this. In fact, he was on the committee, so he would have been there. When Major Campbell was asked what support the MOD gave him, he simply replied, there was none. And of course, for veterans, it's even worse for them. There's nothing, not even the chain of command, there for them. So I have to say to the Minister that although some of the previous decisions the government has taken, for instance to cover the legal costs of those involved in the Iraq Historic Allegations Team investigations, were very welcome, there should be, there can be, a higher standard to reach for us in this regard. When Lord Dannatt moved this amendment successfully in the Lords, he said, "Defence priorities change. The fortunes of military charities fluctuate. Ministers come and go. But the law does not change. The amendment would bring into law the good ideas and the intentions of well-meaning ministers and officials with whom we are currently united in common cause, but who are strangely reluctant to enshrine the fruits of their endeavours in a bill which will become an act of Parliament and thus part of our law, a law to protect our people for all time from vexatious investigations and prosecutions." And as the now former Veterans Minister wrote in his resignation letter last night, he said, "I remain genuinely appalled by the experiences of some of this nation's finest people who have served in the armed forces." Say to the Minister, we can do better than this. This duty of care, particularly when the MOD has forces personnel and veterans subject to investigation or prosecution, can do more. So I hope he'll now accept so we can establish a new duty of care standard so that legal, pastoral and mental health support is made available as a matter of course and a matter of duty by the MOD for those who put under pressure and under investigation or prosecution. I come towards my conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're now legislating for the future. The bill is not a framework that is fit for that future point when we must again commit our forces to conflict overseas. The government is still getting important parts of this bill badly wrong. I continue to believe strongly that the government, Labour, the armed forces, ultimately all want the same thing. We want to protect British troops and we want to protect British values. And that is not and shouldn't be a matter of party politics. And I end today, as I ended the report stage in this House back in November, by saying this. It's late, but it's still not too late for ministers to think again about the best way both to protect service personnel from vexatious litigation and to ensure that those who do commit serious crimes on operations abroad are properly prosecuted and punished. I urge the Minister, I urge the Government to do just this in the very final stages of this bill in Parliament.
David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I declare an interest as a trustee of a regimental association? Can I reinforce my congratulations to the Minister at the dispatch box? I too in my time have gone from the omerta of the Whip's office to the garrulousness of the dispatch box. It's not an easy transition, and he has carried off with aplomb and class, is what I'd say, and I look forward to a great future for him. But what he has not been able to do for himself is manufacture time between his appointment and the consideration of these matters. And I am going to speak solely to the First Amendment, to the Lord Robertson's Amendment, I beg his pardon. But, and I will broadly support the government today with some caveats which you'll hear in a minute. But on the other amendments, and indeed on Amendment 1, in fact on all the amendments, I recommend right here and now to the Lords that they, when we send them back, that they send them back again, modified, to take on board some of the intelligent comments we've had from people in the chamber from all sides so far, and that he then looks very hard at accepting them, because next time around I think I'll be inclined to support the Lords' amendments, because I have been very considerate in the way they've presented them. Now, I also know from my experience as a Minister quite how difficult it is to undertake a 180-degree turn on a massively central point in a bill, and so I commend the government for doing almost exactly that on Amendment 1, because it reflects very closely what I and the member for sorry, Barnes of the East, that's right, yes, put forward in the first committee stage or first report stage for this bill. However, it is an almost 180-degree turn, but it's one which was plainly needed. As the opposition Shadow Secretary has said, it was supported by the most august panel of people in the Lords one could possibly pick for a subject like this. 6 Chiefs of the Defence Staff, people who don't willingly vote against the government of the day. An ex-Secretary General of NATO, a former head of MI5, 2 former independent reviewers of terrorism legislation, a former national security advisor, and of course several other senior military ambitious. Oh, bishops. I thought he said ambitious. Ambitious. Well, the bishops often vote against the government. This is something where the military securitat, as it were, don't vote against the government, but they are people whose patriotism is unquestionable and whose knowledge is unparalleled in this area. So he ought to pay great attention and take notice. Now, the aim of the bill, as we've heard several times, is to shield our military personnel from being pursued by, vexatious claims. I was going to say something rude about lawyers, but vexatious claims. A proper and worthwhile ambition, one we should fully support. And the government has rightly made clear, and this is the point I support them on, that torture and genocide can never be acceptable, and excluded them from a 5-year presumption against prosecution. However, even with these concessions, there remains a fundamental problem. The government has failed to exclude war crimes from the list of offences, as has been made clear by the opposition spokesman. Now, I asked the Minister whether he would clarify for me how he distinguishes between war crimes and torture and genocide as subjects properly excluded from the bill. And although he did a very skillful response, he couldn't do it, and I don't think anybody could do it. As my honourable and gallant friend made plain, war crimes include willful killing of prisoners in the case that he was related to, willful killing of innocent civilians, willfully putting people through miserable pain or suffering. All these things are quite properly war crimes, and they're quite properly things which we would be held to account by the rest of the world, let alone our soldiers be held to account by our courts and our judicial procedure. So I firmly believe that we cannot protect our own soldiers without correcting this failure to exclude, without correcting this exclusion. And that's not just my opinion, it's the opinion of many of our experienced military leaders. I mean, take, for example, Lord Robertson. I know he was a Labour minister, but he was a Defence Secretary and a NATO Secretary General who authored that amendment. He argued the bill would create, and I quote, a 2-tier justice system in which troops acting for us abroad will be treated differently from other civilians in society. That can't be right, it can't be just. Indeed, it's not what our troops stand up for. It's not what they fight for. When they go abroad to fight, they fight because they stand up for our civilised values, and this is one of them. So there's a certain quirk in that. Now, with this bill, we must give confidence to those military personnel, and confidence to complainants, and confidence to other countries that the United Kingdom remains a stalwart upholder of the rule of law. And there can be no greater test of a national character, no more important measure of our moral fibre, than maintaining the highest of standards in this most difficult of tasks. So we must get this right. If we get it wrong, we will be in a shameful position. It's been made clear several times by the spokesman of the Labour Party. We'll be in a shameful position of putting our troops at risk of being summoned before the International Criminal Court. The Chief Prosecutor of that court wrote to the Secretary of State for Defence. When I saw the account of that, I wrote myself to the prosecutor and got a clarification. And war crimes is plainly in their sights. If somebody is guilty of a war crime, or not guilty, is alleged to be guilty of a war crime, and we exercise the presumption against prosecution, as is stated in this bill, then they will end up in front of the International Criminal Court. It's quite clear to me. This is not a risk. This is a certainty. I give way to the gentleman.
evidence and spoke a lot about the famous case of Marine A. And if this goes through, if that individual had actually been after 5 years, he would have not been prosecuted for that. But it's quite clear that he would have ended up in the International Criminal Court for what he did. And he would not have been given, I think, the quite right hearing he had in this country, in terms, not just in terms of the fairness of our judicial system, but also on appeal, take into account the specific natures of reasons why that incident occurred. And that, to me, would be absolutely awful if individuals like that were found before an international court rather than a court in this country.
For people watching who won't remember who Marine A is, he's a Marine who effectively executed a wounded prisoner and went to prison for it. Yes, murdered is the right word. So, yes, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. And so what would this lead to? This would lead to soldiers of the British Army, or members of the British military, being arraigned before a court which is traditionally used for arraigning tyrants and people who we would view as monsters in every other respect. What would that say about our nation's moral compass? I shudder to think how people would use it. And of course the people who would use that impugning of our position would be our opponents who themselves have no moral compass. They would be the first to use it against us. So it would embolden our adversaries and be a bad day for Britain. So I say to the Minister this: I'm going to support the government today, even though I'm unhappy with that exclusion, because the government's made a major concession in areas which I and Dan Jarvis, I'm a member for Barnsley Press before. Barnsley Central, I was going to say, I didn't think there was a Barnsley East. and I will support the government today, but I'll say to him this as well, that if the Lord sends it back again and insists on the exclusion of war crimes, I will vote for it next time, and I'll encourage my other colleagues, many colleagues who are concerned about this bill, to also vote for it too. So, as I say, he can't invent time, but it will give him time to look at all of these clauses, all of these amendments, and think through carefully what is really in the interests of our soldiers and what is really in the interests of our country. And on that basis, I support him.
Carol Monaghan. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'll start just by congratulating the Honourable Member for Aldershot. Many of us throughout the House, I would say, are not only pleased with his elevation to the front bench, but also relieved to see him there. So I wish him all the very best in his new role. A major frustration for those of us who were involved in earlier readings and, of course, the Bill Committee was the refusal of the former Minister to consider even the most reasonable and uncontroversial of amendments. And that has meant that the bill that was sent to the Lords was fundamentally flawed. And what we have back is a slight improvement on a flawed bill, rather than what we were looking for, which was a competent piece of legislation. And this bill was sold as a legislation that would tackle vexatious claims. But through the passage of the bill, the evidence received, written and in committee, pointed to the problems arising from flawed investigations. And nothing in this bill will actually improve service justice, and much of it is going to damage the UK's international reputation. They rightly expect our personnel to conduct themselves with the highest professional standards. And the vast majority do, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them for their service in what is often challenging and very often dangerous environment. But we must have in place robust systems for investigation that are understood and in which personnel, us here in the House, our allies worldwide and members of the public have confidence. And this is the importance of this. We have to be able to stand by this legislation and say, this will do what it says on the tin. And I don't think we're convinced of that yet. We welcome Amendment 1 from Lord Robertson, but the Government's proposed amendment in place of Amendment 1, which although removes the presumption against torture, crimes against humanity and genocide, as many have already said today, and I think we'll hear more about it, it retains the presumption against prosecution for war crimes. And the Honourable and Gallant gentleman, the member for Beckenham, has already given us a very graphic illustration of what this means and why war crimes must be in this. And I know the Minister's already tried to explain this, and I commend his efforts to trying to explain that the prosecutor will retain agency. But we shouldn't be leaving it to the prosecutor. We should be getting this right in the legislation and making sure it is correct at this stage. Because there is no justification as to why those accused of war crimes should be protected. And the problem is what this does for our international reputations, and we shouldn't have to stand up in this place to point that out. It's blindingly obvious. War crimes also come under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, so despite the efforts of Lord Robertson with this amendment, the revised government amendment still leaves troops at risk of being hauled in front of the ICC, and there is one of the big problems with this. So although the government's amendment is an improvement on their original position, it's far from satisfactory, and I really hope the Minister can take this away and consider this, and I hope the Lords, whenever this goes back to them, will throw it back at us again, because this is something we have to get this right, and it just needs that inclusion for this to be strengthened significantly. Moving on to Amendment 2 from Lord Thomas. Whilst we support this amendment, it brings us back to the manner in which investigations are conducted. This bill was an opportunity to overhaul the system that's in place for investigations, and sadly it seems to be an opportunity lost. Unless we establish proper structures and processes for investigations, and that will include independent investigators, we can't be marking our own homework on this. I do worry that personnel will remain vulnerable to repeated investigations, and indeed investigations by the ICC. The Minister made comments earlier about the timescale of investigations that would be involved in this amendment, and said they were unrealistic. And I have some sympathy for that position. I understand the point he's making. Many of us don't understand what it's like to be in the theatre of war, but under which these investigations would be carried out. However, some timescale and some independence and some urgency around investigations would result in a system in which we could all have a bit more confidence. I will indeed.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Would she agree with me that Lord Thomas's amendment number 2, and also the issue of duty of care, which has been touched on repeatedly in this debate already, if not dealt with properly, could act firstly as a disincentive to serving personnel staying on in the services, and secondly, a major disincentive to future recruitment?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and yes, of course, and we heard evidence directly from Major Robert Campbell in the Bill Committee, who has gone through 17 years of hell of repeated investigations, and people that are looking at that, serving personnel and potential serving personnel, there's no doubt they look at that and will consider their future career. Yeah, absolutely.
She's right. The missing point in this is about investigations. And, you know, it was heartbreaking to hear Robert Campbell's evidence to the committee. But as this bill stands now, if it goes through as it stands, there'll be nothing to stop another case like Campbell's going forward in the future. So it's been sold this as a way of stopping vexatious claims and investigations. But without change of investigations, it will not do that.
And in fact could make it worse, could throw in the ICC into that as well. Potentially we could have a much worse situation for personnel that are facing prosecution. On Amendment 3, I mean, any derogation from the ECHR for future overseas operations would have set a damaging precedent for an international treaty that this country played a major role in actually drawing up. So these proposals would have undermined the protections which the UK was so integral in establishing. So we welcome Lord's Amendment 3 and we're pleased that the government have accepted this. This is one of these common sense ones that shouldn't have needed to come to this stage, but we've got there, so we're thankful for that. On Amendment 4, this is an amendment on which the issue of the time limit on claims is one which I spoke about both in second reading and in Bill Committee. And one of the things that was raised was that some personnel are told while they're still serving, that they're unable to pursue a claim, which is false, or they're told by those higher up the chain of command that they don't have a valid claim. Now, the nature of the armed forces is that for many serving personnel, if they are told by their superiors that they are not able to do something, they will accept that. And it's only when they find out years later that actually they do have a valid claim and actually they are able to pursue it, that they would be able to take action. But with this 6-year limit, that is problematic. So we very much welcome Lord's Amendment 4, but it doesn't go far enough, and it's already been mentioned, because it effectively creates an unfair two-tier system where MOD civilian employees, or indeed the families of deceased personnel, will not be able to make claims beyond the 6-year limit. So we will be supporting the amendment, but it's disappointing that it is only applying to members of the armed forces. Now, the government had the opportunity to strengthen this amendment by widening it to apply to all, but instead they're rejecting it entirely, so that everyone has the time limits applied. We've heard about those with hearing loss, and again this was something I spoke about in Bill Committee. An individual whose significant hearing loss could not be pinpointed to one event and had got progressively worse. And certainly the 6-year limit would have caused problems for that individual to pursue a claim. As can claims on PTSD, because that can manifest itself very differently in different people, and it might be many years later. And I know that this time limit is on point of diagnosis. It's supposed to be on point of diagnosis, not on point of first symptoms, but even on point of diagnosis, we still need to make that link to the service. And if that isn't done in a timely way, it will prevent further progress of a claim. And another issue that I've spoken about is nuclear test veterans who still 60, 70 years on are still looking for stuff, but they would be prevented from making any claims under this. It is notable that we should be making it easier for our personnel to make claims against the MOD when the MOD is seen to be negligent. But as already been said, this legislation seems to be crafted specially to protect the MOD and not the personnel themselves. And we should all be quite concerned about that. So we will be supporting Amendment 4 today. Finally, on Lord Dannett's Amendment 5, the amendment that ensures care and support for personnel involved in investigations, I can't see why every member of this place should not be supporting this. I know the Minister has spoken about reasons why the government are not supporting this, but If all of these structures are in place just now, why do we still have personnel that are not getting that support at the moment? And if that support is already there and isn't working, then we do need something in. If it has to be statutory, then it should be statutory. Anyway, I'm going to finish my comments, Madam Deputy Speaker, just saying that I hope with the change of minister we do see a change of attitude. I know it surprised some of the members opposite, but occasionally members on this side may have points that are worth consideration. We're not always out to get you, although I won't be putting that on social media. But I think there has to be an acknowledgement and a recognition of the experience that members across the House can bring to legislation, particularly legislation such as this. So I just finally thank the Minister for his input today, and we certainly look forward to working with him in the future.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me begin by warmly congratulating my honourable friend, the member for Aldershot, on his promotion. He started his career as the parliamentary secretary to me, so I congratulate him in particular for overcoming that disadvantage and acquiring a job which I know that he will enjoy, and I'm sure he will do extremely well. Congratulate him too on the way he's handled the business this afternoon. It's no easy task to deal with something this complex, and certainly not when you're given it at almost a moment's notice. And I want to follow on from what my right honourable friend for Halton Price and Howden has said. I support the government's move to change its approach in relation to Lord's Amendment 1. But like my right honourable friend, I'm concerned as to whether it has gone far enough. I, like everyone so far who has spoken, and I'm sure a large number of people more broadly, support the intention of this bill. It's clearly the right thing for us to do collectively, to offer what reassurance we can to armed services personnel that they will not be pursued through the courts for offences that are either illegitimately alleged or interminably investigated. And I also take the points that have been made about the need to improve investigation. But again, like my right honourable friend, I want to confine what I say to Lord's Amendment 1 and the government's amendment in view of it. And it seems to me that the intention of any piece of legislation is important, but what's just as, if not more important, is what effect it is likely to have. And its intentions will only be supported if both we avoid that legislation being counterproductive and we make sure that its contents are inherently logical and consistent. And I want to make some remarks about both those things. First of all, on the issue of whether or not a bill may end up being counterproductive, this bill would clearly be counterproductive if, in seeking to reduce the prospect of domestic prosecution, it also increased the prospect of international prosecution at the International Criminal Court. And there is a real risk here. My time as Attorney General involved attempting to make sure that the IHAP process, the independent historical allegations, the Iraqi historical allegations process, was as efficient as it can be. And I would not pretend that we succeeded. This was an extraordinarily difficult process that dragged on for an extremely long time. But it was, for most of us involved, the lesser of two evils, because we knew that if there wasn't an adequate process for the investigation and pursuance of such allegations domestically, then there was a real risk of that process being undertaken by the International Criminal Court, which is, for all its many advantages, if anything, taking longer to deal with cases than the domestic process, even the IHAP process, was. So if the objective is, as it is in this bill, to remove the shadow of impending investigation and prosecution over our service personnel, it would clearly be counterproductive to move that obligation to the International Criminal Court instead. And I know that my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has been in contact with the ICC. He may want to make contact again to ensure that the suggestions the government are making about the robustness of its provisions in the amendment in view will be accepted by the ICC to confirm that that is indeed the case. But nonetheless, as I say, I welcome the government's move insofar as it goes. But that brings me to my next concern, which is about internal consistency of this legislation. The bill installs, of course, additional restrictions on bringing a prosecution against a member of the armed forces. It doesn't, and it's worth restating this point, involve a prohibition on such prosecution in any case, and it would be wrong to misrepresent this bill in that way. But its restrictions only apply, of course, to what is described as a relevant offence. And there are certain offences included in that description and certain offences specifically excluded. And in relation to the offences specifically excluded, that will now, if we amend the bill in the way the government seeks for us to do in its amendment in view of Lord's Amendment 1, will include crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, and torture. And again, I support that change. But also, in the bill as it already stands, it includes, as others have already referred to, a range of sexual offences. That includes rape and serious sexual violence, but it also includes some offences that come further down the scale of seriousness. And I think that's important because my concern about lack of consistency arises if we are to put in place additional restrictions on prosecution of war crimes, some of them very serious, as my honourable friend for Beckenham has already mentioned, but we do not impose those additional restrictions on a variety of sexual offences, some of them far less serious. Now, the Minister could, of course, argue that it is not the seriousness of the offence in this context that matters most. Perhaps what matters most is the likelihood of those offences arising in vexatious complaints. But I think it would help if the Minister can give us some further explanation and detail when he comes to his concluding remarks. It's worth, in all of this, being clear about how this bill operates on a prosecutor's decision-making. It's clear in the bill that it doesn't operate on all of the so-called prosecutorial test. There are, as members will know, two stages to a prosecutor's consideration of a case. The first is the evidential stage, to look at the evidence before the prosecutor and to determine whether that evidential test is met, whether in effect there's a better than 50% chance of securing a conviction. This bill does not operate on that part of the prosecutor's work. It only operates on the second and subsequent test, because this is a sequential process, which is whether or not it is in the public interest to prosecute. And it seems to me that two things arise from that. The first one is if we are determining which offences to bring within the rubric of this bill on the basis of the seriousness of the offence, it's worth recognising that if it passed the evidential test, if in other words the prosecutor considered that a war crime had a better than 50% chance of getting a conviction, that in most cases I suspect it would be in the public interest to prosecute such an offence. And so why make it harder to do so when we are not intending to make it harder to do that in relation to a range of at least apparently less serious offences? If, on the other hand, we are concerned about the likelihood of a vexatious complaint being made, I think again it's worth recognising that in that sequential test, the evidential part comes first, and it's much less likely that a spurious or vexatious allegation of a war crime would get as far as a discussion of the second test, the public interest test, which is the point again at which the provisions of this bill apply. So there are reasons for us to be cautious about whether or not the bill, as the government would have us amend it, retains the sort of internal consistency and logic that all legislation of this kind should have, especially when its primary purpose is to offer reassurance in the way it will operate. So, rather like my right honourable friend for Holton, Price and Howden, I support what the government's done so far, but I have my reservations that it has gone far enough. And I'll listen with interest to what my honourable friend says when he winds up the debate. But I do believe that some further consideration of that internal consistency is going to be required to put this bill into the place we would all most like it to be.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a real privilege to follow the right honourable gentleman, and I should begin by declaring an interest as a British Army veteran. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister on his appointment and welcome him to his important new post. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in a virtual sense in support of Lord's Amendment 1, which aims to remove torture, genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes from the scope of the bill. For the record, and I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence for referencing it, it builds on the amendment the Right Honourable Member for Holton, Price and Howden and I tabled at report stage back in November, an amendment that was then roundly defeated by the government. I was, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, genuinely relieved to read the comments coming out of the MOD yesterday stating that torture, genocide and crimes against humanity would join sexual offences and be excluded from the bill. I recognise that the government disagrees with Lord's Amendment 1 and has tabled a suite of amendments in lieu. The government's alternative is not perfect, but it is a welcome concession for a number of reasons. Not least, Madam Deputy Speaker, because last month the government published its long-awaited integrated review. Under a section entitled Our Force for Good agenda, it says the UK will ensure the principles and values on which our legal system is built, and I quote, remain the global standard. Madam Deputy Speaker, it would have proved extremely difficult, if not impossible, to square the ambition of those words with the original version of this bill. And I think it's worth reflecting on how we arrived at this point. The relevant offences aspect of the bill generated near universal opposition. Not quite, it has to be said, to the level we've seen with the European Super League over the past 48 hours or so, but considerable nonetheless. The amendment passed last week was moved by someone who served as both the Secretary of State for Defence and the Secretary General of NATO. It was supported by an impressive cohort, several of whom have lifelong ties to defence and security, a group that included no less than 6 former chiefs of the Defence Staff, who between them have contributed more than 200 years of service. Supporters also included a former Chief of the General Staff and a First Sea Lord, a former Director General of MI5 and a former National Security Advisor. We've also seen a former Commander Land Forces and a Judge Advocate General publicly condemn this element of the bill, along with the Joint Committee on Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and perhaps most concerningly, the Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, who warned that cases involving British troops might have been brought before the ICC. We should pause and consider what that might have meant. It's something I've been deeply worried about and raised on numerous occasions since the bill was published, because we are a proud signatory to the Rome Statute, and ministers should never risk our troops being dragged before the ICC alongside dictators and tyrants. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the strength of feeling and high regard that all members of this House have for those who serve in our armed forces. And sadly, we're all too familiar with stories of our service personnel being hounded for years. No one is denying there's a problem. Lives have undoubtedly been ruined as a result. And as I've said consistently throughout its passage, we must address the deficiencies of the investigative process and provide those under investigation our full support. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, Lord's Amendment 1 is the international standard. The government's counter falls short of that. For instance, torture is excluded, a welcome move, but mutilation and inhuman treatment are not. As a reminder, the ICC warned that the exemption clause should extend to all crimes within the jurisdiction of the court, meaning the possibility of British troops finding themselves before the court has not completely disappeared. So while I still not believe that this bill will achieve its stated aim, I'm pleased and relieved that concessions have been made, but I would urge ministers still to accept the Lord's Amendment 1 in full, because we can never use deeply regrettable instances of failure to renege on our commitment to the rule of law. Thank you.
James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow my honourable and gallant friend from Barnsley Central. It would not be right to talk about the Agency's Operations Bill without mentioning at least the member for Plymouth Moorview. While the circumstances surrounding his departure are regrettable and sad to me, I would wish to commend him for his fantastic contribution, hard work and passion. I can't think of a single minister that's given so much of himself, who has worn his heart on his sleeve and also driven his cause harder. We now have the legislation in place in an area where previously we have not. And I want to issue to him a public and heartfelt thank you on behalf of all of the veterans community. I would also wish to welcome the new minister to his place. As my friend and a neighbour in Aldershot, he is perfectly placed to take on the challenges ahead. He's done his time in the Whip's office, he's done his time in uniform, and he's also a veteran. He's the perfect combination. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. While my good friend is blowing smoke up the backside of the new excellent minister, I have a real worry, new minister. We are now stuck in the Ministry of Defence with two wooden tops and one black mafia. The officers there, two from the Scots Guards and one from the actual rifles. I'm a bit worried, will the rest of us fit in?
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, but he's stolen my thunder because I have a similar theme. But as a long-standing member of his association in Aldershot and a former commanding officer of a proud regiment in Aldershot, I'll be keeping a close eye on him, but supporting him as best I can. I know that Aldershot will be very proud of him. As my good friend mentioned, I am, however, a bit concerned that the MOD now has not 2, but 3 infantry officers at the helm. My admiration, therefore, for Jeremy Quinn, the Procurement Minister, goes up by the day.
Was he lucky?
No, he's not an infantry officer. But as the veritable quartermaster for the MOD, I know that my good friend Jeremy will keep an eye on any daring adventures and keep them in check within the Ministry of Defence.
Just for the sake of good order, we refer to members by their constituency.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, a point that's very well made and very well taken. I made it clear at second reading that this bill is a good bill, and I voted it through because it was the right thing to do. And my view's not changed today, even despite the Lord's amendments that have come back. You'd be amazed at the hysteria and the shock that's appeared in my inbox. People attacking the bill from every angle. But I want to make something absolutely clear. The supposition from some quarters that British troops are somehow predisposed to wantonly committing war crimes and operations, or that the UK has somehow given them a green light or a get-out-of-jail-free card, is frankly absurd. The MOD already has one of the most effective and robust service justice systems in the world. And I can tell you, as somebody who's served on 8 operational tours myself, that we have the best led and the best trained soldiers in the world. We've got a great record in this area and nothing will change. And it's for this reason that I'm less worried about the exclusion of war crimes. And the reason is that the presumption against prosecution in no way affects the UK's ability to conduct investigations or prosecutions. It is a higher threshold, not a bar. However, in the deference to those who spoke so eloquently at second reading and to Lord's Amendment 1, and the views of many in this place, I do note that the MOD is looking to exclude the more serious crimes, such as torture, genocide and crimes against humanity from the 5-year rule, and I welcome that. On to Amendment 2. This sets out a new process for investigations. It introduces timelines for investigations and gives a direct role for prosecutors in investigations. Personally, I don't like the phrase artificial timelines for the progress of investigations and the power of the Judge Advocate General to intervene. Furthermore, the limitations in this amendment don't apply in civilian life to police force investigations, meaning that this would create an anomaly. I'm therefore very comfortable with the government's position on this, and I would urge the House to reject it. On to Amendment 3. Well, this removes the duty to consider derogation from convention from the bill. The government's noted that Article 15 of the ECHR provides that states may temporarily suspend relevant human rights obligations. Well, thus the removal of Clause 12 would not prevent the government from making a conscious decision when committing armed forces to overseas operations. I am therefore comfortable, as we maintain the capability to deploy soldiers abroad and derogate, that we're in the right place, and therefore I support the government also on Amendment 3. On Amendment 4, which excludes actions brought against the Crown by serving or former service personnel from the limitation measures introduced by Part 2 of the bill, I believe that the impact of new limitation periods on the ability of service personnel to make claims will be minimal. Also, the long stops laid out in Part 2 of the bill have been introduced to offer greater legal certainty, as well as greater certainty to service personnel. So I agree once again that that amendment should be opposed. And lastly, Amendment 5 requires the Secretary of State to lay before Parliament within 6 months of the bill getting royal assent a duty of care standard in relation to legal, pastoral and mental health support provided to service personnel involved in investigations or litigations arising from overseas operations. It also requires an annual report. Well, I'll tell you this, as somebody who knows, service personnel are entitled to legal support at public expense when they face criminal allegations and civil claims. Legal support is also available when people are required to give evidence at inquests, inquiries and litigation. Plus, the Armed Forces Bill is bringing the Armed Forces Covenant into statute, and medical support available to all soldiers and veterans is unrivalled. And let's not forget mental health. The government is now throwing money at this problem, and we're getting better all of the time. So I agree with the government that this amendment is neither viable nor necessary. So to conclude, if I can, this is a good bill, and the government's own concessions today make it even better. But the rest of the Lord's amendments, in my view, should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Bracknell, serving as he does expertly as the Chairman of the APPG on Veterans. And I think it was appropriate that he sought to recalibrate the dangerous notion that could arise from some of our considerations about the ongoing and genuine sustained efforts that our armed forces give us and serve us as a country. So it is a pleasure to follow him. May I firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of my party, congratulate the new Minister, the Honourable Member for Aldershot, on his appointment. I know him well. We have served together on the Defence Select Committee, and I know he will be a true champion for veterans. But it would be inappropriate of me not to mention the Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview. Again, he was elected at exactly the same time as me, Madam Deputy Speaker. I immediately followed him in our maiden speech. We served together on the Defence Select Committee, and I don't think anyone in this House would question his passion or commitment for veterans. Yesterday will have been a difficult day for him, but he should take comfort from knowing that he has stood steadfast by the commitments that he has given veterans who served in Northern Ireland. And so I was interested to hear the Minister at the start of proceedings this afternoon indicate that he is aware that the Northern Ireland Office will bring forward a bill that offers equivalent protection for veterans who served in Northern Ireland. The Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview last night said, government is good at saying the right thing, but perhaps not so good at delivering. We need to see action. That commitment to provide for veterans from Northern Ireland, Madam Deputy Speaker, was given to this House in written ministerial statement on the 18th of March last year, the day this bill, the Overseas Operations Bill, was introduced. 13 months later, we still wait. And we will wait with eager interest to see the detail, because there is a concern, and it is genuine, that should there be attempts to provide equivalence between those who served our country, who stood against tyranny and against terrorism, if there's an attempt to provide equivalence with those honourable service personnel and terrorists, I hope it will not find favour in this House. Turning to the amendments that are before us, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Government for the movement that they have given in light of Lord's Amendment 1. We will support Lord's Amendment 1. We think in totality it captures the range of issues that I think have been very fairly outlined by the Honourable Member for Barnsley Central and the Right Honourable Member for Hulton Price and Hawarden. It is important that we ensure there is no suggestion, no comfort given, or no cause for concern that our armed forces personnel would be engaged in activities such as torture, crimes against humanity, or war crimes, genocide. And that's where I differ with the Government, and I do hope that they reflect honourably on the fears around war crimes particularly. And having moved on the other three issues, I would ask that the Government similarly move on the issue of war crimes as well. My colleagues would be keen, and I would ask the Minister, in summing up, to reflect again on the comments he made around Lord's Amendment 5. A duty of care on legal, pastoral and mental well-being is not something that government should fear. I think I heard the Minister indicate that there is a potential to impact upon the operational effectiveness of our armed forces should this amendment pass. I can't see that cause for concern, and I would ask that the Minister give it renewed consideration and reflect upon it in his closing remarks. On the other Lord's amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, on 2, 3, 6, 7 and 8, we will support the Government on those. We have welcomed this bill. We do recognise the need for it. We want to see an end to vexatious prosecutions. And in supporting some of the amendments and in asking Government to go a little farther, we will keenly work with the new Minister as he embarks on his role, not only in the concluding stages of this bill, but on honouring the commitments that he and his colleagues made in their manifesto commitment and to this House on protecting veterans from Northern Ireland. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Bob Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just reiterate my congratulations to my very good friend and now my former whip, who had a very difficult job of keeping me in order. Best of luck to the next one. Bring them on. But well done. I really am pleased for you. I'm also saddened that the member for Moorview, Plymouth Moorview, who actually the one thing about the honourable member, who's a good friend of mine, is he did lead all the time with his heart. He actually was trying his very best to do the right thing for his constituents and also the armed forces. I mean, it was good too that he was a commander gunner rather than a wooden top, or a member of the Black Mafia. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've given evidence in war crimes trials. I've given evidence in trials that involved crimes against humanity and genocide. Not torture, but those two. And I am slightly concerned that we haven't put war crimes into this bill. After all, there are plenty of war crimes that are well documented from the Second World War, such as Wormhout on the 28th of May 1940, where 80 mainly British soldiers from the 2nd Battalion, the Royal Warwicks, and the 4th Battalion, the Cheshires, both regiments that have gone now, were stuck in a wooden hut, machine-gunned, and then actually they threw grenades in at them, and it was done by the SS division Leibstandard Adolf Hitler. That's a clear war crime. But we are not, very sadly, immune from some criticism. In the Second World War, some of our submarines did machine gun survivors in the water. Some of our soldiers did rape and kill people in Normandy, civilians, and in Germany. And we did actually, the British Army, I'm afraid, was involved in similar instances in Malaya and in Kenya. And I won't go further in. All I'm trying to make the point is not to blame anyone, but I think the crime of war crime should be in this bill. I will be voting for it, but I would hope that the government will think again on the subject of war crimes, because everyone is nodding because it makes sense. My last paragraph or so is fundamentally to reinforce something I know my friend the Minister is fully on board with. The Ministry of Defence cannot escape its responsibility to look after veterans from Northern Ireland. And I know the Minister's got that point, and I also know that it's not the MOD that's in the lead on this. I know it's the Northern Ireland office, and I really believe that very shortly we will have some good news. I hope so. We will have some good news, because when this bill goes through, as I have mentioned already before, we will have two grades of veterans. Those that actually are better protected on the matter we're discussing today, and those that are not. And those that are not will broadly be classified as Northern Ireland veterans, which others here actually can classify themselves as well. I think I've said enough. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
That was quick. Emma Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in the Members' Register of Interests. Whilst it's an absolute honour to follow the Right Honourable Member for Beckenham, it's also a tough gig in defence debates, so I will do my absolute best in the time that I have. I would like to speak to Noble Lord's Amendments 4 and 5 in relation to new clauses in Part 2 of the Bill. A section of the Bill that many of our witnesses in Public Bill Committee called for to be scrapped altogether. Before I turn to these amendments, if you permit me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to add my comments and my welcome to the Minister, who's no longer there. But he will know the frustrations felt by many of us who sat on the Bill Committee at his predecessor's obstinance in the face of expert evidence and personal testimonies. So, as with others, I am sincerely hopeful for a change in approach. Because our forces and veterans would have been better served with some well-considered and evidenced legislative changes, not this confused hash of a bill, where the government have rightly identified that there is a problem, that there is a need to provide greater legal protections to armed forces personnel and veterans serving overseas, but they have drafted legislation that makes the problem worse. All in a hurried effort to try and match sweeping rhetoric from their 2019 general election campaign. Turning to the new clause in Amendment 4,
which seeks to ensure that our armed forces retain the same rights as civilians in bringing civil claims against the Ministry of Defence. As drafted, the bill whose central aim, we are told, is to provide greater legal protections to armed forces personnel, includes provisions to do the exact opposite and disadvantage our personnel and veterans by introducing a hard 6-year cut-off for any compensation claims, including for personal injury and death, all by amending the Limitation Act. The government claim that this will stop any baseless claims, yet there are already provisions in the Limitation Act to strike out any such baseless claims. Worse still, this bill allows the MOD to strike out not just baseless claims, but rightful ones too. When it comes to dates of diagnosis and knowledge, such as with PTSD, hearing loss, or when it is difficult to establish facts in the context of armed conflict, then claims cannot always be made within 6 years. The government's own impact assessment from last year shows that at a minimum, 19 injured or bereaved members of the forces community who made claims from operations in Afghanistan and Iraq would have been blocked had this legislation been in place. One member of our brave forces being blocked from a claim is completely out of order, never mind 19. Crucially, we do not know what's going to happen in the future, but it is likely that there will be drastic unintended consequences, and we do know that with this bill, our forces will have less protection than civilians. There is simply no justification for introducing this time limit where such a one currently does not exist. Unamended, this section of the bill will only benefit the Ministry of Defence, yet the Ministry of Defence will be the defendant in all of these claims. This is a clear conflict. The government here have shamefully created legislation that protects them from legitimate legal claims whilst preventing forces personnel from access to justice. When it comes to Amendment 5, the new clause would introduce a duty of care to service personnel. I am completely at a loss as to why the government would reject and oppose care standards for service personnel involved in investigations or litigations arising from overseas operations. Anyone at all who has experience of being under prolonged or repeated investigation, especially when they are innocent, will know how utterly career-ruining, life-ruining and crushing it can be to be in this position. The defence that the Armed Forces Bill would be best served to address this issue simply does not cut it, because that bill is not yet in place. The bill we are discussing now will be very soon. It is a dereliction of duty for MPs to accept glaring gaps in legislation on the promise that it may or may not be rectified in future legislation. There remains, as we've already heard from other honourable members, nothing in the bill that will solve the problem of repeated investigations. And without this new clause, there is nothing in the bill that will afford our forces and veterans a duty of care when they are undergoing such investigations. I would really appreciate if the Minister would fully explain why he feels, after putting themselves in harm's way for all of our sakes, his government feels they don't deserve legal, pastoral or mental health support at a time of heightened stress and worry. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I did at report stage, I again urge all members opposite to look beyond the rhetoric and political spin, read the legislation, consider the Noble Lord's amendments and new clauses carefully before voting today with their whip and putting our armed forces and our veterans at a gross disadvantage.
Holloway. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the member for Aldershot on what must have been a massive overnight essay crisis, or the kind of worst sort of Sandhurst show parade, and I'm amazed that he can keep his eyes open in the next couple of minutes. I will be short, however. I'd also like to welcome the government, led by the member for Plymouth Moorview, in their very sincere efforts to deal with these vexatious legal actions. But listening to my right honourable friend, the honourable member for Halton Price and Howden, it strikes me that there is now an opportunity to listen to the bishops, the former Secretary General of NATO, the admirals, the air marshals, the generals, the right honourable members opposite, the member for Barnsley Central, a former Attorney General. This is a chance, I think. We must also renew our efforts in support of Northern Ireland veterans, including some soldiers with whom I served elsewhere. But more generally on these crimes that I regret to say I very, very nearly know rather a lot about, no British soldier should ever be in any doubt whatever that if they commit these crimes, they will be liable for prosecution by our courts for the rest of their lives.
Thank you very much. The honourable gentleman is finished.
Jamie Stone.
Jamie Stone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak after the honourable member for Gravesham. I think I also ought to take this opportunity, I do this from time to time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to remind the Chamber that one of my children is serving in the armed forces, as is my son-in-law. And I'd also like to give my personal congratulations to the new minister. We don't know each other very well, but I am somewhat biased, as my late brother-in-law served with the Scots Guards, and I wouldn't dream of calling them the Wooden Tops. They're very, very fine regiment, indeed. It would be churlish of me not to give credit where it's due, and as so many others have said already in this debate, the government's move regarding Amendment Number 1 is most welcome. It is a change of heart, and my party and others all around the Chamber will welcome this, and we feel we've been vindicated for our efforts to press the government. Now, I could say many different things in this debate, but I think I want to just dwell on one point. Sometimes it's interesting how a speech will come into your head as the debate proceeds. I come from a family that I wouldn't describe as military, but my grandfather served in the First World War. His 4 brothers did, 2 of which died. My father served in the Second World War in the 14th Army. And while the right honourable member for Beckenham has pointed out, of course, there have been bad things that have happened by our soldiers, I was brought up in the belief, one I still hold to dearly, that the British Armed Forces actually had the very highest standards and had a well-deserved reputation for fairness and decency in the way that they conducted themselves. And this reputation won us friends then, and indeed at that time for the future. And it gave and gives today a position of moral strength that has served this country incredibly well for a very long time. And I personally feel that to throw that away, not to absolutely outlaw torture, would have been a reprehensible backward step, especially when you think that torture has been illegal in this country for over 300 years. Now, the Shadow Defence Secretary has quoted from Lord Stirrup. I would like to add a quotation too, with reference to Amendment Number 1. And he said, "Our armed forces personnel in general exercise incredible judgment and restraint in the most dangerous and trying circumstances. But it would be unreasonable to expect that they should be entirely free of the faults and frailties that are part of the wider society from which they spring. When such crimes are suspected, they should be investigated thoroughly, and the investigation process itself would certainly bear improvement, and if the evidence is sufficient, the perpetrators should be prosecuted." Indeed, I would argue that in more recent times, this country's agreement on participation in the torture inquiry in the Iraq War continues to underpin this high moral position. And it's as simple as this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whatever the results of the inquiry, and even in the event of an accusing finger being pointed at British personnel and action being taken accordingly, the fact is our armed forces will be better for it, and we will still be on that moral high ground. Now, as has been referred to others, in the other place, my party voted for an amendment led by my colleague Lord Thomas of Gresford, which requires the investigations process to be timely and comprehensive to avoid repeated investigations against service personnel without compelling new evidence or information. The government was defeated on this amendment, and I think it is because, as others have said, the drawing out of this process is incredibly bad, not just for the person involved, but indeed for their families, which takes me neatly to the duty of care aspect. I would like to see that anyone involved in investigations must have access to legal, pastoral and mental health support that they need. And I was glad to see the amendment extends national standards of care and safeguarding for the families of those under investigation. I made the point earlier on by means of intervention that it seems to me that if we don't get recruitment right for the armed forces, we're in danger of eventually having no armed forces at all. We have to staff our armed forces. So if potential recruits are discouraged by what they see as their terms of employment, their terms and conditions, they're going to stay away. Or if people in the armed forces take a look at what might happen to them with the lack of support they might think they need, they'll walk. It's as simple as that. And as I think other members have said, it is almost certain that the other place will return this bill to us with certain amendments. I give credit where it is due. I think the Minister is a breath of fresh air, and I welcome him being in front of the dispatch box today. I hope that he and all the reasonable people I've heard on the other side of the House or over the House will look at what the other place sends back to us very seriously indeed and act accordingly. Because at the end of the day, it's about the good of our armed forces and it's about the defence of the realm. We live in an unsafe world.
Video link or audio link, Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister on his appointment and wish him well in his new role. I want to express my support for Amendment 5 from the other place that calls for the Secretary of State to establish a duty of care standard in relation to legal, pastoral and mental health support provided to service personnel involved in investigations or litigation arising from overseas operations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our servicemen and women lay their lives on the line for our freedom. Likewise, their families give so much to this nation. In return, we ought to be providing them with wraparound care, legal, pastoral and mental health, whether subject to investigation or not. However, in the context of this bill, it is worthy expressly stating this provision within the legislation. I know from speaking with veterans who have served in Operation Banner in Northern Ireland that the strain, physical, emotional, financial, of facing investigation is significant. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for many that impact starts well before the knock on the door comes, and it lasts for months, for years. Who amongst us in this place could cope with such a threat and withstand the stress and strain that comes with it? And that is why the provisions of this amendment are so important. A lonely path, an isolated place to be facing such uncertainty. We must ensure that legal, pastoral and mental health support is provided. Mr. Deputy Speaker, of course, while I make mention of conversations I have had with veterans of Operation Banner, of course those veterans who served with such bravery and sacrifice in Northern Ireland remain in peril from vexatious prosecutions. This government has not, as yet, fulfilled its commitment to afford veterans of Operation Banner the same protections as those who served overseas through this bill. That is wrong. It is inequitable and it must be addressed, not by lip service and warm words, because we've had enough of those, but by action. I must say I commend the Right Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview. He can rightly be termed honourable because he has honoured his word in saying he would not stay in position if the veterans who served in Northern Ireland were left behind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, whilst I welcome the Minister's remarks in his opening statement concerning Northern Ireland, it is becoming a trend for this government to say one thing, to promise one thing, to give their word on matters relating to Northern Ireland, and then do the exact opposite. It reflects poorly on those making these pledges, this government and this place. 1,441 soldiers lost their lives in Operation Banner. The magnitude of the threat faced by those who served and survived is clear. They need the same protections as those who served elsewhere. This is an opportunity for the Minister to make his mark do what is right by those who served, risked life and limb, stood as a human shield between good and evil in Northern Ireland during Operation Banner.
Thank you very much. We now come to Olivia Blake. Olivia, we can't just hear you. We'll just give it one more try, and if not, we'll go to Geraint and come back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'll start by congratulating the member for Aldershot on his promotion, and I welcome the Minister to his new role. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Article 8.2 of the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court defines the term war crimes in two ways: as a grave breach of the Geneva Convention or as a serious violation of the laws and customs applicable to international armed conflict. Under these two headings, it provides 31 different offences. Here are just some examples: attacking or bombarding by whatever means towns, villages, dwellings or buildings which are undefended or which are not military objectives; killing or wounding a combatant who, having laid down his arms or having no longer means of defence, has surrendered at discretion; subjecting persons who are in the power of the adverse party to physical mutilation or to medical or scientific experiments; committing outrages upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm listing some of these crimes because if we accept only the government's proposals instead of the amendments of the other place, they will remain as relevant offences in the bill. I'm incredibly sceptical about there being a presumption against prosecution just because a crime was committed abroad, but it's unclear to me why anyone would support a time limit or presumption against prosecution specifically on the charge of attacking defenceless towns or killing people who have surrendered. Why rule out torture, but not physical mutilation or scientific experiments on enemy combatants? The concessions that ministers and the MOD have made on torture, genocide and crimes against humanity are very, very welcome, but they don't go far enough to ensure that some of the worst crimes a person can commit are excluded. I agree with many members today who have signalled adopting Lord Robertson's excellent amendment wholesale would be the best approach to uphold our international reputation. And on the issue that ministers say this bill addresses, the well-being of veterans, the bill also falls well short. I'd like to reiterate mention of Lord Boyce's remarks by my right honourable friend, the member for Wentworth and Dearne. A presumption against prosecution helps no one. The issue that needs to be dealt with is the investigation and re-investigation of cases. The Lord's amendments to the bill provide a mechanism for dealing with those re-investigations, and yet the government is opposing them. At the same time, ministers are also proposing to make it harder for veterans to bring cases against the MOD, and they are opposing any attempt to provide a duty of care to ex-service personnel involved in legal cases. Mr. Deputy Speaker, without these amendments, this bill fails across the board and falls well short. Instead of playing politics with human rights, the government should guarantee access to justice for all victims of war, from the victims and survivors of war crimes to those ex-service personnel failed by the MOD. That's why I'll be voting for the amendments from the other place today.
Thank you very much. Priti Link. Geraint Davis.
Diolch yn fawr, Mr Deputy Speaker. This overseas operation bill as it currently stands is frankly damaging to our armed forces as it removes the protection of the law from many who have suffered injustice while serving our country, and it means war crimes may go unchallenged and be dragged into the international criminal courts. So as it stands, it's bad for our international reputation and indeed for those who so gallantly protect our country. Because unfortunately, this bill will stop those who've got legitimate cases of negligence, bullying and worse against the Ministry of Defence over 6 years old whilst at the same time turning a blind eye to cases of war crimes and torture over 5 years old, all in the name of reducing the number of so-called vexatious cases. And if we turn to those supposedly vexatious cases, there have been 1,000 in the case of Iraq in the last 17 years, and of those, 330 have been settled. In other words, the government's paid up and accepted liability. 414 remain ongoing. In other words, the government hasn't applied for them to be struck out as being vexatious. And 217, only 217 of 1,000, have been withdrawn or struck out. And many of these have been unmeritorious as opposed to vexatious, by which I mean they've been poorly pleaded or there's been errors of law. And that's no surprise because the government has made savage cuts to legal aid and many soldiers don't have law degrees and are traumatised from the experience that they're bringing a case about. So in fact, when you look at the number of these unmeritorious cases over the 17 years, they're about 10, which is less than the number of cases that get rejected in court that the government have put forward. So perhaps it should put its own house in order. And let's also remember, in terms of the courts at the moment, that they won't hear historic cases, case of historic facts, unless they pass the test of being equitable. In other words, fairness requires it. So we don't need the 6-year limit. And what's more, those that are found to be unmeritorious face substantial costs. The claimant faces substantial costs to the Ministry of Defence, which is a clear deterrent. So we've got now a situation in which the MOD can delay evidence in the name of national security and evade prosecution against negligence or worse. So, I mean, I've had individual cases, a case of a constituent who came to me who was on an exercise with the military, who was hooded, stripped and tortured, and then ended up with post-traumatic stress disorder, alcoholism, and so basically a lifetime of mental health problems that we're still trying to get compensation for. I mean, clearly he would be ruled out in this. There's been a famous case of an army cadet who was sexually abused and by her instructor, and she didn't bring this up until she was an adult. And again, the 6-year rule would have meant that case wasn't heard. There was a case of a territorial army officer who was subject over many years to racist abuse, and his superiors turned a blind eye. That wouldn't have been case heard, and the cases go on. So I've no hesitation in supporting the amendments from the Lords for the duty of care, for the facility for cases to be reopened with new evidence by the Director of Service Prosecution, the amendment for the facility for armed forces to bring civil claims against the Ministry of Defence. And finally, and crucially, this bill, of course, bans prosecution for war crimes after 5 years, including murder and torture, which is appalling. We all know it can take decades to investigate some of these war crimes. We all remember, we know what happened after the Second World War, for instance. And the government, of course, can sit on evidence for years, as has been in a particular case in Britain of the execution of unarmed civilians by British special forces, where they sat on evidence for over a decade. So we can't justify a blanket pardon for war crimes and torture after 5 years of them happening. Otherwise, we'll, of course, end up in the International Criminal Court in The Hague. So I very much support the amendments for the laws that try to make this bill a bit better. But in essence, I've got to say my view is this bill wasn't necessary and it should have been completely scrapped, which is why I voted against it in the first place. But I would urge members, obviously, to vote for the Lord's amendment that have been put today.
Diolch yn fawr. Video link. Beth Winter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I followed this bill in its process through the House, and at every point I voted against it and stood in opposition to it. I believe this bill has deeply worrying implications for Britain's standing worldwide and risks further eroding the rights of those living in countries where Britain has a military presence. This bill is completely contrary to the values I hold dear: justice, the rule of law, human rights, peace and total abhorrence of the inhumane treatment of fellow human beings. I'm glad that these values are shared with my colleagues in the other place who tabled and voted overwhelmingly and across parties in support of measures to address some of the most concerning elements of the bill. While this government made a belated U-turn yesterday in relation to the exclusion of torture, genocide and crimes against humanity from the bill, this has been a disappointing and partial change. The government's amendment failed to exclude war crimes from the scope of the bill. By choosing not to exclude from the Overseas Operations Bill crimes identified by Article 8.2 of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court in their totality, the government's partial amendment will leave many crimes, inhumane treatment, biological experiments, murder, mutilation, cruel treatments, just to name a few, subject to the presumption against prosecution in the bill. This was clearly not the Lord's intention when passing Amendment 1. We do not send our troops abroad to commit war crimes. We must hold our armed forces to higher standards than this and be willing to prosecute on any cases where their behaviour falls short of our shared values. It would be a grave mistake to fail to exclude these war crimes from the five-year limit and would send a signal that we condone crimes of this nature. Without this House of Lords amendment, the bill would effectively legislate to decriminalise war crimes committed by its armed forces. This would be a grave injustice and a moral stain on our international reputation and puts the UK service personnel at risk both in the field and of prosecution in the International Criminal Court. It is for these reasons that I will be voting to support the Lord's Amendment 1 tabled by former Defence Secretary and NATO Secretary General Lord Robertson of Port Ellen, which excludes torture, genocide, crimes against humanity and crucially war crimes from the scope of the bill. This brings me now to Amendment 4, which would eliminate the time limit for current or former service personnel to bring claims against the MOD. During discussions with veterans and Royal British Legion in Wales, they have voiced their deep-seated opposition to the government's proposal on this matter, which would weaken their key avenue for service personnel to access proper compensation by introducing an unnecessarily brief time window for them to pursue claims. This is inappropriate, as some conditions can take years to manifest or be properly diagnosed, such as post-traumatic stress disorder. The Royal British Legion have expressed grave concerns, rightly, that the 6-year-long stop could be a breach of the Armed Forces Covenant. The government proposal does nothing to protect service personnel or veterans or expand their rights, but rather serves to shield the government from criticism. It is vital we take steps to protect the well-being of soldiers and allow them to exert their rights. And for these reasons, I support Lord's Amendment 4, which would remove any restrictions on the time limits for actions brought against the Crown by service personnel. In my statement following my vote against this bill on its first reading, I said that in my view this bill undermines the UK's good standing in defence of human rights and the historically leading role that we have played in the fight against international war crimes. While I welcome and support the Lord's amendments and urge others to vote for them, I have not changed my view of this bill. Serious problems remain. And while supporting the Lord's amendments, I cannot support this bill in its entirety, as it would go against, in the words of justice, the interests of service personnel, victims and the UK's reputation as a country governed by the rule of law. As my colleague, Baroness Chakrabarti, who has taken a principled stand and fought tirelessly against this bill from day one, has said, this bill is a violation not just of human rights, but of the rule of law itself, and that fundamental principle of equality before the law, which is supposed to be a principle that even Conservatives hold. Thank you. Diolch.
Well, Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Government at last agreed to table an amendment to exclude torture, genocide and crimes against humanity from the scope of the Overseas Operations Bill before us today. And while I'm thankful for this, the fact that such provisions were considered in the first place is outrageous and raises a number of red flags about its intent and its remaining content, especially within the context of the recent chilling Covert Human Intelligence Sources Act. It's great that the Government now agrees that torture should never go unpunished, and I take this opportunity to pay tribute to the tireless campaigners who forced this U-turn upon them.
And I'm pleased with the Government amendment to exempt genocide, torture and crimes against humanity from these new legal safeguards for British troops serving overseas. However, the Government amendment fails to exclude war crimes from the scope of the bill, which will leave the UK service personnel at risk of prosecution in the International Criminal Court. And unless this bill is changed, it will undermine the country's commitment to the Geneva Conventions and other international treaties by bringing in a presumption against prosecution after 5 years to cover torture and other war crimes. And in that light, I'm pleased today to speak in favour of Lord's Amendment 1, 3 and 4, and appeal to the humanity of members across the House and ask them to join me in voting for them. These amendments are an absolute basic threshold for ensuring this legislation does not damage the rights of overseas victims of crimes and service personnel. However, we must be clear that this legislation as a whole still remains highly problematic for the UK's adherence to domestic and international human rights norms. On amendment, this bill would damage the standing of the armed forces by acting contrary to established legal norms, both domestic and international. By introducing a threshold which would be near impossible to meet where claims for many serious crimes are made for after 5 years, it would afford effective impunity for UK overseas military operations in many regards. Indeed, the bill signals that rather than adhering to a strict human rights framework in the rules of engagement, the UK is prepared to relax or worse, disregard protection from many serious crimes. It risks contravening the UK's obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights and other legal instruments. And it would also restrict the ability of service people to bring claims for personal injury and death during the course of the overseas actions. And rather than protecting and enhancing the rights of service personnel, it would weaken their key avenue for justice. This bill, as it currently stands, could also prevent British Armed Forces personnel from holding the Ministry of Defence to account when it fails to properly equip troops, or when it makes serious errors that lead to death and injury of British forces overseas. And as raised by the Royal British Legion when they gave evidence that this bill may breach the Armed Forces Covenant. And we must be absolutely clear where our troops and those leading them have breached the law. From Northern Ireland to Iraq, they must be held accountable and justice must be served. The bill, in its current format, threatens to undermine this principle, while also undermining support for current and former servicemen. I take this opportunity today to call on the Government to think again, take time to make further changes to the bill, to overhaul investigations, set up safeguards against vexatious claims that are consistent with our international obligations, hold all war crimes to the same judicial standard, and guarantee troops retain their right to compensation claims when MOD failures lead to injury or death of our forces overseas. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be called in this debate. I want to, first of all, just take the opportunity to acknowledge the birthday of our head of our armed forces, Her Majesty the Queen. I know when I put on the Ulster Defence Regiment uniform in Operation Banner, it was done so to serve Queen and country, and I still, along with others in this House, still honour the head today. Our thoughts and prayers remain with Her Majesty and our royal family on this very, very difficult milestone today. This issue is difficult and complex. The obligation to fulfil our duty under Article 2 of the ECHR is a vital obligation, and in much of the chatter that I've heard, there seems to be confusion between a legal investigation following appropriate procedures and an investigation that gives what the family feels to be the right result or justice. This bill is not designed to be the answer to every death involving a member of the armed forces. It is designed to ensure that the killing was unlawful, it is still able to be prosecuted, and yet at the same time protects against the sustained, erroneous and vexatious prosecution of service personnel, such as those who served in Iraq or Afghanistan or in Northern Ireland. As DUP spokesperson for human rights, I welcome government changes to the provisions regarding torture as suggested in the Lord Amendments 1 in clauses 6 and 7. The acceptance of government in their own proposals is welcome, as is clarification as to why war crimes have continued to be exempted, and I look to the Minister for some clarity at the end. I also have further questions on Lord's Amendment 4 regarding the ability for service personnel to make a claim against government. I have been struck by the British Legion's reasoning within the briefing sent to me. The Shadow Minister mentioned it, and many others did as well. We are all aware that amendments to Clause 13, restrictions and time limits, actions brought against a crime by service personnel. The new clause amends Part 2 of the bill so that it explicitly excludes actions brought against a crime by serving or former service personnel from the limitations on court's discretion that the part imposes in respect of actions relating to overseas operations. It therefore potentially could go some way to addressing the issues raised by the Royal British Legion, other external experts and members of both houses in relation to the impact of Part 2 of the bill. Again, I would seek clarity on this. My next point will be of no surprise to anyone in this chamber. That is the point of equivalence for service personnel for those who serve, who currently serve, or who have served in the past. We have, as is the title of new Clause 5, a duty of care to service personnel. My honourable colleagues and friends for East Belfast and for Upper Ban both mentioned this, and I will as well, because it's really important for us who have served in the armed forces, but those who represent Northern Ireland in particular. So simple and yet so effective, and unfortunately patently untrue. There is a duty of care to service personnel, unless of course you were called to serve in Northern Ireland. At this stage I wish to personally thank the Minister for Veterans, the former Minister for Veterans, the Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview, for his actions and honourable actions, for his passion and indeed his commitment in the job that he had. And also, can I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the help that he gives some of my constituents personally. And I wouldn't want to embarrass him by saying it here in the chamber, but I can tell you something. He really did reach out to some of my constituents in a very, very personal way, and I really appreciate it. I want to put it on record to say that. So we sit today not with parallel legislation that we're working through the Council, but nothing for those brave personnel who served in Northern Ireland. Now, I asked the Minister earlier on in relation to the legislation and protection for Northern Ireland. I don't want to embarrass the Minister in particular, but I'm going to tell you what's on the source, just as I was sitting here before I was called. And it's from Tracy McGee, and she says, Northern Ireland source tells her there are no plans to bring forward legislation in the Queen's speech and Northern Ireland veterans at this stage. If that is the case, and I appreciate, to be fair to the new Minister in this place, who I respect greatly and have an affection for, that if that's the case, then we really have to address this issue. So that then we ask, if it's not in the Queen's speech, then when will it be? And I think, Minister, I'm going to, if you don't mind, hold your feet to the fire on this one and say that we really need to have a commitment, a legislative time, a time scale to what's going on. I have no doubt whatsoever, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Minister is committed to this. But we need to have government in the Northern Ireland office, and we need to see it in the Queen's speech, and we need to be reassured. So if there's a legislative programme, then we need to be confirmed today and where it is. That's just breaking news in the last few minutes. No matter how the Republican agenda seeks to rewrite history to make it appear there is no difference between a terrorist whose every action is a crime and causing loss of life, can only, in that case of a terrorist, be murder, and not of a serving member of the armed forces who may cause loss of life whilst legally carrying out duties are the same. Let me tell you quite clearly, they are not the same, and legislation needs to be in place to ensure that's not the case. There is much within the bill that is right and proper, but I find it harder and harder to understand and support those who persist in belittling and shushing the unionist people of Northern Ireland. And the passing of this bill will not be complete, will not have its full assurance and confidence for everyone in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, unless within this legislation those who served in Northern Ireland have the very same rights. Every soldier who served, every family who grieved, and across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, every MP, no doubt, has in their constituency families of those who served and who died as a result of their service in Northern Ireland. So for them, for the MPs in Northern Ireland, for my party, we want to be assured, and the people of the province want to be assured, that legislative change will come in this House and from this government, and it will be forthcoming soonest, and we want to hear about it right away. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kevan Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill aims to address issues which I think quite rightly need addressing around the potential of vexatious investigations and litigations. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was this bill needed? No, it was not needed. All those issues could have been addressed in the Armed Forces Bill, which is currently going through the House at the moment. No, this bill was brought forward, as my honourable friend for South Shields said in her contribution, as a clear piece of election gimmicking, and I think the worst aspects of what we've seen in the present Conservative Party about trying to get culture wars going. Given the impression that, and we saw it at second reading in the wind-up from the member for Plymouth Moor View, that somehow, if you were criticising this bill in any way, you were in favour of ambulance chasing lawyers and against our brave servicemen and women. Well, I take great exception to that. In June of this year, I'll be in this House 20 years, and I think most people know that I have a long record in this House of speaking up and arguing for members of our armed forces, like a lot of other members on these benches. And as I think is worth reminding people, is many of the people that will be affected by this bill are constituents from northern constituencies, Liverpool, everywhere else, who are proud members of the armed forces and need protection. But this bill is, I think, fundamentally dishonest, because it doesn't do what it claims to do. Now, the member for Plymouth Moor View, and people have congratulated him today. Well, can I just put it on record, and I've had my disagreements with him. I do not for 1 minute, Mr. Deputy Speaker, question his integrity, question his passion from trying to get everything right for the members of the armed forces. But I've got to say, the way he's taken this piece of legislation through the Armed Forces Bill was, if it's his way or no way. He was not prepared at all to countenance any view which was different to his, even when, quite rightly, on many occasions, were completely wrong against the evidence we took. Likewise, I understand what's been said about his campaign in Northern Ireland. It's one I sympathise with. But I've got to say, he now portrays himself as a great champion of Northern Ireland veterans. And as he said last night, so somehow politics does this. Well, I would say to him, wake up. You are a politician. You're in a position to do something about it. And you didn't. Not only did he not only stop the Armed Forces Bill taking written evidence from Northern Ireland veterans, in my amendment to actually look at Northern Ireland veterans of the Armed Forces Bill, he voted against it. So I shall take no lessons on him from that. But the key problem with this piece of legislation is this, if you want to stop vexatious investigations and litigation, the way to go at is investigation, and it is silent in this bill. I moved Amendment 6, new clause 6, 7 and 8 in the bill, which would have addressed the issue around investigations. And I was told then by the member for Plymouth Moor View that, it will be, these issues aren't to be considered now, they'll be taken in the Armed Forces Bill. Well, lo and behold, when I was on the Armed Forces Bill, they're not there because they're now into this long-term review. And that's a gaping hole in this legislation. Because if you're actually going to stop those investigations, you need the time. And that's why I do welcome the amendment that's been put forward by the House of Lords, because quite clearly in the bills, in the Bill Committee, we took quite a lot of evidence, but including from Jeff Blackett, the former Judge Advocate General, I know very well, in which he said the fact that there is a presumption against prosecution would not stop the knock on the door and an investigation. That is the whole point. The presumption against prosecution does not stop investigations. And if this bill goes through on amendment without investigations, it will still not stop those investigations. And there is a sensible way forward, I think, being put forward by the Lords. I would actually prefer the amendments I moved, because what it would do, it would stop, and you would basically have case management, and actually throw out for example, the ones that were going anywhere. And the member for Bracknell said, oh, well, you'd be treating armed forces members different to the common law. No, you wouldn't, because the Magistrates Act does exactly that for minor offences and investigations. If they're not done within 6 months, they get thrown out. But what it would do, it would give judicial oversight of the investigation process. And that, I think, is the big hole which is still... And if we don't accept the Lord's Amendment on this, the hole is still there in this bill. We've been promised by the Minister today, and I know it's not his fault because he's just come into the post, that we've got a situation whereby the review that is going on in investigations will report sometime, well, we don't know when. But no doubt then we'll have to bring legislation back to actually make those amendments. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, everyone knows what the problem is. Do it now in this bill. And if it's not happy with the Lord's Amendment as outlined, come forward with something. It would improve this bill. I tried, at length in committee to do this, but again, the problem is with the member for Plymouth Moor View, he was right about everything. Everyone else was wrong, and he wouldn't actually take any amendments or any even discussion on these issues. So I think that is the big hole in it. The other issue is that this will protect members of our armed forces from prosecution. Well, no, it won't, Mr Deputy Speaker, because the big issue here in terms, and I do commend Amendment 1 from the Lords, is, and it was said at committee on numerous occasions by individuals, one thing I would want to guard against, and I think somebody said it early on, if a member of the armed forces commits a crime, should they be tried? Yes, they should. But they should be done it in this country. What I do not want to see is members of the armed forces being taken before the International Criminal Court. And if we do not include war crimes in this bill as commended by that's exactly what will happen. There was a case I raised earlier on, and that's the case of Marine A, where an individual shot an unarmed, dying members of the Afghan Taliban. He was tried in a UK military court, found guilty, on appeal, quite rightly. The evidence was brought in about his mental state, which reduced the sentence down. That individual, if he'd have actually been over 5 years, that was a war crime, in my opinion. Therefore, it wouldn't have actually been consulted. He would have gone off to the International Criminal Court. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think he would have got the justice, which quite rightly he got, and fairness he got, from the British system. So, this is going to lead to a situation where British servicemen and women are going to find themselves before the International Criminal unless we change this bill. And, that's just being dishonest with the members of our armed forces. Tell them somehow this bill is going to protect them when it's quite clearly not going to protect them. So I do urge the government and the minister to, and I do welcome the change, the movement, but we've got to get a situation whereby war crimes are included in this, and we've got a clear indication that British servicemen and women aren't going to end up in the International Criminal Court. And that's not because somehow you want to protect ambulance chasing lawyers. That's because you want to protect members of our armed forces, many of them who come from my constituency and many other constituencies across the House. The other one, which again, I never really got an explanation in committee on this, was the issue around Part 2 of the bill. And this is the issue around, basically, and it does go against the issue in terms of the Covenant. And the member for Liverpool Riverside said the issue here is that you're and the Royal British Legion are quite clear on this. This is a breach of the Covenant. You're actually making a situation whereby rights that we all have under the Limitations Act, members of our armed forces are not going to act. So I do support the change that is bringing forward. And my fear about this, if it goes through unamended, and I said it in an intervention earlier on, Mr Deputy Speaker, this will get changed in court anyway. People will challenge this. So all we're going to do is end up paying a lot of expensive lawyers to actually challenge this. But it cannot be right that we treat members of our armed forces, people who have served their country, in any way in which... So come back to that, the second reading debate, where those of us who raised objections to this bill, or in some cases voted against it, were being deemed as that we were against members of our armed forces. Well, I'm sorry. The idea of this bill, which actually gives less rights to veterans than the ordinary members of the public, I'm not sure that's standing up for veterans. It might be a situation whereby a lot of individuals haven't read the bill in detail on the government side, and I accept, I've got to say, some of the nonsense I've heard on our side as well. In some aspects of this bill I don't agree with either. But this bill, if it is going to go further, can actually be improved. Very simple. Stick the issue around investigations in, adopt the war crime so it covers that, adopt either this amendment or bring back another amendment in terms of excluding veterans in terms of Part 2, and I think that would at least have a bit of legislation which would says what it does on the tin rather than the claims in the various things that have been made. Can I just address the final issue around Northern Ireland veterans? I'm passionate about this, like the member of Stranraer. This is an issue which needs addressing. Again, we promised it in this. We promised it in the Armed Forces Bill. I attempted in the Armed Forces Bill to at least take evidence from Northern Ireland veterans about the issues, and the government voted against that. I even tried to do a clever thing, which I do sometimes. So could we have written evidence? They weren't even having that, including this great champion for Northern Ireland veterans, a member for Plymouth Moor View, said, no, we're not having that, we're not having any discussions at all. In committee, I moved an amendment actually asking the government to do a report, not just in terms of the issues that affect Northern Ireland veterans, but a wider piece around mental health and other issues affecting them. Again, that was voted down and vociferously opposed by the member for Plymouth Moor View. So I'll have no lessons off him about standing up for Northern Ireland veterans. But it does need addressing. And the worst thing you can do in politics, I've seen over the years, is promise things you're not going to deliver. And what the Honourable Member for Stratford just said, if there's no bill in the Queen's speech on this issue, I think a lot of Northern Ireland veterans are going to be saying, when is this going to come? And I think that is just dishonest if you've actually promised people something that you're not then going to deliver. So I would urge the government to consider that point. So I would urge colleagues to support the amendments. I would urge the Minister to look at investigations, even at this late stage, if we can get it in, if it comes back through ping pong, because it would improve the bill. I just wish the present Minister was there when this bill was going through this, and also the Armed Forces Bill, because I think we've had a more fruitful way of which amendments could have been brought forward, and real change. And can I just say to members of, and I know that the Minister knows this because I know him well, is there are people on this side of the House who actually want to stand up for our armed forces and help members of our armed forces. And just because we're a different political party doesn't mean necessarily that we're against everything that has been put forward. So I know he will work in a cross-party way because he's got a record of doing that. And can I just finish by wishing him well and look forward to some constructive engagement with him as Veterans Minister, because again, at the end of the day, I think there's a pretty good consensus across this House that we want to do the best for members of our armed forces and veterans.
And can I welcome the new Minister to his post? Leo Doherty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I thank colleagues from across the House this afternoon for their considered contributions. And I have listened with humility and interest, and I do deeply appreciate the constructive tone from the Shadow Secretary of State and colleagues on both sides of the House. A number of colleagues expressed concern over the list of excluded crimes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That included the Shadow Secretary of State, also my right honourable friend for Holton, Price and Howden, the member for Glasgow North West, Kenilworth and Southern, Barnsley Central, the right honourable gallant member for Beckenham, the gallant member for Gravesham, Sheffield Hallam, Swansea West, and the right honourable member for North Durham. Now, let me be clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the presumption against prosecution created by Part 1 of the bill does not prevent investigations or prosecutions for any category of crimes. It creates a higher threshold for prosecution and not a bar. It therefore does not prevent the UK from investigating any nature of crime, whether it is in or out of the list of excluded offences in Schedule 1 of this bill. I have listened with sympathy to the concerns of many honourable members today that failing to expand the list of excluded offences makes UK service personnel more likely to face prosecution by the ICC, and I must say it does not. Cases are only admissible to the ICC when a state is unwilling or unable to investigate or prosecute. So the presumption against prosecution created in Part 1 of the bill does not prevent investigations, and cases can and still could be prosecuted. We will not, therefore, be considered by the ICC to be unwilling or unable to investigate and prosecute war crimes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, several members also expressed concern about duty of care. My friend from Belfast East, the member for South Shields, the member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, and the member for Upper Bann. And I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Defence takes very seriously its duty of care for service personnel and veterans, for whom there already exists a comprehensive range of legal, pastoral, welfare and mental health support, details of which can be found, as I mentioned earlier, in the Secretary of State's written ministerial statement of 13th of April. In the Lord's Amendment, there is a risk of unintended consequences, and which would include the possible increase in litigation, which would, of course, be contrary to the very objectives of the bill. So I can reassure the House that the MOD and the Office of Veterans Affairs works closely across all government departments and the devolved administrations and with charities to ensure the welfare needs of our service personnel and veterans are met. Now, of course, we have come a very long way in terms of the welfare provisions for veterans and our armed forces service personnel, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure we get this absolutely right. Mr. Deputy Speaker, other members expressed concern in our approach to this is, of course, without the scope of the bill, but I feel obliged to reiterate my earlier comments on our approach to Northern Ireland veterans. And in response to the inquiry from my friend from Shannon and other members, including the member for Upper Bann, Beckenham and other members, I can confirm that I expect with confidence legislation very soon from the Northern Ireland Office, and I look forward to keeping the honourable member updated in that regard. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have today been able to provide additional clarity and reassurance on all of the many issues covered this afternoon, and I hope that the House will agree to the Government amendments in lieu of Lord's Amendment 1 and disagree to Lord's Amendments 2, 4 and 5. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope the whole House will agree that this bill will deliver an important step forward in the Prime Minister's and this Government's commitment to give our finest defence asset, our people and our veteran community, the protection they so richly deserve. And I commend it to the House.
Thank you very much. I am expecting divisions, more than one, and just to remind everybody that for the first division it's 8 minutes and then 5 minutes subsequently to that. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Oh. Country no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I will call a Minister to move Amendments A to O in lieu of Lord's Amendment 1 together. Minister to move formally Amendments A to O in lieu of Lord's Amendment 1. The question is that this House proposes Amendments A to O in lieu of Lord's Amendments 1. As many as that opinion say aye. Oh. Country no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 2, Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Oh. Or the contrary, no? No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as of that opinion say aye. Or the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the aye, Scott Mann and David Ratley. Tell us for the noes, Bambasher Alambas and Jeff Smith. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 365. The noes to the left, 258.
The ayes to the right, 365. The noes to the left, 258. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. Order. Under the order of the House of today, I must now bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord's Amendment. We now come to Lord's Amendment 4. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 4. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Scott Mann and David Rutley. Tell us for the noes, Bamba Sheralambus and Jeff Smith. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 357. The noes to the left, 268.
The ayes to the right, 357. The noes to the left, 268. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. So, is it straight to Amendment 5? The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. That this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, David Ratley and Scott Mann. Tell us for the noes, Jeff Smith and Bama Shiralambas. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 357. The noes to the left, 266.
The ayes to the right, 357. The noes to the left, 266. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. I must now put a single question that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 3 and 6 to 8. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 3 and 6 to 8. As many as of that opinion say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Government Consequential Amendment A. Minister to move motion formally. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 2, 4 and 5, that Leo Doherty, Michael Tomlinson, Jack Brereton, John Healey and Carol Monaghan be members of the committee, that Leo Doherty be the chair of the committee, that the three be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 2, 4 and 5, that Leo Doherty, Michael Tomlinson, Jack Brereton, John Healey and Carol Moynihan be members of the committee, that Leo Doherty be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee and that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as of that opinion say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And in order to observe social distancing, the Reasons Committee will meet in Committee Room 12. That now concludes consideration of Lord's amendments to the Overseas Operations Service, Personnel and Veterans Bill. I suspend the House for 3 minutes. Order. Order. We now come to motion number 5 on business of the House today. Can we have Minister to move?
I beg to move.
The question is the business of the House today motion as on the order paper. As many of that can say aye. Contrary, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 6 on confidentiality in the House's standard systems, with which will be debated together with motions number 7 and 8 on sanctions in respect of the conduct of members. Before I call the Leader of the House to move the motion, I should inform the House that I have not selected the amendment to motion number 7 in the name of Andrea Leadsom, and I call the Leader of the House to move the motion, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper. As the Leader of the House, I am happy to bring forward these motions to facilitate the House's decision on these matters following inquiries by the Standards Committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the motions before the House today will implement the recommendations of the Committee on Standards as set out in its 6th and 7th reports and revised by its 12th report. I am grateful to the Committee and its Chairman for the collaborative way in which these motions have been brought forward and welcome the Committee's engagement ahead of finalising its recommendations. This is the latest step in our continuing efforts to improve our ways of working so that the United Kingdom Parliament becomes more effective in its core task of serving voters. Thorough culture change comes from setting expectations as much as creating new rules, but as these proposals do both, I hope they will meet with the House's approval. It may help if I briefly explain the motions on the order paper. Motion 6 relates to the Committee's recommendations on confidentiality. These recommendations are based on proposals from the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards for some fine-tuning of the confidentiality regime in relation to non-ICGS cases. In particular, the may only be implemented with the agreement of the House itself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am sure that the Chairman of the Standards Committee will want to provide further details on the approach taken in his committee's reports. For my part, I bring forward these motions as part of a shared endeavour to improve the way this House functions and to demonstrate our firm commitment to improving our working culture further. Our constituents send us here with the full expectation that we will do all in our power to represent them properly, and every day across the House I find honourable and right honourable members doing their absolute best to live up to that. But on the occasions when a member's conduct is found wanting, we must demonstrate the firmness of our collective commitment by ensuring, to paraphrase Plato, to every member their due. On that basis, I commend these motions to the House.
The question is motion number 6 as on the order paper. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Leader of the House for his statement and setting out the motions so helpfully. I want to start by saying that I think the inquiry started in June 2019 and encourage honourable and right honourable members to look at the committee's 12th report, which was published on the 30th of March. I am slightly concerned, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because it does say at paragraph 5 that the committee have consulted the 2 largest opposition parties represented in the House about the revised proposals. I have to say I was first written to on the 8th of March 2021 by the chair of the Standards Committee. I felt that I needed to consult with our business managers and senior leaders of our party, but it would have been helpful, I think, if all leaders of all the parties were consulted. And that's in that way we can have a much more transparent way of looking at these matters. But it looks like, if you look at the evidence that was published, that although it says we were consulted, that I have had nothing to say Mr Deputy Speaker, and that, obviously I can't write and I can't read or whatever, but there is copious correspondence from the leader and the chair of the committee at pages 13 to, I think it's 29. So I hope in future the chair of the committee will find a way of consulting in time. I think, Nor, I thought, was it helpful to set out this morning before, well, actually it's after honourable members were on the call list. There was a note from the Speaker setting out clarification. I think it would have been helpful if that was set out either the day before or well in advance, so members could know exactly what was being debated today. But other than that, I want to thank the leader for encouraging the chair to engage with the opposition, thank him for his statement today, and note the reports.
Edson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I start by welcoming this report from the Standards Committee? It definitely clears up a number of loose ends from the original work on the ICGS, and I think it demonstrates the benefit that the House has had from the past couple of years of operating it. That benefit of hindsight demonstrates that the fears and suspicions of some when the scheme was first introduced have so far been unfounded. There is now a clear route to providing justice to everyone who visits or works in Parliament, and at the same time, the training and sanctions that are in place will go a long way toward changing the culture so that everyone who comes here is treated with dignity and respect. There have now been 2 full reviews of the scheme by Alison Stanley, who in my view has done a great job. I hope that regular reviews will continue to take place to make sure there is always scrupulous fairness, particularly in the contentious area whereby there is a concern about politically motivated complaints against MPs, and I know a number of colleagues across the House continue to be concerned about that. But I do think that Alison Stanley, in her reviews, has made clear the need to speed up processes so that the findings of any investigation are delivered within a reasonable period of time. And I hope that changes made as a result will give complainants greater confidence than they have today that the scheme is worth using. There's no doubt that justice delayed is justice denied, and some of the complaints that have been brought to date have been far too slow to reach a conclusion. If we don't tackle this issue, it will undermine the whole credibility of the scheme. So I do urge both my right honourable friend and the chair of the Standards Committee to focus on ensuring that the right resources are available to get the job done in a timely way. Mr Deputy Speaker, today I would like to speak briefly about an amendment that has not been selected on the order paper, and I know that Mr Speaker very kindly said it would be in order to discuss this, because whilst it is very much in order to the main discussion of this evening, so I will leave it at that, and in spite of being disappointed that the amendment isn't selected. One of the key issues that was unresolved when I left the job of Leader of the House in 2019 was that of how to ensure that MPs were not marking their own homework when it came to sanctions for the worst excesses of behaviour. I think my right honourable friend and his parliamentary team have obviously worked hard on this, and I think done a great job in establishing the independent expert panel. Members of the public will be able to have confidence that competent individuals who have no vested interest in the political process will ensure that MPs are properly held to account. But I do believe that there is one piece of unfinished business, and hence the reason for my amendment, which is not selected. In the past, it was the Recall of MPs Act. I shan't mention it again, I promise. In the past, the Recall of MPs Act was the route to removal of an MP, whereby his or her constituents could petition for a by-election for the recall of that MP and for a by-election to be held. Whilst this was seen by many as an inadequate sanction, it nevertheless had the advantage of meaning that the constituency concerned would continue to be represented in Parliament throughout the recall process. The new arrangement enables the independent expert panel to expel an MP from office subject to an aye or no vote in this House. That has the clear advantage of swift justice, but it also has the disadvantage of leaving the constituents of that member unrepresented. And now I'm sure that all colleagues across the House can think of dozens of their own constituents who have significant problems where the intervention of their MP is urgently required and welcomed by that constituent. In future, if an MP is expelled under the new arrangements, those constituents will have no formal representation until the by-election takes place. Whilst the political parties will always, I'm sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, attempt to provide cover, there is no agreed process or guarantee as to what these now unrepresented constituents can expect. My efforts, not wishing to mention the other A word, again, Mr Deputy Speaker, merely sought to ensure that the Chair of the Standards Committee might hold, or indeed ask another committee in this House to hold, an inquiry into how this circumstance could be covered to the benefit of our constituents. Whilst tonight's motion was the trigger for my desire to put forward that suggestion, colleagues will of course realise that any inquiry held by a committee of this House could then also take into account the tragic circumstances of either the death of a member or a lengthy absence due to illness or indeed baby leave, in how those constituents of that member can be adequately represented. I would very much appreciate full consideration to be given to my suggestion, and as colleagues I'm sure will appreciate, I will come back to it later. If at first I don't succeed, I shall try and try again. Thank you.
Ms Bryant.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. In all honesty, I have yet to meet a member of this House who has not entered Parliament and politics out of completely honourable intentions. All of us want to change the world, make it a better place, improve the lot of our constituents, represent the communities in our patch as well as we possibly can, and try to sort out individual issues for people as well as we can, and tackle the injustices that beset humanity. That doesn't mean, of course, that we don't disagree all the time. That is a sort of standard part of the business. But I don't think that that means that any single one of us denigrates the honour with which other people hold their political opinions. That is not, however, also to say that we're not infallible. I see, Mr Speaker, you're smiling because I think you think, yes, well, you certainly aren't, Mr Bryant. Indeed, I hope people won't think that I'm being overly pious or returning to my former profession as a vicar when I suggest that we are indeed all flawed, including you, sir. Even the most statuesque of us has feet of clay. Indeed, I have so many faults that I sometimes think that the only vaguely decent thing about me is that I do know my failings rather well. Which is, of course, why the House has a code of conduct, a behaviour code, and a set of rules that apply to us all. And this is constantly evolving. I would say on behalf of the committee that we are really keen in the work that we're doing at the moment on the review of the code of conduct to make sure that we have a set of rules that is readily understandable by members and by the public, that upholds the Nolan principles, which are so vital to restoring public confidence in the way we do our business, and in making sure that we get that balance between the fundamental principles and the specific rules right, so that people aren't being endlessly tripped up on what I could only call bureaucratic minutiae, but getting away with much greater misdemeanours. We need to get that balance right. We need to make sure that there is justice for the individual member and for the complainant, and that we do so as fairly as possible. And of course, it's from those fundamental principles, the Nolan principles, that all our attitudes and our behaviours come into play. And the Leader of the House quite rightly referred to the desire, I think, shared by everybody to change the culture in the whole parliamentary community, so that it is always a place of respect, of dignity, and people are able to do their job with honour. Let me just explain, Mr Deputy Speaker, what we wanted in the committee to achieve through our reports, which have led to the motions that are on the order paper today. And if I might, I would thank you, the leader, for the collaborative way that he's approached this. I would merely say, if he doesn't mind, that it's taken a long time to get these motions on the order paper today, and I think all of us would have preferred this to have happened a bit earlier. I think the independent expert panel would have liked to have had these powers in place a little bit earlier. I'm not making a big thing out of it. It would just be good if we were able to proceed a bit quicker sometimes. The first thing we wanted to do was to maintain the strictest possible confidentiality in cases of bullying, harassment and sexual misconduct, which are being investigated by the Commissioner and considered by the independent expert panel, so as to protect both complainant and the member. It's important to remember that in those cases there is always a specific complainant, potentially a victim, and that person has as many rights in the process, not more rights, but as many rights as the individual member who may be being complained about. I just want to confirm for the Leader of the House that it is perfectly possible and right that if an individual member wishes to seek advice from another member, or for that matter legal counsel, of course they are entitled to do so. And I would say that in some cases that would be your whip, because often a whip, whips sometimes have a terrible reputation, but in my experience they are largely there actually for the better management of the House. I'm suddenly popular. It's not going to last, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And actually for the care, often, the welfare and the care of the individual members in the House, especially when they're going through difficult times. Of course.
It's a question that's arisen in discussion with members. I'm a member of this committee and I work with him, is that the confidentiality arrangements seem to preclude members from discussing or seeking the help of their whip to advise them on the complaint that's being made about them, and that seems to be the understanding of many honourable and right honourable members, that they can't even tell their whip and seek help from their whip in support about dealing with a complaint against them. Could the honourable right honourable gentleman just explain what he thinks the position actually is on that point?
It's precisely as the Leader of the House adumbrated earlier on, namely that as the ICGS and the Independent Expert Panel have made clear, that of course you are able to seek advice and from another member if that's what you wish to do. It's on a confidential basis, and of course you shouldn't be doing it so as to game the system or to lobby individual members of the committee, because that is expressly a breach of the rules of the Code of Conduct. But yes, people are perfectly entitled, and it makes absolute sense for an individual member, if they wish to do so, to go to their whip to talk about the matter. I would urge colleagues not to use this as a means of sort of lobbying the whole House to get support, because I think that that undermines the whole system. We wanted also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to end the anomaly whereby the Commissioner can neither confirm nor deny that she is investigating a particular case, even when the member concerned has announced that he or she has referred themselves to the Commissioner. That obviously brings the whole system into a degree of disrepute. And I know that some colleagues were anxious about this clause, but I would simply say that in the vast majority of cases, this will mean that the Commissioner will be able to confirm that she is not investigating a member. There have been far too many hairs that have started running in the press without anybody being able to clarify the situation, neither the Commissioner nor the member, and I think that that is an injustice to everybody. The third thing we wanted to ensure was that when something has gone wrong, the Independent Expert Panel and the Standards Committee had more options in terms of sanctions than just a slap on the wrist or decapitation, which is basically what it, I think, has felt like for far too long. There are more effective means of enabling people to change their habits, perhaps the habits of a lifetime, or the way that they work, or their attitudes, or their behaviour, or whatever, in a way that aligns itself with the Code of Conduct and with the rules. And that's precisely what the suite of options that we've laid out in our reports do, both for ICGS cases, for the Independent Expert Panel to be able to use, and in our case, and for non-ICGS cases for the Standards Committee to use. And the Leader of the House, again, is absolutely right in saying that anything that affects the core functions of an MP would only be decided on by the House in the end. The final vote, as it were, would be for the House. We wanted also to be absolutely clear with members and the public what factors we considered to be mitigating or aggravating factors when we're considering a particular case when the Commissioner has brought a report to us. This seems to us as a simple matter of natural justice, to be honest. It's exactly the same as the courts. They have mitigating and aggravating factors when sentencing. Now, for instance, perhaps it is obvious that a member who committed the same breach of the rules on more than one occasion, or who did so after already having been admonished by the House for a similar breach, would face a tougher sanction from the committee the next time round, a recidivist. But we thought it important to make this clear. Perhaps it is also obvious that a member who made a completely inadvertent error, apologised and swiftly made recompense will be able to rely on the Commissioner and on the committee to treat such a breach as on the less serious end of the spectrum. Likewise, perhaps it is obvious that a member who refused to answer an inquiry from the Commissioner or the Registrar, or who deliberately dragged matters out, or was rude and abusive during the process, or who, in short, refused to cooperate with an investigation or an inquiry, would likewise face a more serious sanction from the committee. And my honest advice to colleagues, I think every member of the committee would say this, is, and it's advice that I would give anyone in life, frankly, is that a heartfelt apology goes a very long way to putting things right. I think the House and the public respects that when people are able to do it. I would also urge colleagues, if they ever want advice, to go to the Registrar or the Commissioner, because they are there to help. If I might, yes, of course.
So, in conversations with colleagues about the role of the Commissioner, I think that point really needs to be underlined, because a number of colleagues are very wary of approaching the Commissioner for advice, or questioning what's going on, because they worry that this eminent person is going to be somehow in judgment over them, or can hold something over them. I think, how do you think the committee can begin to break down the barriers between the Commissioner, and honourable and right honourable members, because that barrier obviously exists in quite a number of instances?
Well, as the right honourable member and benighted member knows, in that he's a Knight of the Realm, I mean, that we intend, when we've produced our report on the Code of Conduct, we will consult widely in the House and elsewhere, and I hope that as many members as possible will take part in that consultation process, because we want to make... My personal impression is that the rules are far too complicated now. There are bits and pieces here, there and everywhere. It seems extraordinary that we have 2 pages of stationery rules in the 21st century. All of that seems... I think we make it too complicated for members to do their work. And I very much hope that members will take part in that next process, and part of that will undoubtedly be getting to know the Commissioner and the Registrar better. If I might briefly not refer to the amendment which hasn't been selected, but nonetheless refer to the Right Honourable Member for South Northamptonshire. I'm conscious, whenever I see her speak, I'm reminded of the fact that when I lived in Northamptonshire, when I was the youth officer for the Diocese of Peterborough, I used to drive up the M1, and just as you arrive in her constituency, there's a great big sign on the motorway which says, "Welcome to Northamptonshire," and then 2 seconds later there's a sign which says, "Keep your distance." Now, it was there long before COVID. The only thing I'd say to her about the issue that she's raised, and she is absolutely right, there is an issue for constituents who might suddenly be left high and dry. There is incidentally also an issue for constituents when there's a change of MP, because all the casework sort of disappears into a black hole, and has to by law. I just wonder whether that isn't a matter for privileges rather than for standards. The Privileges Committee is not able to take up issues without being expressly asked to do so by the House. But if the House wanted to do so, I'm sure we would rise to the challenge. But I think that that may be the right course for us to take. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've not got much more to say, but I want to assure the House of two things. Firstly, the committee takes its job extremely seriously. We seek to be as fair-minded as we possibly can be. We set politics and partisanship aside the moment we enter into the meetings, and we strive to have a system that is simple to understand and simple to navigate. I've seen over 20 years as an MP that the court of public opinion can be very capricious and often deliver great injustices to members. We strive to ensure that nobody can say that of the committee, and I know that Sir Stephen Irwin has already made it absolutely clear that they have exactly the same determination in relation to the independent expert panel. I think, having met with Sir Stephen and our committee wanting to work closely with Sir Stephen, I am absolutely confident that they will do a sterling job. Secondly, the officers of the House are there to help members, not to hinder them. I know sometimes colleagues get a bit anxious if they have to meet with the Commissioner for Standards. They think that that's sometimes going to be some kind of dressing down. Very far from the truth. Both the Commissioner for Standards, Catherine Stone, and the Registrar of Members' Interests, Heather Wood, are ruthlessly impartial, and they really are there. They constantly provide advice to individual members on an entirely confidential basis. They do this every day of the week. Large numbers of members go to see them and seek their advice. And I would urge colleagues, sometimes when we've been here a long time, we sort of assume that we know the rules, and sometimes the rules have changed a little bit in the time that we've been here, and it really is worthwhile just occasionally popping along either to see Catherine or Heather to get advice. And indeed, I am keen, as we move forward, that we should end up with a system where, if you have sought advice from Heather, from the Registrar or the Commissioner, that is a safe harbour for you. In other words, that you couldn't, and you'd adopted their advice, you couldn't then subsequently get into trouble for it. That isn't the present situation, and I think that's where we would like to get to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would finally just like to thank the members of the committee, the lay members and the members of this House who constitute the committee. It's been a heavy workload, actually, over this last year. I'm really glad that these motions are on the table tonight. I thank the leader and the shadow leader and the leader of the other political parties. I'm not aware that the SNP is unhappy with the consultation that we've done with them. And finally, I'd just like to thank Sir Stephen Irwin and all the members of the independent expert panel who are already starting their work. And after these motions have been adopted today, we'll be able to do so more fully and I think with a greater sense of the direction of travel that we all want to go in.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader for his statement and indeed the work of the committee members and Chair for bringing this all together for us. I think this is one of these unique occasions where across the Chamber we're in almost universal agreement about the direction of travel we need to take. I'll be very brief in my comments, Madam Deputy Chair. I think collaboration on any area about conduct is critical, and I think the point the Right Honourable Lady was making about this needing to be an ongoing process, this can't simply be what it is. It needs to continue to evolve, to take account of changing circumstances and changing environments as we move forward is absolutely central to this. And it's absolutely essential also that whatever process we have is fair to all, be that those who are complaining or those who are complained about. It's critical to us that it's an open, it's a transparent scheme, and that gives confidence to all in this environment, and indeed to those that we represent. So, as I say, I intend to be very, very brief. I think that the progress that we're making is a real positive. There probably is more that can be done as we look forward, but I have no doubt that the committee will continue to do that, and we continue to ensure that the progress is made to ensure that the best possible standards are maintained by all members of this House.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Standard Committee and the Chair, the Right Honourable Member for the Rhondda and its report. And I am supportive of today's motions. We know that Parliament is on a journey to make it a good and safe place to work. And we know that this place has failed in the past and clearly must do better. The journey has been patchy in places. And we know that confidence needs to be built up over time. And we do that by making people involved in the process, complainers and those complained against, feel that they are being treated fairly, that the processes are not overly long, and that most importantly, outcomes are just. And for me, one of the most important things about both the ICGS and the IEP can be found in the first letter of both, that they are independent. It's clear that the objectives of our behaviour code, of our code of conduct, can be best delivered when they're independent and when MPs are not investigating, or importantly, be seen to be investigating themselves. And that's why I welcome today's motion, which will further empower the IEP with the ability to sanction when rules have been broken. And I'm grateful to the Chair of the IEP for their direct engagement with me as my party's whip on this issue. It's entirely the right approach. We in this House should not mark our own homework. And as a parliamentary party, the Liberal Democrats have aligned our internal complaints process with the ICGS. We support the ICGS, so we will utilise it. To run a duplicate process has the potential to cause confusion and delay. But the ICGS is not the be-all and end-all to making Parliament a good place to work, because the ICGS and the IEP are there for cases where something has gone wrong. There needs to be a greater focus on preventing failures in the first place. Resources are important. I'm sure the Leader of the House will be encouraging all members on his side of the House to take part in Valuing Everyone training, as was the expectation for new members such as myself when we entered this place in 2019, and other parties do so too. It's about improving our human resources for House staff, for member staff. We need to know that the right tools are in place and that people know where to access them, both for when new MPs are elected. Later this spring we'll have the first few new members in this place since 2019 due to by-elections, but on an ongoing basis as well. And as a whip, I do see some of the fantastic work that is going on across the House to continuously improve these resources, from the Honourable Member for Broxbourne's User Services Group to the work done by Kim McGrath and Chris Sears and the members' HR teams. And actually, finally, some of these steps we can take run beyond this House. For instance, I've said before, given my background in HR, that the skills you need to be a successful candidate for Parliament, to be an effective elected representative and an employer too frequently do not overlap. When political parties are selecting, are we properly considering the fact that if that candidate is selected, that person is going to be an employer too? That's an area where I hope all of us can focus on going forward. In short, there's much to be done, but I'm encouraged by today's motions. Step by step we are improving, and I hope this is a task that all of us from all parties can agree continues to be of huge importance. Thank you.
Leader of the House.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I thank everybody who's participated in this debate for the widespread consensus that there is, especially the Right Honourable Lady, the Shadow Leader, who has been very supportive throughout and was in her comments today. And I do think it's important that this does carry on a cross-party basis, and was why I was obviously keen to seek her wisdom as these discussions took place. I particularly want to thank my right honourable friend, the member for South Northamptonshire, who really ensured that the change in culture got going properly under her term as Leader of the House. She pushed this ahead, made sure that it happened, and I view my role as Leader of the House merely to carry the flabella in her honour for what she did as Leader, and I would reinforce the point she made, which has come up again and again, that delays in the system have been one of the greatest problems, and I think that is being tackled in a number of different ways on both ICGS and non-ICGS cases. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for the Rhondda, who has done a great deal of work on this and has reported fully to the House. I was a bit worried when he said, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Deputy Speaker then in the chair, that none is without fault. This has a rather dangerous parliamentary history, as the honourable gentleman will know. One Peter Wentworth made this point in the late 16th century about Elizabeth I, and at the desire of the House of Commons was put in the Tower for his pains. So it's dangerous territory to say that none is without fault, but the honourable gentleman was brave enough to say it, and of course that lies at the heart of our efforts to improve standards, to remember that we can all do better. But I thought his speech was extremely helpful in setting out clearly what his committee is trying to do, and the help that is available to honourable and right honourable members to ensure that they don't get tripped up. The system is not there to try and trip up people who are doing their best. Now, I'm grateful as always to the honourable gentleman from Midlothian. He was right to say that progress has been made, there is more to be done. I think that is a view across the House, that we, well, as the honourable gentleman, the member for the Ronda said, everybody who comes in here wants to do the right thing when they come into Parliament. I, too, have never met anybody who doesn't, and yet, year after year, mistakes still get made. So there is more to be done, but we have made progress. The honourable lady, the member for North East Fife, raised the issue of valuing everyone training, and I can reassure her that I wrote recently to a group of members who hadn't done it to encourage them to do so, with some positive responses, and I think people have by and large done it. I think about 90% of members have completed it. So that again is part of the progress that we are making. She also made the point that we need to do better, and the advantages of independence. I think we certainly see that with the independent experts panel, which gives confidence to members and to complainants alike. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course I give way.
I do apologise to him and to the right honourable lady for the opposition that I missed their opening remarks, but I just want to draw attention to a concern that's been raised with me about the motions refer to the right of the Commissioner to, and I quote, instigate informal discussions with the member to indicate concern about the member's reported attitude. Now, this might seem very intrusive, but actually it's intended to be benign. Nobody's going to be judged on that attitude or adjudicated on that attitude, but if we encourage the right attitudes, it is less likely that people will make mistakes and fall foul of the rules, which is why the committee is promoting this particular method of engagement with the Commissioner.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. It is important, I think, that the Commissioner will have the ability to speak to people informally and potentially stop problems arising if they can be stopped with a word in season. And the honourable gentleman, the chairman of the committee, is nodding, and I think that indicates that that is part of this, and that in the formalisation of the sanctions that this report is dealing with, there is also, as I understand it, the introduction of a least and lowest sanction, which is the word in season, to try and ensure that things don't go any further. I made comments earlier about issues relating to how people cooperate with any inquiry, and I would reiterate those, that is inevitably a secondary and a subjective issue, but it ties in at a later stage if somebody has done something that they ought not to have done. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, I commend these motions to the House.
The question is motion number 6 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 7 on sanctions in respect of the conduct of members. I call the Minister to move motion number 7 formally.
Beg to move.
The question is motion number 7 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 8 on sanctions in respect of the conduct of members ICGS. I call the Minister to move motion number 8 formally.
Beg to move.
The question is motion number 8 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 8 on the Parliamentary Works Sponsor Body. Leader of the House to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak to this motion, which has been put forward before the House at a critical moment for the Restoration and Renewal project. The member for Aberdeen North's appointment to the sponsor body comes as the officials charged with delivering the works are beginning to draw up the more detailed proposals which will ultimately be put to the House for approval. During this process, honourable members will, if today's motion is agreed to, be asked her views on all manner of questions. Questions like, should we put a glass roof on this or that courtyard? Or should we go above and beyond our statutory obligations? Or should we spend £1.5 billion on a temporary chamber? Sometimes it will be up to us, as members of Parliament, to say, no thank you. And that is why the work of members sitting on the sponsor body is so important, because the input of those directly accountable to taxpayers should make a real difference to what is eventually brought forward. The sponsor body and delivery authority will not be spending the coming months drawing up their plans to advance this project in isolation. Indeed, they have already begun engaging with members to understand views, and this summer members will have the opportunity to put forward opinions on the initial work directly, with further opportunities continuing later in the year and into 2022, and I would strongly encourage honourable and right honourable members to take up this opportunity. At the same time, they will proceed while listening carefully to the honourable member as well as to other members from the major parties on the sponsor body who will together helpfully scrutinise and shape its activity. This was a task which the honourable member for Edinburgh East had already been approaching with his customary aplomb. Indeed, I am delighted to see the third party taking such an interest in the long-term future of the Palace of Westminster. And I am glad to see that they are here, and this is a great contribution to our nation. But what is at stake here does not rest on party membership or whether one sits on these benches or those opposite. What matters is our responsibility to our constituents. We as members are the ones who will have to look taxpayers in the eye and explain why are we spending public money on the facilities and buildings of Westminster rather than elsewhere on public services used by millions. Yes, the Palace of Westminster must be saved for future generations, but in aiming to achieve this goal, we must seek to build the broadest possible consensus across the House, which means preparing a programme of works that prioritises what is vital, not gold-plating. And I'm confident that the Honourable Lady will play her part through her discussions with fellow parliamentarians so we can arrive at a sensible outline business case which allows the programme to proceed on schedule. That is the outcome we all want to achieve, and I'm sure the Honourable Lady will help realise it. And on that basis, I commend this motion to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, Shadow Leader of the House, Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Leader for outlining the work that's going to be undertaken on the sponsor body, and start by thanking the Honourable Member for Edinburgh East for all the work he's done, and wish the Honourable Lady, the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North, wish her well in her future work.
Hines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I strongly welcome the appointment of the Honourable Lady, the Member for Aberdeen North, to the Sponsor Body Board, and also note and appreciate the work of the Honourable Member for Edinburgh East. On the Sponsor Board, as we work as parliamentarians on a cross-party and both houses basis, joining outside experts in overseeing and scrutinising the work of the sponsor body, which in turn is there to act on Parliament's behalf to ensure the project is done in the public interest and, crucially, at the best value for taxpayer money. As parliamentary members, we can also act as a channel between colleagues here and the R&R programme. Of course, we are Parliament's representatives on the Restoration and Renewal sponsor body, not the sponsor body's representatives in Parliament. Now, we don't yet know exactly how long this project in total is going to take. That will come in the full plan which will be presented to this House. But we do know it's going to be a substantial period of time. In recent history, Madam Deputy Speaker, MPs have averaged 13 or 14 years of service, and the average current MP has already done 6. So even on a really rather optimistic view of our own electoral future fortunes, truth be told, most of us aren't going to be here when it is finished. But it is to this generation of parliamentarians that it falls to ensure that the necessary work gets done and we secure the future of our Parliament and the building that houses it. There's just been a strategic review of the project and the approach, and work progresses now towards the full costed plan that will come before this House in early 2023. It is important work, and this
is an important phase, and I'm very keen to welcome the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North to the sponsor body board.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North, will be a great asset to the Parliamentary Work Sponsor Body. And I would also thank the Member for Edinburgh East for his contributions previously. I and colleagues in the SNP recognise the essential nature of the renovation work being undertaken, but we're not fixing the palace while the sun shines, so I do commend all action to minimise costs and ensure that every penny is spent wisely. The oversight from the Member for Aberdeen North will be helpful in this regard, and I've got no doubt procurement will be done with greater transparency, fairness and oversight than has perhaps been characterised by other more recent procurement exercises. Also look forward to seeing some of the restoration and trust in these processes. It is a pity that delays led to increasing expense on the project. However, we do need to make sure that every penny is accounted for. The SNP certainly won't stand in the way of any revamp. Indeed, we plan to play our part by cutting costs to the best of our ability by vacating these premises on a permanent basis as soon as Scotland gains our independence.
We now go to Ian Levy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am speaking this evening to support this motion, and I welcome the appointment of the member for Aberdeen North to sit on the sponsor body. It is important that all members of parties are properly represented on the board, and I fully expect her to represent the House to the highest standards. It is vital that MPs sit on the board of the sponsor body to carry out their duties to scrutinise, restoration and renewal. Though the Act established an independent sponsor body to carry out the R&R project, which I think is an essential part of the legislation to streamline the project, it is essential that there is a mechanism to ensure that the House's views are heard. We are the guardians, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the taxpayers' money, and R&R will involve vast sums of public cash. It is right that the project is completed, but it is essential that members are in a position to scrutinise the way it is spent in line with the Act, which of course stipulates the importance of value for money. As a comparison, Madam Deputy Speaker, the cost of a new school is between £20 and £30 million, and R&R may cost well into the billions. As the Chancellor has made so very clear, the public finances are in a difficult state, and the budget was a reminder of the huge efforts we need to make to ensure that budget is balanced and our nation's books are in good health. It is only right that we find ways of economising with R&R. That means prioritising fire safety, making sure our number one focus is on stopping the palace succumbing to the same fate as Notre Dame. And I commend the House on its progress on the fire safety works so far. Thousands of new sprinklers and many miles of piping in between them. It is clear that the terms of debate around R&R have moved on significantly since the Act was passed, and of course the makeup of the House has changed since then. Some of the lessons we have learned from the hybrid system can be applied to R&R, and it is right for members to raise this with the sponsor board. We know that the hybrid proceedings are a poor second best, but surely they are a very important temporary option that can be used in restoration and renewal if it means saving hundreds of millions or billions of pounds in construction costs and minimising the need for a full and lengthy decant. This appointment comes at a critical time in the R&R process. The future of the project is becoming more apparent before us, and members must be able to engage. The programme is on track to commence the main phase of works in the mid-2020s, which is why it is so important that the broadest possible consensus is achieved across the House. I welcome the appointment of the member for Aberdeen North, and I hope that all members agree that she will do an excellent job in holding R&R to account. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There isn't a great deal to say beyond what has already been said, other than to record my thanks to all those who have spoken in the debate for their support and the Honourable Member for Mid Lothian and I look forward to debating the question of Scottish independence at every other possible opportunity and sort of wheedling it into every debate, however far from the subject matter at hand it happens to be. The Right Honourable Lady, my shadow, I'm grateful for her support, and for the work of the members of the sponsor body, my Honourable Right Honourable friend, the member for East Hampshire and for Blythe Valley, who make very important points about how they seek to do their role. I thought my right honourable friend's point about representing the House of Commons to the sponsor body rather than the sponsor body to the House of Commons is absolutely fundamental. I reiterate my thanks to the honourable gentleman, the member for Edinburgh East, who served with great distinction and continues to serve in this House with considerable distinction, and was also my opposite number for a time, which he did with great charm and elan, and to commend this motion to the House.
The question is the motion on the Parliamentary Work Sponsor Body as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have called for this debate today following my question in this place in February, when I asked the government what steps they were taking to protect people from carbon monoxide poisoning at a time when so many are staying indoors during lockdown with their windows closed and their heating switched on. Prime conditions for CO poisoning to occur. Couple this with the fact that symptoms can be similar to COVID-19, and I believe today's debate to raise awareness is relevant and necessary. Carbon monoxide is a deadly killer. Each death from carbon monoxide poisoning is fully preventable, and yet we are still seeing too many lives lost each year by this silent killer. Today, I want to consider the main risks of CO, what actions the government should be taking, and how we can raise awareness and prevent further unnecessary deaths. If you search the NHS website for carbon monoxide poisoning symptoms, the list includes a tension-type headache, tiredness, confusion and nausea. It states that symptoms of exposure to low levels of carbon monoxide poisoning can be similar to those of flu. It should also say that they're similar to many people's reports of coronavirus symptoms, and yet it doesn't. When the government guidance is to stay at home if you have COVID symptoms, and this is the most dangerous thing you could do if you have CO poisoning, it is important that awareness is raised to highlight the distinction between the two. So can I ask the Minister to look at this issue? Annual gas safety checks are not as common as they should be. It's often another expense that people simply cannot afford, especially in many households over the last year where they have seen a reduction or loss of vital earnings as a result of the pandemic. There is no smell or taste to carbon monoxide gas, so without a detector, there is no way of knowing whether a home or workplace has a leak, no way of knowing if the nausea and fatigue someone is feeling is an illness or an escape of deadly gas that has the ability to kill within minutes if levels are high. Molly Mayer formed CO Gas Safety and spent the last 35 years of her life fighting for a change in the law after fumes from a faulty gas water heater in a Tenerife apartment killed her 26-year-old son Gary and paralysed her 21-year-old daughter Sherry while the two of them were holidaying together in 1985. Molly sadly passed away last year, but the campaigning CO Gas Safety Society continues her work to raise awareness of the dangers of carbon monoxide. CO Gas Safety strongly believes that more must be done to fully understand the scale of the issue, as well as strengthening the law to ensure gas appliances are all tested regularly. It is reported... I will give way.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She's making a powerful speech, and it's really important. Would you agree with me that she's highlighted the education programme, but it's so important we campaign because this is a silent killer which can affect anybody, anywhere across the UK, so education is key?
I absolutely agree with what the Honourable Lady has said, and it brings me on to my next point, which is highlighting how many people across the UK that it affects. It is reported that as many as 4,000 people a year are diagnosed with low-level carbon monoxide poisoning, with 200 people admitted to hospital with serious injuries and around 50 fatalities. However, it's virtually impossible to know how many people are affected, but a recent estimate predicts that it can affect between 3 and 5 million people in the UK. There are several reasons why we don't know exactly how many individuals have suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning. Firstly, testing survivors is challenging and unreliable. Fresh air and oxygen quickly removes carbon monoxide from blood and breath, but may not dissipate from bodily tissue, which is what continues to damage a person. Secondly, the Health and Safety Executive, responsible for gas incidents, only investigates if there's a proven death from carbon monoxide, despite those levels staying the same until the body decomposes. This is an area that CO Gas Safety and other campaigners have been working to change. There are around 3,500 unexplained deaths in the UK each year, yet none of those are automatically tested for CO, despite it being a relatively straightforward procedure.
Will my friend give way?
I will give way, yes.
I wonder what thought my friend's given to the carbon monoxide alarms, in the same way as fire alarms detect smoke, whether she thinks there should be an obligation on anyone that has gas appliance to install these alarms where they have tenants, for instance.
Yeah, I completely agree with what the Honourable Member has said, and I'm going to come on to make that point. We do need to see an increase in carbon monoxide detectors. So I share with the House the example in the sad case of, in 2003, Paul Owatemi lost his beloved stepdaughter, Katie, aged 11. Paul and his wife lived in rented accommodation with Katie and their 2 younger daughters. Katie was cremated, but her death was treated as suspicious by the police. 10 days after Katie's death, the whole family nearly died from carbon monoxide poisoning. It was then that Paul suspected and called a pathologist to investigate further. Thankfully, some of her blood had been kept, which after testing found to contain CO. This was later judged to be the cause of Katie's death. Paul's landlord was convicted of failure to undertake a gas safety check. It was also found that the boiler required a service, after which it admitted almost no CO. It hadn't been serviced for years. Yet the law governing the landlord's gas safety check does not make boiler service or flue gas test mandatory. It's staggering that this straightforward change in the law is yet to be made. In 2011, Baroness Finlay, then co-chair of the all-party parliamentary carbon monoxide group, recommended all deceased bodies should be tested for CO poisoning, but no action followed. Carbon monoxide alarms are essential for the detection of CO gases. According to 2015 regulations, private landlords are required by law to ensure that a CO alarm is installed in any room containing a solid fuel-burning appliance, such as a coal fire or a wood-burning stove, and they must be checked at the start of each new tenancy. If you're a homeowner, this responsibility falls to you, which is why it's essential that we highlight and raise awareness of this serious issue. Many campaigners, such as the CO Gas Safety, led by their hard-working president, Stephanie Trotter, the all-party parliamentary carbon monoxide group, and many survivors and victims' families have been lobbying the government for decades to raise awareness and change the law on this issue with very limited success. It is important to note at this stage, Madam Deputy Speaker, that whilst the current law on this issue requires carbon monoxide alarms in rooms containing a solid fuel-burning appliance, the government's own website states that as gas appliances can emit carbon monoxide, we would expect and encourage reputable landlords to ensure that working carbon monoxide alarms are installed in rooms with these. This is where the law is incredibly weak on this issue. We know that gas appliances can and sometimes do emit deadly carbon monoxide gases, but the government chooses just to expect and encourage landlords to install carbon monoxide alarms, where these are fitted instead of making it law. A law that could save lives by simply ensuring all rented properties are fitted with these relatively inexpensive detectors, and to mandate that these are maintained on a regular basis instead of the start of each tenancy, regardless of how long this should be. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She's making a very important speech, and I know what she said about the fact that this is something that the government already expects reputable landlords to be doing. Therefore, mandating them and requiring them to do this in the change in the law that she's outlined there surely wouldn't be something that would be onerous to landlords. Would she agree?
I would completely agree, and I hope that the government minister has heard the really important point, because I am aware that there was a government consultation on this issue which closed in January of this year, but that no follow-up or findings are yet to be announced. And I want to commend the work of the all-party parliamentary carbon monoxide group, who have worked for many years on this issue. In November 2017, they published a report on carbon monoxide alarms, and after a thorough analysis, came up with 3 recommendations. The first recommendation was that the government should update the existing smoke and carbon monoxide alarm regulations 2015 so that landlords are legally obliged to provide CO alarms in rooms of private rented properties containing any fuel-burning appliance, not just solid fuel appliances. The second is that landlords should be given adequate notice of and provided with clear guidance on future changes to the regulations. And third and final recommendation is that in subsequent reviews and amendments of building regulations, the government should widen the requirement to fit CO alarms to all properties, including public and social rented sector properties and owner-occupied properties. These asks are well within the Minister's Department's power to fix. This is a safety issue, and the Minister can direct Ofgem to make it mandatory for the gas emergency services to test appliances for CO and ensure that by law all residences must be fitted with a CO alarm. These are very reasonable and simple asks, Madam Deputy Speaker. So could the Minister outline the Government's position on each of them? I will.
I'm grateful. I think this is the best speech on carbon monoxide and its dangers and the practical ways of reducing those risks that I've heard. Can I suggest through her to the Minister that he may want to invite Stephanie Trotter, who's been doing this work for 25 years, and representatives of the all-party group, to have a meeting with him, advised by the HSE and with the Association of Landlords. If the good landlords are doing it, it's the bad ones who need to be encouraged, and some of the regulations don't require registered gas engineers to test every time they have the opportunity. That should be a basic requirement. It's like testing the tyres when you're having an MOT.
The Honourable Gentleman makes an incredibly important point, and I hope the Minister will have heard it and will respond accordingly. The simple fact is that legislation is not tough enough, and we need to send out the message that we will not settle for anything less than the highest standards which are needed to protect the most vulnerable in our society. Not my words, but the words of the former member for Washington in a debate in this place on the same subject 22 years ago. It is not acceptable that 2 decades later we are still waiting for meaningful action. I hope the Government have today finally listened and will act. Thank you.
Minister Paul Scully.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Barnsley East for securing today's important debate on carbon monoxide and the way she's spoken about this hugely important issue. The safety of the public is clearly a key priority for the government, for any government, and the prevention of carbon monoxide poisoning is an issue which features in the work of a number of different government departments and agencies. It's a multifaceted issue which the government recognises needs a coherent and joined-up approach, and so I'm pleased to be able to discuss this issue today. Whilst the trend for carbon monoxide poisonings is downward, we clearly cannot be complacent for the reasons that we've heard, whether it's the death of Katie and Gary Mayer and the life-changing, paralysing of Cherie Mayer as well, and that campaign that followed by their mother, Karen, Gary and Molly, Cherie's mother. For many, many years. We need to make sure that we are very much on top of this. 20 deaths a year by accidental carbon monoxide poisoning is 20 too many. These are human beings that we must remember, that we must act for. The government and its agencies continue to take actions to raise awareness about the risks. Every death caused by carbon monoxide poisoning is a tragedy, and those that survive severe carbon monoxide poisoning can feel the effects for many, many years, as we've heard. I'd like to formally thank the all-party parliamentary group on carbon monoxide for their tireless promotion of gas safety and ongoing endeavours to increase the awareness with government, with businesses and individuals. And it's important that while carbon monoxide itself may be invisible, the importance of the issue must remain distinctly visible. And the debate today has given us an opportunity to consider the importance of the topic and the levers to drive change and to highlight the latest steps that the government is taking before I come back to awareness and education. It's provided an opportunity to raise that awareness with the public on the action that they can take to protect themselves. But it's also provided an important nudge and a reminder to each of us here as individuals to ensure that we are taking the appropriate actions in our own homes to protect those that we love from this silent killer. But I want to take a few moments to talk about the protections already in place and what the government's doing to protect the public. Reflecting the cost-cutting nature of the issue, the government has in place a cross-Whitehall group under the chairman of the chairmanship of the Health and Safety Executive. And that group brings together the teams, the agencies, the departments who have an interest in carbon monoxide and, more importantly, have those levers to drive up safety and awareness. Safety in relation to the relevant sources of carbon monoxide and appliances themselves, their installation and maintenance, and in obligations to households and householders and tenants. By coincidence, the group's most recent meeting was earlier today, was this morning, during which the group discussed key issues, including recent government activity to address accidental carbon monoxide poisoning, and engagement with industry to drive up safety from the design stage of appliances onward. The group provides regular updates on activity across government to address the risks of carbon monoxide, publishing an annual report which is available on the HSE website. And I must also add in that important work of the All-Party Parliamentary Carbon Monoxide Group, to which we've had a few references. This group provides vital discussion and promotes ways of tackling carbon monoxide poisoning in the UK, and whose membership has recently increased, showing the importance that my honourable friends and members across this House place upon this important issue. But turning to the protections already in place, there's robust legislation in effect to ensure that gas appliances placed on the market and placed in homes are safe. The essential safety requirements for gas appliances and fittings are governed in Great Britain by Regulation 2016/426 relating to appliances burning gaseous fuels, and in Northern Ireland by Regulation EU 2016/426. The law requires that these products are designed and built as to operate safely and present no danger, including in relation to carbon monoxide. They must be accompanied by instructions for use and servicing that is intended for the user and bear appropriate warning notices. The instructions for use and servicing intended for the user must contain all of the information required for safe use and must in particular draw the user's attention to any restrictions in use. Enforcement authorities have a range of powers to take swift and robust action where a safety issue is identified with a product. In 2018, the Government took action to provide the enforcement powers to the Office for Product Safety and Standards, as well as existing enforcement authorities, to maximise the opportunity to take action where necessary. But of course, safe design is only one element ensuring the risk for carbon monoxide is minimised. Boilers, cookers, heating systems and appliances should be installed and regularly serviced, as we've heard, by a reputable, registered engineer. Anyone carrying out work on the installations and appliances in a home must be registered with a relevant association, such as the Gas Safety Register for gas appliances, the Heating Equipment Testing and Approval Scheme for solid fuel appliances, or the Oil Firing Technical Association for oil appliances. Where the appliance requires a flue or chimney, those should be swept regularly by a qualified sweep. These actions can provide reassurance and minimise the risk of carbon monoxide in our homes. But due to the odourless, colourless nature of carbon monoxide, fitting a detector provides an effective warning that the poisonous gas may be present. Building regulations in England require the provision of carbon monoxide alarms when solid fuel appliances are installed. And when alarms are required, these should comply with the relevant British standard and be powered to operate for the working life of the alarm. The housing regulations require carbon monoxide alarms when homes that have a solid fuel appliance are privately rented. The Government, as we've heard, has recently consulted on proposals to extend these building and housing regulations to require the provision of carbon monoxide alarms to oil and gas heating installations and to social housing. My colleagues at the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government will be publishing their report in their response in due course. There will and can be a risk of exposure to carbon monoxide environments away from the home, where gas appliances or solid fuel appliances can be found, for example, in caravans, boats and mobile homes. So it's important that owners, whether for their own use or hired out, take appropriate action to minimise the risk of carbon monoxide to those staying in them. I would reiterate carbon monoxide alarms are a useful addition to precaution, but they're not a substitute for proper installation and maintenance and the safety checks of combustion appliances. I'll happily give way to the Father House.
The House will be grateful for the positive way that the Minister is responding, although dates and when the other Ministry will respond will be better. Could he just remind the House that less than 1 part in 50 of carbon monoxide in the air can be fatal, and that there aren't alternatives, maintenance and detection, they're additional?
Indeed, and the House, in his usual wise way, is absolutely right to have the fact that this is, as I say, it's not just a silent killer, but it doesn't take much to have that drastic effect. And you clearly, the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government will have heard his request to both on Chivy on that response, and indeed his request also to meet what I will make sure that we do, that the conversations that we can usefully have with members of this House, of which there are many, come through to the right ministry, so that, as I say, they can have the best effects. I'll reflect on that and return to that. But raising awareness about the dangers of the carbon monoxide and the actions to be taken to minimise the risk is absolutely key, and that's why this debate is so important. But the government's message is also very clear. To householders, use a properly trained, competent and gas-safe registered engineer to undertake work in your home. Have all fuel appliances serviced on a regular basis. It's also good sense to have a carbon monoxide alarm fitted in your home as an additional precautionary measure. To landlords, ensure that you know the legal and moral obligations on you towards the safety of your tenants from the risk of the carbon monoxide poisoning. The Honourable Member is absolutely right when she talks about the fact that we need to make sure that we are calling out disreputable landlords in this, and that tenants need to clearly know their rights within this as well. And to those tenants, ensure that your landlord has undertaken the necessary steps to protect you from carbon monoxide. The government regularly reviews its messaging and information to ensure that it's clear and up to date. For example, there's need to be vigilant in looking out for the signs of carbon monoxide poisoning at the current moment during the current coronavirus pandemic, as we've heard before. Because the symptoms of chronic CO poisoning may be confused with some of the signs commonly associated with flu-like illnesses, such as COVID-19. These do include headaches, sickness, tiredness and shortage of breath. And similarly, one of the solutions for carbon monoxide poisoning, as the Member for Barnsley has talked about, is fresh air, which is also shared with COVID-19 response as well. I'd happily give that.
Well, I just wondered if you could respond to my point around the NHS website. Perhaps you could take it with the Department of Health so we could raise awareness of the similarities between these two illnesses.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I'll happily take that away and reflect that with the Department of Health. Absolutely. We're all spending significantly more longer periods of time at home at the moment, although thankfully less now in stage 2 of the roadmaps as we take further steps along that roadmap out of lockdown. But nonetheless, it's still hugely important that we address this. But I'm pleased to say that we're approaching the warmer summer months, when switching on the heating may not be so much of a consideration, but in the recent cold snap, many of us have been tempted to switch the heating back on for a few days and maybe have our windows closed to keep out the cold. It's, I'm sure, no coincidence that Gas Safety Week is in September and Carbon Monoxide Awareness Week is in November, when the heating's coming back on, and that we're doing all that we can to avoid chilly drafts, potentially reducing that really crucial, important ventilation. Indeed, Gas Safety Week celebrated its 10th anniversary last year, and Carbon Monoxide Awareness Week is coming of age this year. These provide a useful reminder and help raise awareness at a key point in the year, giving a timely reminder to ensure appliances are serviced and checked. But that doesn't mean that there are not risks at other times of the year. The development of a fault in an appliance isn't restricted to a certain week or a certain month, and the risks of using certain products, such as barbecues, in poorly ventilated or covered areas may be more prevalent as we start to head into the summer. But I've been struck by the experiences that we heard from the Honourable Member from Barnsley East, where people have been personally affected by carbon monoxide, not just through deaths, but those long-term effects, as we've heard, hearing from their constituents about tragic events, which have led to possibly even close calls, which are no less terrifying to those people once they're going through that terrible experience. And these are actions that we should all take as individuals to reduce the risk of exposure to carbon monoxide, raising awareness, spreading the word through initiatives such as Gas Safety Week, and Carbon Monoxide Awareness Week is also an important element of ensuring the safety of the public from the invisible threat of carbon monoxide. The Government continues to keep this issue under close review and takes steps as appropriate to increase safety and protect the public. But this is a welcome, timely debate and a reminder to Government, but also to all of us, that we must continue to work to reduce and eliminate those deaths and those effects of carbon monoxide poisoning. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.